As Jiang Bai lifted his hand, a scorching red strike surged forward and swallowed Mike whole. But in the very next instant, Mike's body ruptured with a brutal snap. Purple, ruinous energy ballooned inside him, expanding faster and faster until it tore him apart from within. He was using the last thing he had left, a self-destruction meant to drag Jiang Bai down with him. Boom! The detonation thundered through the academy grounds. That violent purple wave shot up like a pillar, so intense that even Charles and the others nearby flinched. If it had spread unchecked, it would have erased the entire Xavier school in one blast. But Jiang Bai moved. A cold blue force surged from him, folding space itself around the explosion. In an instant, Mike's detonation was sealed inside a spatial isolation zone, cut off from real space so completely that even the destructive energy had nowhere to go. When the light finally faded, Jiang Bai stood there in front of everyone, expressionless, untouched. Truthfully, even without that protection, the blast wouldn't have killed him. Mike's power wasn't enough to break through Jiang Bai's defenses, especially with the support of the horse and dog spells. The isolation wasn't for Jiang Bai. It was for the school. After Mike's death, no one dared to continue attacking. Charles stared at the empty space where Mike had vanished, his chest heavy. Once Apocalypse fell, Charles used his telepathy to restrain the remaining mutants and saw the reason behind Mike's madness. Apocalypse had given them something dangerous, hope. And now that hope had been ripped away by Jiang Bai, Mike couldn't accept returning to a life of hiding, running, surviving in fear. So he burned every last drop of destructive energy in his body and chose to explode, betting everything on taking Jiang Bai with him. He failed. At the edge of the chaos, Kingpin's men hurried out of the academy grounds. Jiang Bai noticed, but he didn't stop them. Charles and the others didn't move either. Those men had followed Apocalypse into this, not Jiang Bai. With Apocalypse gone, they were no longer worth anyone's attention. Jiang Bai's gaze shifted toward Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro. Magneto's helmet had already been torn off and now sat in Pietro's hands. Without it, Magneto's face had gone ugly with bruised color, and Wanda's psychic grip crushed whatever resistance he tried to muster. She hauled him forward like a prisoner, dragging him toward Jiang Bai and the others. Controlled by Wanda, Magneto couldn't even access his abilities. Jiang Bai watched as Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro vented their rage on him. He didn't think they were going too far. If anything, he felt Eric deserved it. Wanda shoved Magneto forward, his expression twisted with humiliation and fury. Jiang. We beat him up properly. Jiang Bai didn't comment on the beating. Instead, he looked to Charles. Do what you want. Charles, what's your plan for the remaining mutants? Apocalypse strengthened their abilities. Bringing them into your school might actually help. The X-Men are too few. You could use the numbers. Charles exhaled slowly, then nodded. For now, that's the only path. With the fighting over, everyone began clearing the battlefield. Students who had been hiding inside the academy finally dared to come out. The surviving mutants, hundreds of them, were gathered and under Charles's control and guidance, accepted into the Xavier School. Daredevil and the Punisher thanked Charles and the others, then left without hesitation. Peter Parker hovered nearby, buzzing with excitement. He greeted Tony, then awkwardly but enthusiastically said hello to Charles, Chala, and the others too. When it was time to go, Jiang Bai opened a space door with a casual motion and took Wanda, Lorna, Pietro, Martin, Kane, and the rest back to the manor on Skull Island. Elsewhere, the soldiers who had been controlled at the military base were freed the moment Apocalypse's influence disappeared. As for Magneto, Jiang Bai simply handed him over to Charles. Whatever history those two shared, it was theirs to settle. And without Apocalypse's helmet, Eric had no way to resist Charles's mind. Jiang Bai wasn't worried. Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro also showed no interest in recognizing Magneto as anything but an enemy, and Jiang Bai didn't interfere. Not long after, Tony and Chala departed as well. Tony brought Spider-Man back to Queens, New York, like a strict guardian returning a reckless kid home. Later, in a quiet room inside the academy, Charles stood across from Eric. Eric, we need to talk. Eric's eyes were hard. There's nothing to talk about. Humans and mutants will never live in peace. You can't stop me forever. Charles's face tightened with sadness. You won't succeed. And do you know who the three who attacked you are? Eric scoffed. I don't know, and I don't care. Don't tell me you're changing your mind because of them. You're getting naive, Charles. Charles held his gaze. What if they're your children? That single sentence hit like a punch. Eric froze, staring as if he'd misheard. Shock, doubt, and confusion warred across his face. Don't joke with me. How could they be my children? That's not funny. Charles didn't blink. Do you really feel nothing when you see metal bend the way you do? I'm not lying, Eric. All three are yours. He spoke the names carefully, like they were weapons and medicine at the same time. The boy is Pietro. The one with the strange white wings behind her is Wanda. And Lorna, the one who controls metal. They're all your children. Eric's breath caught. My children? Why would Jiangbai adopt them? Before you ask that, Charles said quietly, you should look at yourself. Then he explained what he knew. Wanda and Pietro had been adopted by a couple in Sokovia. War destroyed what little they had. Their home collapsed, a missile landed in front of them, and they spent 3 days trapped in ruins, staring at death that never came. In the end, Jiangbai found them, pulled them out, and adopted them. Lorna had wandered alone for years, hunted and forced to hide from one organization after another. Somehow she ended up under Jiangbai's protection too, and eventually found Wanda and Pietro again. Charles let the truth settle before finishing. That's why they fought you together. Eric's lips parted, but no words came out. The anger that had always been there didn't vanish, but it cracked, just enough for something raw to show through. My children. Charles watched him for a long moment. Think carefully, Eric, he said softly. Maybe you should try to meet them as their father, not their enemy. Then Charles stood, turned, and left the room, leaving Eric alone with the weight of the truth. Charles tried to get Eric to face Wanda and the others for one simple reason. Eric was still his friend, and he was also their father. What happened to those children was tied to Eric's choices, but that didn't mean there was no possibility left. If there was even a small chance for them to acknowledge each other, Charles wanted to push him toward it. After Charles left the room, Eric finally snapped back to himself. He stood by the window, staring outside with a heavy, tangled expression. He hadn't expected it at all. 2 daughters and a son. And they were already grown, strong, and confident. One of the girls even carried his power in her blood. When Jiangbai brought everyone back to the manor, he dropped onto the sofa, frowning in confusion. The system hadn't given him a single prompt. By his past experience, Apocalypse's awakening should have sped up the mutant timeline. Jiangbai had been involved from start to finish. That meant the system should have triggered a new trading target draw. But there was nothing. He tried calling it again and again with no response. In the end, all he could do was sit there, annoyed and helpless. The system had always been useful, but it clearly wasn't smart, and when it decided to go quiet, there was no forcing it. Martin and Kane, on the other hand, looked like nothing even happened. The moment they got back, they headed straight out again. To them, that earlier fight was just a warm-up. They went hunting for monsters like the skeleton giant lizard and anything else big enough to push them. The reason was simple. The fastest way to grow stronger was to keep smashing into the edge of your limits. Martin's basalt ability had already developed into something dangerous, and Kane's control over magic power was climbing fast. In real combat, pressure turned into progress. Martin used to think his future would be something quiet, like guarding the manor and staying behind Jiangbai like a shadow. But this new world had given him a different kind of chance, and it woke something up in him. He used to be a Navy SEAL captain. Gunfire and chaos weren't nightmares to him. They were normal days. Part of him had always missed that sharp, brutal rush. Now he could feel it again, except this time the enemies weren't human, and the stakes were even higher. Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro didn't share that excitement. When they returned, none of them looked relieved. They looked drained. It was because of Eric. Yes, They'd beaten their irresponsible bastard of a father without holding back. But it didn't make them feel better. It only made everything messier. Anger was easy. What came after anger wasn't. They didn't know how to face him. Because no matter how strong they were now, the truth didn't change. He had abandoned them. And when their lives were at their worst, he hadn't been there. Mary came downstairs and immediately noticed their expressions. She already knew what had happened, and seeing them sit there weighed down by emotions made her chest feel tight. She walked over, sat beside Wanda, and spoke softly, steady and warm. "Don't look like that. This isn't worth breaking yourself over. We don't want to see you crushed because of him. If you're still not satisfied, I can go beat him again and drag him back. You can deal with him however you want. Listen to me. You don't have to force yourself to decide whether to recognize him or not. You don't owe anyone a clean answer. Even if you recognize him, we're still your family. Even if you don't, we're still your family. Everyone in this manor will stand behind you. So don't sink into it. It isn't worth your peace. You've already survived everything you went through. You'll get through this too." Wanda's voice came out quieter than usual, but sincere. "Thank you, Sister Mary. I understand." Lorna nodded. "Yeah, thank you." Pietro clenched his fist, forcing confidence into his tone. "We're family. Always." Jiangbai leaned forward slightly, his voice calm but absolute. "Family is the place that holds you up. Don't worry about anything. If the sky falls, I'll hold it. Eric can't stir trouble in front of me anymore. As long as you three are okay, I can handle everything else." Mary kept talking with them, gently pulling them out of that dark corner. She had already treated herself as part of the manor's family, and she refused to watch the younger ones suffer alone. Slowly, Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro lifted their heads. The heaviness in their eyes didn't vanish completely, but it loosened. They were young, and this kind of choice was cruel even for adults. Some people denied it and walked away. Some people accepted it and tried to rebuild. Both choices could be justified, and both could hurt. People were complicated. Feelings were worse. In the end, the only real answer was to follow your heart and let whatever comes, come. Jiangbai watched them carefully. When he finally saw a bit of light return to their eyes, he smiled faintly. He'd noticed their mood the moment they returned, but he'd also known they needed space to breathe through it. You could dodge something for a day, but not forever. And with his current strength, whatever decision they made, he could protect them. Magneto might have been strengthened by Apocalypse, but to Jiangbai, that didn't change the outcome. Eric's magnetic control wasn't enough to scare him, especially when Jiangbai had more than one power at his disposal. Nearby, Emma and Clarice also smiled at the scene. Clarice's expression carried something softer, something envious. She'd never really had a family. Even if Sabretooth had taken her in, he was a blunt, rough man who could barely manage himself, let alone raise a girl with any kind of warmth. Elsewhere, in a strange and hidden space, two figures faced each other with quiet hostility. A white-haired old man in a suit stood with refined elegance, like an aristocrat from another era. Across from him, a woman in a yellow robe watched with a calm, unwavering gaze. Mephisto, Lord of the Hell Dimension. And the Ancient One, Earth's supreme sorcerer. Her voice was steady. "Your plan failed. Leave Earth. If you insist, I can send you off myself." Mephisto's smile was cold. "Don't get too proud. You can't protect this world forever." "That's not something you need to worry about," she replied. "But next time you step onto Earth, don't blame me if I take the fight to the Hell Dimension." Mephisto's eyes narrowed. "Ancient One, we'll see." He turned and vanished. The Ancient One didn't stop him. She opened a portal and returned to Kamartaj, but her heart wasn't as calm as her face. Because she understood what had just happened. Jiangbai hadn't simply disrupted a scheme. He had ruined Mephisto's plan.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Mephisto is likely to target Jiangbai, and Jiangbai's future is related to the future of the Earth. If Jiangbai is bewitched by Mephisto, unexpected situations may occur at that time, and the Earth may also face a devastating disaster. However, Gui did not directly remind Jiangbai, but increased his attention to Jiangbai. Now his strength is no longer what it used to be. The space magic used by the magic mouse is not even as flexible as she can use it. What's more, various space magics are superimposed in a magic circle, which is a great test of the magician's mental strength and control of magic. She is even more curious about where the source of the mouse's magic comes from. You know, Kamtaj's magic is borrowed from the dimensional demon. She even borrowed it directly but didn't return it, but soon she gave up, because this mouse, like the cat and mouse at the beginning, is not a creature of this world at all, and there is no way to see what's different about it. Tony returned to his home and began to study more powerful armor. As the enemies he encountered became stronger and stronger, his armor must be updated faster. And the Iron Legion he envisioned must also be formed. This can not only help him fight, but also save ordinary people at critical moments. He came to the workbench. Tony called up the holographic projection and began to design new armor with Jarvis. And the manor he built on Skull Island is also in progress. Jarvis reported the construction progress from time to time. His manor is not far from Jiangbai Manor. Spider-Man rushed home immediately after being taken back to Queens by Tony. He had been away from home for a day and a half, and Aunt May would definitely be worried. With the help of Spider Silk, he soon entered his room through the window of his room, and then changed Spider-Man's uniform into ordinary clothes. Walter? Peter? Why are you upstairs? I was just looking for you. Where did you go? You didn't even bring your phone. I almost called the police. Sorry, Aunt May. I went to Ned's house to play Lego and forgot the time. I promise this is the last time. Next time I will definitely bring my phone. I'm glad you're okay. You don't know how worried I am about you. There's some food in the kitchen. I'll heat it up for you. Okay, Aunt May, I'm a little hungry now. As soon as Peter got downstairs, he met May directly. After a vague conversation, May went to the kitchen to heat up the food for Peter. What he didn't know was that May had already called Ned and learned that Peter was not there. But seeing that Peter didn't want to say it, she didn't ask any more questions. Besides, she raised Peter. How could she not know what Peter was like? She knew at a glance that Peter was lying. But now Peter is no longer a child. He needs his own private space. As long as Peter is okay, she won't ask any more questions. Peter was relieved when he saw May enter the kitchen. He didn't expect that he would be controlled by the mutant. Thinking of being controlled to attack mutants with Daredevil and Punisher, if it weren't for Iron Man and the others, he and the others didn't know when they would be able to recover. At this moment, he felt hungry. He hadn't eaten for almost 2 days and was already hungry. If it weren't for his special physique, he would have been lying on the ground. Osborn Group. In an advanced top laboratory, Norman Osborn, wearing a white coat, was studying a tube of green serum alone. Just now, because of the huge investment in genetic serum, the Osborn Group was already in deficit, and even the military order was not received. The members of the board of directors actually wanted to vote to remove him from the position of president. The Osborn Group was Norman Osborn's. How could it fall into the hands of others? Because he had the most shares, and some board members did not express their opinions. So the meeting ended in vain, but he understood that since there was one time, there would naturally be a second and third time. So he must quickly research the gene that can make his family's genetic disease disappear, and he doesn't have much time left. This is not only for himself, but also for his son Harry Osborn. If he can't solve the problem of family genetic disease, his son will not live long. Looking at the green gene serum in front of him, after hesitating for a long time, he picked up the syringe and inserted it into his body. He was going to use his own body for experiments. After the gene serum entered his body, Norman Osborn instantly felt as if his body was torn apart. The sudden severe pain made Norman Osborn curl up on the floor of the laboratory and wail. However, Norman Osborn remembered that the armor he made had a cure, healing function, then hurriedly opened a secret door and entered it. He endured the pain and put on the armor, and activated the healing function. This made him feel much better, but the next moment his body began to change. His body began to become deformed, especially his head and limbs, which were no longer in the scope of humans, but like an alien. Because the serum just now was not only the gene serum he had studied, but also Abaddon's genes. This directly caused a big change in the gene serum, which was also the reason why Norman Osborn's body became deformed. However, this mutation did not last for a long time. After the mutation ended, Norman Osborn walked out of the armor and called out a full-body mirror. Looking at his appearance, his eyes were full of pride and fanaticism. At this moment, the darkness in his heart was infinitely magnified, and Abaddon's genes were added, which made Norman Osborn mutate and become more powerful. A strengthened Green Goblin was born. Full name Norman Vidro Osborn. He is the chairman of the Osborn Group, one of Spider-Man's enemies, and the father of Spider-Man's friend Harry Osborn. Because of the use of the human enhancement drug developed by our company, he gained superhuman physical abilities. However, due to the side effects of the drug, an evil personality was born in his mind. Driven by this personality, Osborn used his strong financial resources to create various high-tech equipment and then transformed into the Green Goblin. Now Norman Osborn has added Abaddon's genes to the gene serum, and his strength is far beyond the Green Goblin in the original timeline. Norman Osborn now has super strength and can lift about 50 tons. He also has super speed, super reaction, and super endurance. He also has super regenerative ability and can regenerate damaged tissues and organs. The Green Goblin in the timeline usually wears green armor and a devil helmet with yellow eyes. He also has a vertical thrust aircraft, the Demon Glider, which can reach a maximum speed of 300 miles, 483 kilometers, per hour, and can lift about 400 pounds, 181 kilograms, including his own weight. Throwing pumpkin bombs after the Green Goblin drank the experimental serum, his strength was comparable to Spider-Man. In addition, he would use weapons such as throwing knives and pumpkin bombs in battle. The Demon Glider was also equipped with missiles and guns. However, the current Green Goblin can be said to be better than Spider-Man. The Green Goblin in the timeline could only lift 9 tons of objects, but now it has become 50 tons. It has increased 5 times, and his self-healing ability has also been greatly improved. These are all due to the Abaddon gene. Norman Osborn did not directly mix Abaddon's blood gene into the gene serum and inject himself, otherwise he would explode and die. The human body simply cannot bear the genes of a giant beast like Abaddon. Once injected, the final result is an explosion or a gene collapse. The whole person dies directly, so the Abaddon gene mixed into the gene serum by Norman Osborn is diluted, which is why the strength is increased 5 times. It's not that the Abaddon gene is not good. It's that the human body simply can't bear the genes of the giant beast. If Norman Osborn, an ordinary person, dares to inject like this, he is completely looking for death. Unless his body is originally extremely strong, then even if he is injected with a complete Abaddon blood gene, he will not die. And at most his body will mutate. Evil haha. I succeeded. The Osborn Group can only be mine, and you all have to die. Norman Osborn looked at himself in the mirror, not caring about his mutated image at all, but very proud. The dissatisfaction and anger with the board members in his heart also broke out at this moment, and then he came to the armor. Put on the armor again, then step on the flying skateboard and rush out of the laboratory, ready to deal with those board members who want to remove him from his position. As the president of the Osborn Group, he certainly knew where the board members lived. So he soon came to the sky above the residence of one of the board members and threw golden balls that looked like pumpkins down. These balls exploded instantly after hitting objects, and a big hole was blown directly above the villa. Boom! With a loud bang, flames shot up into the sky, which also attracted the attention and panic of the board members of the Osborn Group in the villa. He took his family out of the villa and came outside. Looking at the weird man in green armor floating in the sky, his eyes were full of fear. Ha ha ha, good, just waiting for you to come out. Die for me. Seeing that board member running out of the villa, the Green Goblin was very excited and then threw a pumpkin bomb at them. After a loud bang, the board member of the Osborn group and his family all died directly, and their bones were melted by the high temperature of the pumpkin bomb, and a lot of blood splashed out. After doing all this, the Green Goblin left here on a flying skateboard, and the police arrived late at this time. Seeing this scene at the scene, the leading policeman looked very ugly. He didn't expect that someone would be so rampant and come out to kill people in broad daylight. He blew up all the people in the villa in public. Seeing the media reporters next to him, he felt even more headache. Now the most important thing is to arrest the criminals. On the other side, Peter Parker was eating the food that Aunt May had heated for him at home, but his eyes were all on the live TV news. The news reported on it was the news that the Green Goblin had just blown up the board members of the Osborn group, because many people who were interested had filmed the Green Goblin. So the Green Goblin also appeared in the live broadcast, which startled Peter Parker, and then he ate the food on the table in a few big mouthfuls. He returned to his room, put on the spider suit, and left through the window. He was going to see what was going on, and ready to stop the other party. With the help of Spider Silk, he quickly came to Manhattan, and then found out from the TV on the street that the weirdo in green armor was attacking citizens again. He felt a little more urgent in his heart. Sewer. Connors was conducting his own experiments in a dark corner of the sewer. Now he has returned to his original appearance. His amputated arm has recovered, and he has lost the powerful power of the lizard form after returning to his original form, so he plans to continue studying the lizard serum. He believes that this is the perfect evolution of human beings: super strength, terrifying speed, extremes reaction speed, and amazing self-healing ability. Even most mutants can't compare to him. This made Connors more determined in his idea. He was going to turn all the citizens of New York into his own kind. This perfect evolution should allow all mankind to be with him. The crazy idea made his hands speed up a bit. After a while, he studied out another tube of green lizard serum. Without any hesitation, he took the syringe and injected the lizard serum into his body. Then Connor's body changed, and he didn't feel any pain. Instead, he felt very comfortable, and his body absorbed the lizard serum just injected crazily. Looking at the green arm, a satisfied look flashed in his eyes, but now he didn't have enough raw materials in his hands, so he had to go to the ground to get more raw materials. His first thought was the Osborn group. He even had the idea of wanting Norman Osborn, the president of the Osborn group, to evolve with him. At that time, he could get the support of the entire Osborn group and evolve the whole world step by step. It won't be long before all humans will evolve with me. Bang! Connors muttered to himself and ran to the passage next to him. Even though there was no light in the sewer, it did not affect his running in it at all. In order to realize his idea faster, he began to run on all fours. Not long after, he came to the sewer exit closest to the Osborn group. Connors rushed out of the manhole cover and ran to the laboratory in the Osborn group. However, he was soon discovered by the security of the Osborn group. They saw a huge lizard trying to enter the Osborn group. Although he was confused, he was still ready to stop the other party. If he didn't stop it, he would lose his job. Bang! Connors saw someone trying to stop him and raised his hand to paw. He instantly knocked the security guard away and then rushed into the Osborn group at a very fast speed. The security guards behind him began to chase Connors, and the news of a huge lizard appearing in the Osborn group soon spread. Many reporters and media flocked to the laboratory. These were hot spots, and they would naturally not let them go. Connors, who entered the laboratory, quickly found what he needed, and even got the equipment that was enough to spread the lizard serum throughout New York. Boom! Then he broke through the wall and disappeared into the sewer with the things in his hand, but the scene of him breaking through the wall was filmed by many media and reporters. While being surprised by the size of the lizard, he had already started editing the next hot news in his mind. After the security guard saw the big lizard escape, he immediately called the top management, and then the information was passed up step by step. Because Norman Osborn was not there, he did not know that his company had been attacked by a giant lizard. At this moment, he had already met Spider-Man, who had come. When he wanted to kill the last board member who had removed him from the position of president, he was stopped by Spider-Man's spider silk, which made the Green Goblin even more angry and turned his head to look at the person who stopped him. Wow, your armor is not bad, but this is not a reason for you to kill people. What do you think? So, a good neighbor of New York citizens, Spider-Man will stop you. Your flying machine is not bad. Maybe I can also make one so that I don't have to swing on the spider silk. What do you think? Why don't you speak? You must be afraid of me. Don't worry, I will definitely send you to jail so that you will stop hurting people. You little bug, it's really noisy. Boom. Hey, I said I'm Spider-Man. Not a little bug. Spider-Man looked at the Green Goblin and couldn't help but start talking, but the Green Goblin's anger became more intense, and finally he couldn't help but start attacking Spider-Man. He activated a pumpkin bomb and threw it out, but Spider-Man dodged it with his spider sense. The villa behind him was damaged, and a big hole was blown out by the pumpkin bomb. Even so, he couldn't help but continue to talk to the Green Goblin. This really angered the Green Goblin, and he controlled the flying skateboard under his feet to attack Spider-Man. I saw several gun muzzles appearing in the flying skateboard, and they began to attack Spider-Man and kept approaching him. Although these bullets were very dense, Spider-Man with spider sense could easily dodge these bullets, looking at the Green Goblin who was about to fly in front of him. Spider-Man raised his arm fearlessly and punched the Green Goblin. Norman Osborn under the armor sneered and punched Spider-Man's fist with all his strength. He now knows his own strength and doesn't think this damn little bug can beat him. Boom. Spider-Man, who was originally full of confidence, was blown away by the Green Goblin the next second and hit the wall of the villa behind him. The strong impact caused cracks on the wall immediately. Spider-Man looked at the Green Goblin in disbelief. He didn't expect that someone was stronger than him. He knew his own strength. He could easily lift a small car, but now he was punched away by the other party. His arm was still stinging, and the bones and tendons inside his arm were very uncomfortable. If it weren't for his good physique, his arm would have been dislocated or blown up. Spider-Man also put away his playful thoughts and looked at the Green Goblin with a serious face. This man in green armor was not as easy to deal with as he imagined. Gaga, little bug. You're so weak. Boom. The Green Goblin, who was sure that the opponent was not as strong as himself, spoke to Spider-Man in a sarcastic tone and then launched another attack. The pumpkin grenade was activated and thrown out, and the skateboard under his feet was also constantly attacking Spider-Man. Spider-Man needed to avoid the attack of bullets on the one hand and pay attention to the explosion of the pumpkin bomb on the other. More attention should be paid to the safety of the crowd not far away. The Green Goblin laughed strangely when he saw the scene. He didn't expect that this little bug would care about the lives of others. This is obviously one of his weaknesses. Without hesitation, the armor controlled by Norman Osborn, who has the upper hand in the evil personality, threw an activated pumpkin bomb to the crowd. Sure enough, Spider-Man saw the scene and shot out spider silk to block it. But it also caused himself to be injured. The power of the pumpkin bomb is not better than that of an ordinary grenade. Its power is even stronger than that of an ordinary grenade in order to save those citizens. He could only use his spider silk to pull the pumpkin bomb towards him, but he was affected by the pumpkin bomb. Ha ha ha, little bug. Let's see how many you can save. The Green Goblin said to Spider-Man sarcastically, and then threw 5 activated pumpkin bombs, all of which were aimed at the citizens who were watching live nearby. Spider-Man was helpless and could only shoot spider silk to stop the pumpkin bomb. On the contrary, after seeing that Spider-Man would protect himself, those citizens did not know the danger at all and continued to stay there to watch. The reporter and the media even took equipment to shoot. The attitudes and reactions of these people also made Spider-Man's heart flash with anger. Boom. Spider-Man was instantly blown away by the explosion of 5 pumpkin bombs. His spider suit was damaged, revealing the position where he was injured and bleeding. However, he still stood up with difficulty and prepared to fight with the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin's eyes were full of playful looks. If you don't leave, then you will be responsible for your own life and death. Boom. At this time, a red and gold steel armor descended from the sky. It was Iron Man. Tony looked at the crowd and media reporters watching nearby, said something indifferently, raised his hand to start the palm cannon and blasted it out, and a reporter's camera was instantly destroyed. He is not Spider-Man. If these people are looking for death, he is too lazy to care. Thinking of the way these people just used Spider-Man's protection to act recklessly, he was furious. Spider-Man is someone he is optimistic about. These citizens were not grateful to him for saving themselves at all. Instead, they were fearless and let Spider-Man get hurt again and again. He couldn't bear it and came to the scene directly from home wearing a vibranium armor. The appearance of Iron Man originally made everyone more surprised and fanatical. Many reporters and media rushed to shoot. However, Iron Man's words and the blown-up camera made them realize that if they didn't leave, Iron Man wouldn't care about their lives when the fight started. Then all the citizens and media reporters swarmed to the back, and at this time, a golden pumpkin bomb flew in front of Tony. "Mr. Stark, be careful." Boom. It exploded directly in front of Tony, but when the flames dissipated, Iron Man stood intact, and he was wearing a vibranium armor. The power of this explosion was not enough to hurt him, and he couldn't even move the armor. Boom. Tony controlled the armor and raised his hand to hit the Green Goblin with a palm cannon. The Green Goblin's armor was also hard enough. Although it was not as good as vibranium, it was also a special alloy. Tony's palm cannon only left a mark on the armor, and the Green Goblin was ready to leave when he saw that the situation was not good. He controlled the flying skateboard under his feet to fly in another direction, but Iron Man can also fly, and he caught up with the Green Goblin in a few seconds. Unexpectedly, the Green Goblin punched Tony's armor with all his strength at this time, and hit Tony directly with dozens of tons of force. Although his vibranium armor absorbed some of the kinetic energy, the remaining force was enough to blow Tony away. After all, this was in the air, not on the ground. After blowing Iron Man away, the Green Goblin started the flying skateboard at full speed and disappeared from the sight of Iron Man and Spider-Man in a short while. "Mr. Stark, are you okay?" "I'm fine. This little damage is not enough to hurt me. I didn't expect his strength to be so great. What should we do now?" "Go back, kid. You did well this time, but if that happens again next time, just ignore them." "But..." "No buts. Since they are looking for death, let's fulfill their wish. They don't cherish their own lives, so why are you helping them cherish their lives?" After the Green Goblin left, Spider-Man quickly came to Iron Man and asked him worriedly. Tony opened his mask and said to Peter, especially the last sentence, with a strong dissatisfaction and disdain in his tone. After he finished speaking, he directly activated the flight mode and left. Peter was left standing alone thinking, and soon he also shot out Spider Silk to leave the scene. What happened just now was also posted on the internet by people with good intentions. Some people said that these citizens were too much, and some people said that Iron Man's behavior was completely wrong. There were all kinds of people. There was even an 18th-tier female star who wanted to be famous. She posted an article on the internet to criticize Tony, and even Jiang Bai was implied. Not only that, she also criticized all the superheroes who were active in New York. This scene quickly became a hot topic on the internet, and she also received a lot of attention from fans as she wished, but many celebrities showed a very disdainful smile when they saw the scene. Some people bluntly said that this woman wanted to be famous. Not to mention that each of these superheroes has superpowers, among which Iron Man is the person in charge of Stoke Industries, and Jiang Bai is a ruthless person who killed a congressman in front of the media, and the key is that he killed him and nothing happened. This woman is completely looking for death. The post he criticized Tony for implying Jiang Bai disappeared within less than an hour. All the comments were deleted. Then the armed helicopter brought a special team to her location and arrested her directly. The charge is suspected of threatening national security. Now most countries have listed Jiang Bai as a prohibited target, especially the United States. When Jiang Bai killed the congressman, he was ruthless. When many senior officials saw this post, They were all sweating coldly and immediately deleted everything about Jiang Bai and then arrested the 18th tier actress. If they really offended Jiang Bai, who knows how many meteorites would fall from the sky. Before they had the means to restrain themselves, they would not have any thoughts about Jiang Bai. During this period, even Hydra has been much more obedient and has not made any moves. They are now busy completing the facilities on the aerospace mothership. Naturally, there will be no action. Skull Island, inside the manor. Jiang Bai, Merlin, Wanda, let's go, I'll take you to see someone. Wanda, who to see? Merlin, are you going to let her learn magic? Jiang Bai, how did you know? Merlin, her ability to learn magic will be terrifying, and you said before that you would take me to learn the magic of this world, so it's not difficult to guess. A blue space door was opened by Jiang Bai, and then the three of them stepped into it and instantly came to New York. It was 177 Bleecker Street. That is the location of the New York Temple. Without waiting for Jiang Bai to knock on the door opened automatically, and a portal with sparks around it appeared. Gui was waiting for them on the other side. Jiang Bai smiled and took Wanda and Merlin into it. The next second, they arrived at the headquarters of Kamtosh. Jiang Bai sat opposite Gui without hesitation, picked up the tea in front of him, and drank it all. Wanda sat next to Jiang Bai, and Merlin looked around curiously. I know why you are here. You can read Kamtosh's magic at will, but in exchange, you need to help Stephen Strange in the future. Okay. Without waiting for Jiang Bai to speak, Gui directly agreed to let Jiang Bai and others read the entire Kamtosh magic and also made a request. Jiang Bai agreed without thinking. Then Gui looked at Merlin holding a magic wand on the table. Your magic is very strange. Can you tell me what is the source of your magic power? The source of magic power? If I have to say something, it is idealism. Your magic does not seem to use your own power. Idealism again. It's amazing. Indeed, our power comes from other dimensional demons or the Trinity of Vishanti. In this way, each of you is not powerful and you can't cast magic for a long time, but you have dark energy in your body. I can feel that it is very evil. Yes, it belongs to Dormammu in the dark dimension. In order to protect the Earth, I have no choice. You are great. Maybe I can help you eliminate some negative situations. Do you need it? Thank you very much. Merlin and Ancient One talked. Jiang Bai and Wanda sat quietly beside them. When Jiang Bai heard that they couldn't cast magic for a long time, he understood in his heart. Why do the mages of Kamtosh need to learn close combat? It's all because of insufficient magic power that they can't continue to use magic to attack the enemy. Merlin waved the magic wand in his hand, and a white magic circle appeared, and then slowly printed on the brow of the thief Gui. At this time, Gui closed her eyes slightly, and she could feel that the dark energy in her body was constantly being purified, and Dormammu's temptation and whispers in her ears disappeared, which made her feel a lot more relaxed. After absorbing the dark energy, she had been resisting Dormammu's temptation all the time and was already exhausted physically and mentally. Now that voice disappeared. Gui felt much better. After slowly opening her eyes, she looked at Merlin gratefully, and then led Jiang Bai, Wanda, Merlin, and walked to the library, which was full of Kamtosh's magic. When they entered, they saw a slightly fat man sitting next to them. It was the king. The current library administrator, when he saw Ancient One coming, immediately stood up and saluted Ancient One and said, Ancient One, well, king, they can watch any magic at will in the future, including forbidden magic. Okay, Your Excellency. Jiang Bai also looked at the librarian. Don't underestimate this king. He is also a person with the potential to grow into a supreme sorcerer. In the timeline, 5 years after Doctor Strange disappeared, he became the supreme sorcerer of Kamtosh. His strength should not be underestimated, but he has not grown up yet. Merlin and Wanda stayed in Kamtosh. Jiang Bai returned to the manor on Skull Island alone. Wanda's magic was taught by Ancient One and Merlin personally, and she did not need to be like the magician of Kamtosh. Borrowing energy from other dimensional demons, her chaos magic comes from a powerful dimensional demon. That is the Hades, whose real name is Shisong, also known as the Great Demon Shadow, the god of black magic, etc. The underworld god is one of the many ancient gods and one of the earliest life forms on Earth. He possesses immeasurable magical power, and demons such as Mephisto and Dormammu have borrowed his energy. The underworld god can also give other people magical powers, usually in exchange for contracts. He usually achieves this through spells in the Dark Book. The underworld god sometimes releases energy through ordinary people or designated hosts on Earth, but no one can contain and control all his energy. The underworld god is the first and strongest master of black magic on Earth, and he is also Wanda's main source of power. He is also a multiverse-level or even more powerful god than Mephisto and Dormammu. Wanda does not need to rely on the power of any demon god at all, not to mention that she also has the power of the angel fruit, which can draw power from the light. Light is everywhere, and Wanda can also get light energy anytime, anywhere. Merlin's source of magic is idealism, just like Tom, Jerry, and Mastle. Its magic is inexhaustible and inexhaustible, so there is no need to worry at all. Jiangbai, who returned to Skull Island, was a little bored and collapsed on the sofa watching TV. Emma came to Jiangbai in a white and gold cheongsam. Her curvy figure was highlighted by the exquisite cheongsam. Then she sat on Jiangbai and leaned on his arms. Jiangbai showed a wicked smile, hugged the beauty in his arms, smelled her body fragrance, but did not make any moves. Because Mary had come down from the 3rd floor, glared at Jiangbai fiercely, sat next to him, leaned on Jiangbai's shoulder, and watched the news on TV with him. The latest news in New York was broadcast inside, and he saw the big lizard, the green armor, and the skateboard flying machine. He knew that Spider-Man's timeline had begun, but it seemed that it was not opened directly one by one. 2 appeared at a time, and there might be more than 2. He was not interested. He sat on the sofa with 2 plump beauties in his arms and watched the scene lightly. Especially the scene where Spider-Man was used by the Green Goblin, he just shook his head slightly. Clarice, who was not far away, looked at Jiangbai hugging him. Her eyes were full of shock. She didn't expect Emma to be the woman of this bad guy. She could also enjoy the embrace of her master with her mistress. At the same time, her heart was beating wildly. Osborn Group. After the Green Goblin returned to the laboratory, his anger did not decrease. When he was about to kill the last member of the board of directors, the damn little bug suddenly appeared. In the end, it even provoked Iron Man. Although he was injected with genetic serum, he did not think he would be Iron Man's opponent. Even if he defeated Iron Man, he might provoke Jiangbai, who had no chance of winning. Jiangbai's godlike strength is still in his mind. This is why he ran away immediately. When he calmed down, leaving the armor, a deformed Norman Osborn appeared in the laboratory. When he got his phone, he saw someone breaking into the Osborn Group and taking away some experimental materials and instruments. It was still a big lizard. Looking at the big lizard, Norman Osborn's anger was ignited again. He didn't expect that someone would dare to rob his things. Norman Osborn, with his evil personality, has become very irritable. Norman Osborn did not put on the armor to find the other party. The location of the sewer was not suitable for him to fight, so he was ready to wait for the other party to emerge. Since he came once, he might come a second time. And that instrument. Max, go and check the power problem quickly, otherwise I will deduct your salary tomorrow. Yes, supervisor. I'll go now. In the Osborn Group, a fat white man said arrogantly to a black man in blue clothes, and then left with great pride. Max walked towards the electric box very aggrievedly. If he didn't fix the current power problem, that supervisor would really deduct his salary. With his skills, he fixed the electric box in no time. When he walked down the stairs, he suddenly missed a step and fell directly into the electric eel pool behind him. The frightened electric eel immediately began to release current. Electric eels can discharge electricity at will, and they can control the discharge time and intensity by themselves. The most important hub of the generator is the nerve part of the organ. The average voltage of electric eels when discharging is more than 350 volts, but there have been records of 650 volts. The maximum voltage of American electric eels is more than 800 volts, which is enough to kill a cow. The safe voltage of the human body is 36 volts. After Max fell into the electric eel pool, the terrifying current instantly electrocuted him to death. In this pool, he could not escape at all. It was not an electric eel that was discharging electricity. In the entire Osborn group, only Norman Osborn was still in the laboratory, but he couldn't come here at all. Soon, Max's body floated on the top of the pool. The electric eels below were still releasing electricity. Time passed little by little, and on the second night, Max's fingers suddenly moved, and then his eyes opened directly. Looking at his position, when he was about to climb up, he startled the eels below again. No! The eels began to release electricity again, but Max did not feel pain, but felt very comfortable. He found that he could actually absorb these currents. Max began to grab an electric eel and absorb the current in its body. After a while, all the eel's currents were absorbed by him. Feeling unsatisfied, he began to absorb the electricity in the Osborn group. After a while, all the currents were absorbed by him, and the entire Osborn group was out of power. Max, who felt that he had caused trouble, wanted to escape. Then he turned into an electric current and entered the wire and left. Thus, the Electro was born. The Electro, also known as the Electric King, real name Maxwell Max Dillon, was originally an electrician. One day, when he was halfway through connecting the wires, he suddenly fell into the eel pond. Max gained the ability to control and absorb electricity. He was alienated by his colleagues and exploited by his supervisor, which made Max furious. From then on, he became the Electric King and began his revenge plan. When the electricity of the Electro is stored to a certain extent, the strength and speed of the body will increase explosively. The Electro can emit powerful electric shock waves and can easily control any machine that relies on electricity to operate. As long as the object has a little electricity, he can use it to move. Although the power of the Electro is strong, it has a fatal weakness. The electricity in his body is not infinite. After it is used up, it needs to be recharged to continue to exert its ability. The sudden power outage of the Osborn group made Norman Osborn very confused, and he immediately sent someone to see what was going on. But it was also through the phone. He looked like he couldn't meet anyone. He didn't even go to see Harry Osborn. He stayed in the laboratory for the past 2 days. He planned to develop a gene serum for his son that would not mutate, so that his son could solve the family's genetic disease and control the Osborn group at the same time. But it was obviously not easy. So far, he has not made any progress, especially in the research on Abaddon's gene. Sewer. Connors has made a large can of lizard serum and assimilated the 3 mutants in the sewer into his own kind. He found that anyone who was injected with lizard serum would obey his orders. This made Connors even more excited. He planned to assimilate Norman Osborn first, and then with the help of Norman Osborn, assimilate the entire New York and eat away the entire world step by step. Connors, who had made up his mind, held a large can of lizard serum, and the 3 lizard men behind him held an instrument and various experimental supplies. Connors went out through the manhole cover again, and soon he sneaked into the Osborn group with 3 lizard men. It was late at night, and there was no one in the Osborn group. So he planned to go directly to the top floor, which was Norman Osborn's laboratory for research. Every instrument in his laboratory was the most advanced, and it was many times better than his original laboratory. Soon he took 3 lizard men into the laboratory, and then he saw a mutated and deformed person doing experiments there. Norman Osborn turned around and found 4 lizard men, and both sides were stunned. Then a surge of anger surged in Norman Osborn's heart, and he put down the things in his hands. He rushed to Connors in an instant. He still remembered this lizard who dared to steal his things. Boom! Connors saw the other party rushing over, put down the lizard's serum in his hand, and punched without fear. Although he is a scientist and doctor, don't forget that he was originally a military doctor. Although he is not very proficient in fighting, he still knows a little. Moreover, he was full of confidence after being injected with lizard serum. Although he didn't know who this monster was, the other party was in this laboratory and was obviously blocking his way. The next moment, he felt an unmatched force transmitted to his body through his arm. Then he flew backwards, smashed through a wall, and fell in another room. His green lizard arm had been blown up, revealing pale bones and bloody flesh. Connors was shocked. He never thought that he could not beat this monster. He was a man injected with lizard serum. He was a human being. How could the most perfect existence in evolution not be able to defeat a monster? When he stood up, his right arm was already repairing. Lizards have a strong ability to heal themselves. In less than 5 minutes, Connor's arm had recovered. At this time, Norman Osborn had torn the 3 lizard men brought by Connors into pieces. The 3 big lizards were directly torn into pieces by the terrifying force, and bright red blood splashed in the laboratory. This made the originally spotless white inner laboratory have a touch of bright red. Then Norman Osborn looked at Connors, and the ferocious look startled Connors. At this moment, he had already thought of escaping. He didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. "Who the hell are you?" "Haha, you came to my lab and asked me who I am? How ridiculous." "Your lab, this isn't. Wait, you are Norman Osborn. How did you become like this?" "So what, if it weren't for those damn board members, how could I become like this? You little bug, you actually dared to steal my things. You're looking for death." "You think too much. I just came back to get my own things." "Your own things?" "Ha ha 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 ha. The whole Osborn is mine. Where did yours come from? Wait, lizard. You're not Connors, are you?" "So what, if you hadn't cut off the funding for my lab, how could I become like this?" "But I still have to thank you. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to find the most perfect evolutionary form of humans." "Hee, you've been researching for so long, and you can't research anything, and you don't allow me to cut off your funding? Ridiculous. You're not much different from me in this way. We're both monsters, and we're still so weak." I'll surpass you sooner or later. Don't be complacent. Only I'm the most perfect." Boom. The two were stunned when they learned each other's identities, but when Connors wanted to leave, Norman Osborn instantly took action and subdued Connors. The terrifying force made Connors unable to resist at all. His strength would not exceed 20 tons at most, but Norman Osborn had 50 tons of strength, plus the impact force, far exceeding 50 tons of strength. So Connors was almost instantly pressed to the ground by Norman Osborn. "You have 2 choices now, surrender or die. If you surrender to me, I will not interfere with what you want to do. But you have to think about whether those superheroes will let you do it. You may not worry about Spider-Man, but what about Iron Man? And what about Jiang Bai?" Okay, I surrender. But you must provide me with help." "Okay." Under the coercion and inducement of Norman Osborn, Connors finally chose to surrender, and then Norman Osborn let go of Connors and got up and walked to the laboratory. He was not worried that Connors would go back on his word. If so, he would tear Connors apart in the next second. After Connors looked at Norman Osborn gloomily, he slowly got up and picked up his lizard serum, came to Norman Osborn's side, and began to research and manufacture. He wanted to research a more powerful lizard serum, and then Norman Osborn would be the first person he killed. After sensing Connors' murderous intention, Norman Osborn didn't care at all and continued to study his own things. However, after seeing Connors' lizard serum, he already had some ideas. Now he might be able to inject lizard serum. Will he become stronger this way? He stood up and came to Connor's side, ignoring Connor's murderous eyes. After taking a test tube of lizard serum, he cut his finger, took out a little of his own blood, and began to study. Seeing this, Connors smiled sinisterly. If Norman Osborn injected lizard serum, he would have to listen to his orders at that time. Thinking of this, Connors looked at Norman Osborn unhappily. He even began to imagine how to torture Norman Osborn at that time. Norman Osborn, on the other side, did not pay attention to Connor's eyes. He was studying whether his current genes could still fuse lizard serum. Soon he got the result. Perhaps because the original genes had been strengthened, even if he injected lizard serum now, it would not cause the gene chain to collapse, but would strengthen his ability. Norman Osborn was ecstatic when he learned about this situation. He didn't care about Connors next to him at all and injected himself with lizard serum directly. Connors next to him was also ecstatic when he saw this scene. Thinking that he would soon get a powerful thug, he couldn't help but get excited. After Norman Osborn injected the lizard serum, his body began to turn green. A big green tail appeared behind him. After a while, he became almost the same as Connors, but his muscles were surging compared to Connors. He was completely a muscular man and a thin dog. When Norman Osborn was feeling his own strength, Connors suddenly came over and said to Norman Osborn arrogantly, "Go and move this thing to the roof for me." Bang! Looking at Connors' appearance, Norman Osborn's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he slapped Connors in the face. He was instantly beaten to another room. The powerful force almost smashed half of Connors' head. Fortunately, the self-healing ability of the lizard serum is strong enough, otherwise Connors might not be able to survive. Outskirts of New York City. A blue figure appeared in the power station, and then all the electricity in the power station began to be absorbed by him. He was the electric man who left the Osborn group through the wires, Max. I have to say that the Osborn group is really a feng shui treasure land. 3 villains appeared at once, and each of them has a deep relationship with the Osborn group. The electric man felt a lot of electricity entering his body and was very comfortable. The staff of the power station were confused. Watching the numbers on the electric meter in front of him spinning rapidly, it means that the power is constantly being lost. This situation is impossible to happen. Even the factories of major companies in New York cannot require such a huge amount of electricity. What's more, the factories of large companies now generally use Stark Industries reactors to supply electricity, which is not only efficient, but also cheaper than electricity. Before they could find out the situation, the power in the entire power station had disappeared. The electric man who absorbed all the electricity was very excited. Then he left here again through the wires. He didn't feel full yet, so he was going to the next power station to consume electricity. After this power station lost power, many areas in the city were directly cut off from power. When the electric man absorbed the electricity from the second power station, it was already noon of the next day. Thinking of how he had been exploited by the white pig supervisor, he instantly became furious. Then he turned into a blue current and rushed to the Osborn group through the wires. He was going to take revenge on those racist colleagues who isolated him because he was black. They all deserve to die. Boom. The electric man appeared at the door of the Osborn group, and a current instantly blew away the security guards who blocked him. Every security guard who was blown away had white eyes and black smoke on his head. His body was already charred, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. If he was not treated quickly, he might die directly. But at this time, it was obvious that no one cared about their lives. After entering the Osborn group, the electric man walked towards the location of his former white pig supervisor. All the security personnel who chased him along the way were seriously injured by him or died on the spot. Boom. I'm back for revenge. You white pig and you racists. No, please let me go. Max was emitting blue and white electricity all over his body. He blew away the door. As soon as he entered, he saw the supervisor and the colleague were here, and then a blue and white current rushed out of his hand. Everyone was electrocuted to death by him. As for the other parties begging for mercy, he didn't care at all. At this time, the alarm bells outside were ringing loudly. It was obvious that the police had arrived. The Osborn group is a big company after all. The police must come as soon as they receive the alarm. When Electro came out, all the police shot him directly. This also angered Electro. A blue-white flash flowed out of his hand, and then he rushed directly to the position of the police, destroying all the police cars in an instant. The police hiding behind the police cars were also hit by the current. The terrifying current instantly stunned these policemen, and some died directly. When Electro was about to continue, a spider silk appeared and stopped Electro. Electro looked up and saw 2 figures not far away from him. One is Spider-Man and the other is Daredevil. Both of them rushed here after seeing the news and just bumped into each other on the road. The media and reporters in New York can be said to be superheroes, and they are everywhere. Every superhero is a hotspot, whether it is a superhero or a supervillain. Superhero? Even you look down on me. Then you can die. Boom. Without waiting for Spider-Man and Daredevil to speak, Electro found a reason for himself. It was completely caused by inferiority complex. He didn't get recognition in life and work, and he had no confidence. Now that he has gained powerful power, someone will stop him and make him feel that it is his fault. He thought that he looked down on him in disguise, and he angered himself. Spider-Man and Daredevil looked at each other helplessly and immediately dodged Electro's attack, and then used the things around them to attack Electro. Because of the opponent's strong electricity, they couldn't get close. Once they get close, even if their physique is beyond ordinary people, they will be stunned or injured. Even if their movements are not slow, the speed of the current is faster. Spider-Man and Daredevil, who dodged, also felt their bodies slightly numb. Boom. After this, a blue-white current rushed towards Spider-Man's position. He jumped, then grabbed an object on the building next to him and rolled over, and the current hit the building. The whole building was destroyed by Electro's current, and then he looked at Spider-Man angrily. Once again, he used his ability, and the blue-white electric current rushed towards Spider-Man. He could not retreat at that time because there were many citizens behind him. Daredevil next to him also found that Spider-Man was in a bad situation, and threw the police car next to him to Spider-Man's position. Wanting to use the police car to help Spider-Man block the attack of the electric current, the moment he saw the police car, Spider-Man pressed the spider silk launcher. Several white spider silks shot out to both sides, and then he did a backflip and jumped back, and the spider silk finally pulled the flying police car tightly. The electric current has also arrived, and it has been connected to the metal handrails on both sides. Spider-Man, who noticed the scene, pressed the spider silk launcher again. The white spider silk grabbed several citizens who were about to touch the metal handrails and pulled them back with both hands. Boom. Oh shit. Thank you. The next second, the electric current arrived, and the citizens who were pulled back by the spider silk were all startled, and they were almost electrocuted. They all thanked Spider-Man, but Spider-Man didn't want to reply to them at this time. Instead, he shot out a spider silk and swung away from here. He flipped to Daredevil's side. If Daredevil hadn't thrown out a police car to block the electric current attack, he would probably have to bear it himself for the citizens behind him. Electro looked at the scene and angrily controlled the electric current to grab the police car and other objects next to him and threw them at Spider-Man and Daredevil. The two of them paid attention to the electric current attack of Electro while dodging the objects he threw. When they were fighting in a mess. On the roof of a tall building not far away, Connor and Norman Osborn watched the scene quietly, and most of their eyes were focused on Electro. Norman Osborn didn't know that Electro was an employee of his group, otherwise he would probably think that his company's feng shui was not good. 3 of them appeared at once. But now the 2 people are thinking about how to get Electro to join the group. The opponent's strength seems to be not weak. They can suppress Spider-Man and Daredevil, and are fully qualified to join them. The 2 have even made plans to rescue Electro later. This time, the onlookers around hid far away, and only a few media and reporters were not afraid of death and ran to the front with cameras to shoot. Electro kept releasing the electricity in his body towards Spider-Man and Daredevil. Boom. Almost all the surrounding buildings were damaged after being affected. Spider-Man and Daredevil also dodged Electro's attack in a very embarrassing way. Even if they were not hit, they could already feel the slight numbness in their bodies. Both of them began to want to get close to Electro. If they don't get close to him, they can't defeat him at all. There are 2 of them. Even if one of them is stunned, the other can also subdue the opponent. Spider-Man shot out Spider Silk and began to ripple, while looking for an opportunity to give Electro a fatal blow. But Electro was not stupid. He walked directly into the building of Osborn Group, not giving Spider-Man a chance to attack him, and began to absorb the current in the Osborn building. Then he released it to Spider-Man and Daredevil. Electro knew that he had no ability to generate electricity, and there was not much electricity in his body. He had already planned to escape. When he retreated to the building of Osborn Group, Spider-Man and Daredevil had already noticed his intention and then rushed into the building with a leap. Boom! What greeted him was a blue-white electric current. Spider-Man was in the air and couldn't use the force to dodge. Now it was too late to shoot Spider-Silk. After Daredevil discovered the scene, he threw his short stick towards the blue-white electric current. His short stick was made of metal. Even if it couldn't block the attack of the electric current, it could reduce some of the power. Then Spider-Man was blown away by the electric current and fell to the ground, emitting black smoke. It was obvious that he was also electrocuted. However, he had a super strong physique, so he didn't faint immediately. He was injured for sure, but more of it was numbness all over his body, and he couldn't move at all. Daredevil saw that Spider-Man didn't seem to be in a big deal, so he attacked Electro. He endured the paralysis of his arm and swung the short stick to attack Electro. Electro's physique had been strengthened by the electric current. Even if he didn't know any fighting skills, he was not so easy to suffer. With the electric current on his body, he was the one who had the upper hand. Electro kicked out with his last kick, directly kicking Daredevil a few meters away, and then he touched the light switch in the building, instantly turned into a blue electric current and entered it, disappearing in front of Daredevil. Book friends who like it, please urge for more. Daredevil stared at the place where Electro disappeared. He didn't expect that the other party could actually leave through a place with electricity. But his face became solemn. In this case, things became more difficult. Where's the weirdo who can release electricity? He escaped and turned into a white-blue current and disappeared into the switch. I guess he should be able to travel freely in places with electricity. Wow! Traveling freely in places with electricity, this is so cool. But it will be more difficult to deal with him in this way. Well, let's go. If we don't leave, we will be surrounded by those reporters and media. Remember to call me next time you deal with him. You can't deal with him alone. Okay, it's really difficult. Thank you just now. Otherwise, I feel I will faint directly. To be honest, my body is still a little numb now. Spider-Man rushed back to the building after regaining some consciousness, but he saw Daredevil alone and Electro had disappeared. After asking, he learned that the other party had escaped. Then the two got up and left after a few words and disappeared in Osborn's building soon. Connors and Norman Osborn on the rooftop in the distance watched this scene quietly and learned that the man could travel in places with electricity. This made Norman Osborn want to win over the other party to join. Even if he awakened his evil personality now, it did not mean that he would become a fool. Even if his current strength is already good, he did not directly stand up to challenge the superheroes in New York. Just one Iron Man has already limited him very much. If he provokes that person, all his plans will be aborted. Now Norman Osborn's plan is to win over those who are enemies of superheroes and continue to expand his own strength. In order to compete with those superheroes, as long as that person does not come out, Iron Man alone can deal with it. The Electric Man kept shuttling through the current in the wires and went to the power station outside New York City. The whole New York is so big, it is naturally impossible to have only one or two power stations. Soon he arrived at a power station and began to absorb the electricity inside. Before the staff could find out the situation, he had already absorbed all the electricity and then left the power station without anyone noticing. Skull Island. Today, Spider-Man and Daredevil teamed up again to fight a terrorist and murderer who can release electricity. Unfortunately, the other party escaped from Spider-Man and Daredevil by some unknown means. Will he appear again? Will Spider-Man and Daredevil join forces to fight the enemy again? For more information, please pay attention to the subsequent reports of this station. Jiangbai in the manor sat on the sofa, watching the news on TV, while taking out gold from the system space and stuffing it into his mouth. Seeing the murderer who can release electricity in the news report, a playful look flashed in Jiangbai's eyes. I didn't expect that Professor Lizard, Green Goblin, and Electro would appear together, but Green Goblin's strength seems to be a little wrong. Jiangbai, who was eating gold, muttered to himself. He also paid attention to the previous events, so he naturally knew about Green Goblin. To his surprise, the Green Goblin could actually knock Tony away with one punch. Although he was in the air and not on the ground, Tony's strength was not weak. He was wearing a vibranium armor, but he was knocked away by the Green Goblin with one punch. It seems that Spider-Man's strength is not as good as the Green Goblin. This did attract Jiangbai's attention, but thinking that the timeline of this world had been changed long ago, he didn't think much about it. With the ability of the Osborn group, it is not difficult to obtain the genes of some special creatures. Perhaps this is why the Green Goblin has become stronger. Even so, Jiangbai didn't take it to heart. They are not enough to make him afraid now, and Jiangbai is a little distressed about Nick Fury. He has not jumped out until now, and there is no contact with Natasha. Steve Rogers disappeared from New York, which is obviously Nick Fury's handiwork. Not many people know that he is still alive, only the original S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. Now S.H.I.E.L.D. has been destroyed and Hydra is hiding. The most likely person is Nick Fury, who trusted Steve Rogers very much in the timeline. It is impossible for Hydra to take Steve Rogers away quietly. Although his strength is nothing compared to Jiangbai. Facing Hydra, he is not without the ability to resist. The most likely person is Nick Fury contacting Steve Rogers and tricking him over. He has no time to spare during this period of time. Using psychic abilities to explore the world is to find the trace of Nick Fury, but nothing has been found so far. In the end, Nick Fury even tricked Steve Rogers away from New York. It can only be said that Nick Fury still has some means. Even so, Jiangbai is not worried at all. Nick Fury will definitely jump out. He and Nick Fury are now mortal enemies. With his personality, how can he not solve Jiangbai? Maybe he will call back the Captain Marvel of the universe. Thinking of this, a coldness flashed in Jiangbai's eyes. If he really confronts Captain Marvel, he will not hold back. Captain Marvel, so what? Unless it is the Captain Marvel of the comics. Captain Marvel of the movie strength is not enough to threaten Jiangbai now. A week later, Norman Osborn and Connors have contacted Max and successfully reached a cooperation with him and are ready to continue to attract more extraordinary people. Harry Osborn, on the other side, is a little anxious. Because he hadn't seen his father for a long time, even if he had a phone call, he felt something was wrong. But Norman Osborn's current appearance made it impossible for him to see his son. Until now, he has not given up researching the perfect super serum for his son. At this moment, on the top floor of the Osborn building, Connors took a large can of green lizard serum and installed it on a special device. This device can spray all the lizard serum throughout New York. As long as the human body absorbs these lizard serums, it will become a lizard man. It will also be controlled by Connors. There is also a muscular lizard man standing next to him. His body is much larger than Connors. It is Norman Osborn. At the door is a black man wearing a black hooded clothes. It is Max. He did not choose to inject lizard serum like the other two. In Max's eyes, although he has the ability to control and absorb electric current, he is still a human being in general. He is not like Connors and Norman Osborn, who has become a monster or a disgusting monster, even if he can become much stronger by injecting lizard serum. But he only needs enough electric current in his body to become stronger, and he does not need to inject lizard serum at all. Looking at the figures of Connors and Norman Osborn, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes, and his temperament has changed greatly after gaining power. If it were not for fighting against superheroes, he would not choose to cooperate with these two monsters at all. He was confident that no one could catch him. He could leave through weak electric current. There was electric current everywhere in the city, and he was not worried about not being able to escape from here. Okay, as long as it's activated, all the citizens of New York will become the most perfect evolutionary form. Then we will have a great helper. Then start it quickly. Don't talk so much nonsense. Those damn superheroes will come again later. Connors looked at the device in front of him, his eyes full of madness and enthusiasm, and couldn't help but explain to Norman Osborn next to him that he must find someone to share his joy in this most perfect evolution of mankind. But Norman Osborn next to him interrupted him mercilessly. Connors' words were naturally disdainful in his heart. What is the most perfect evolutionary form of mankind? If Connors was not useful, he would want to crush this guy's head now. Connors, who was interrupted, glanced at Norman Osborn angrily. Then he started to activate the device. As the device turned, a green energy rushed into the sky and then changed into green clouds and began to float over New York City. When the clouds became more and more, the rain formed by lizard serum would fall directly in the end. Anyone who gets soaked will turn into a lizard man. Not only that, as more lizard serum is poured, even people who are not soaked with lizard serum will be infected by the serum in the air and turn into lizard men. It can be said that as long as all the lizard serum in this device is consumed, then ordinary people and some mutants in New York City will turn into lizard men. However, at this time, a blue-white figure appeared, and a white spider silk shot out and stuck to the instrument panel of the machine, making Connors unable to continue operating. "Little bug, you dare to come. You won't have such good luck today. What are you doing here to harm the city again? We are not afraid to tell you that everyone in New York will become a lizard man like me in a while. How about it? Isn't it a surprise?" "Ha ha ha. Professor Connors. Are you crazy? This is New York. Do you know how many people will be killed?" No, you used the wrong word. How can it be harming them? I am helping them evolve. This is the most perfect evolutionary form of human beings. I must stop you." Seeing Spider-Man appear, Norman Osborn's heart surged with anger, and he wanted to tear Spider-Man to pieces right now. But soon he thought of a way to relieve his hatred, that is, let Spider-Man watch the whole New York City become a lizard man. At that time, his collapsed and helpless look should be wonderful. Now Norman Osborn was not in a hurry to take action, and Connors next to him told Spider-Man the goal of himself and others without caring at all. Now the machine has started. Even if Spider-Man wanted to stop it, he couldn't do it. Spider-Man's face under the mask turned ugly. If this was true, then Aunt May might also become a lizard man. Not only Aunt May, but also his friends Ned, Harry, and others. Bang! Thinking of this, he attacked Connors. Who would have thought that Connors didn't care about Spider-Man's attack at all? He had been purifying his lizard serum these days and then injecting himself. His strength may not be as good as Norman Osborn, but he has already surpassed Spider-Man. The two punched each other, and Spider-Man's eyes were full of shock under the mask. The opponent's strength was actually greater than his. Feeling the tingling sensation from his right arm, he came back to his senses and relied on spider sense to avoid Connor's attack. Max at the door was not in a hurry to hold his arms and watch the scene quietly. It was not his turn to attack a Spider-Man. Spider-Man gradually fell into a disadvantage in the battle with Connors, and he could only rely on his flexible movement to attack Connors. Seeing the green serum on the instrument getting less and less, Spider-Man was extremely anxious. The longer the time dragged on, the worse the situation would be. At this time, Daredevil appeared with the Punisher. Their appearance, Spider-Man was not happy. It was okay for the three of them to deal with one person, but now there were three. The Punisher was just an ordinary person with a stronger body. He once again narrowly avoided Connor's attack, and then he jumped down from Osborn's building and came to the roof of another building by swinging on the spider silk. "Mr. Stark, I have encountered a very difficult problem. There are three powerful criminals who want to turn all the citizens of New York into lizards. Their strength is not a match for me, Daredevil, and the Punisher. Please help. Turn all the citizens of New York City into lizards? My method? Okay, I'll be there right away. Okay, Mr. Stark, please hurry up. Take out a mobile phone and start calling Tony Stark for help. He knows that the current situation is not something the three of them can deal with. They can only seek other powerful help. Otherwise, all the citizens of New York will become lizards in the end." After the call, Tony started to wear the vibranium armor. Then he mobilized Jarvis to let more than 20 Iron Man suits follow him to Spider-Man's location and informed the members of the Illuminati. Now there is only Zhao Hailuan who is studying the cradle of life in the Illuminati base. Jiangbai and Skull Island also received a notice from Tony in the Illuminati. After thinking for a while, he hugged Emma's willow waist next to him, opened the portal, and went to New York. Prepare to go and see anyway, he has nothing to do now. Emma leaned on Jiangbai's chest shyly, stepped into the space door with Jiangbai in high heels, and appeared in New York City the next second. Soon, A green energy rushed up to the sky not far away, and green clouds were forming in the sky. Several black spots appeared in the distant sky, and they were constantly enlarging. After a few seconds, you can see that the Iron Man is approaching the green energy beam at a very fast speed. After knowing that Tony is here, Jiangbai smiled slightly, hugged the beauty wearing a platinum lace cheongsam, and slowly flew to the position of the green energy beam. Emma was wearing a platinum lace cheongsam, and the tight cheongsam outlined her figure vividly, with a noble and mysterious temperament. Her eyes were full of love and obsession with Jiangbai. Now Emma's whole heart and mind are Jiangbai. Her obsession with Jiangbai has reached a crazy level. She wants to stay by Jiangbai's side all the time. This time Jiangbai brought her out, which made her very happy. Instead, she leaned on Jiangbai's chest with a look of attachment. Boom! Tony appeared on the battlefield wearing a vibranium armor and 20 sets of high-density alloy armor, and directly attacked the Electro and the Green Goblin, who were attacking Daredevil and the Punisher. 2 palm cannons blasted out, which also directly attracted the attention of Electro and Green Goblin. Both of them tacitly ignored Daredevil and Punisher, and both looked at Iron Man and the armor behind him. After Iron Man appeared, Green Goblin's face became very ugly. Unexpectedly, Iron Man finally appeared. Iron Man, you come to ruin our good things again. Don't you really think that we can't do anything to you just because you are covered with a layer of iron? Really? I want to see what you can do. Max, it's up to you. Boom. Green Goblin looked at Iron Man with a gloomy face and spoke. His tone was full of unkindness, and his eyes revealed a fierce light. Facing Green Goblin's words, Iron Man didn't care. The vibranium armor gave him strong confidence, and he didn't think that the other party could defeat him. The next moment Electro made a direct move, and a current surged out of his hand and blasted towards Iron Man. After Tony, who was wearing a vibranium suit, detected that it was an electric current, he didn't intend to hide at all. Let these currents hit his armor. Vibranium has the property of absorbing all energy. In Tony's eyes, Electro's move is completely charging him. But how could Green Goblin and Electro not know? After the current hit the vibranium armor, Electro turned into a blue-white current and rushed towards the vibranium armor with his attack. Jiangbai, who was standing in the air with Emma in his arms, was stunned when he saw the scene, and then showed a gloating expression. Emma in his arms didn't know why Jiangbai was laughing. He looked at the Electro, who turned into a blue-white current on the battlefield with doubts in his eyes. Tony didn't know what was going on at first, but the Green Goblin, who was standing there, showed a sneer. Electro can control and absorb current. If the current in Iron Man's armor is all controlled by Electro, can he still control the armor? Walter? Jarvis? What's going on? Jarvis? Ha ha ha, Tony Stark. I forgot to tell you that my ability is to control and absorb electric current. All the current in your suit has been controlled by me. Now you are under my control. Tony, who felt that there was something wrong with the armor, began to call Jarvis, with a flash of panic on his face. Then the voice of the Electro sounded in his ears. Tony was a little helpless after hearing the explanation, and he also had the direction of updating the armor next time in his mind, which was to prevent the current in the armor from being controlled by the enemy. This time it was completely his carelessness, otherwise Max would have no chance to control the current in the armor. Even if the two were in close combat, his current would be absorbed by the vibranium instead of entering the armor, and then all the current in the armor would be controlled. The Electro excitedly absorbed the current generated by the 5 new element reactors in the vibranium armor, which was more sufficient than absorbing the power of the power station. After all, this was a controlled nuclear fusion reactor. The energy generated by the reactor is 3 billion joules per second. 3 billion joules is about 833 degrees of electricity. Keeping a 15-watt light bulb on for 24 hours lasts for 6 years. Keeping a 1.2 kilowatt air conditioner on for 24 hours lasts for 29 days. And charging an electric car from 0 to full, including losses, requires 100 degrees of electricity and can be charged 8 times. This is just the power generation of the reactor per second, which is already a very terrifying number. This also makes the Electric Man crazy about absorbing this power, and his strength is constantly increasing. You know, there are 5 reactors on the vibranium armor. Now Tony is a little bit crying. Jiangbai is hiding next to him and gloating. Tony's arrogant look. It's better to let him suffer a little. It's easy for him to deal with the Electric Man. In front of Jiangbai, he can't escape. A space force throws him to the South Pole, and then consume the current in his body. He will become an ordinary person. So Jiangbai did not plan to take action now. After Tony's armor was controlled by Electro, he had lost contact with Jarvis, but Jarvis, as an artificial intelligence, immediately controlled the 20 sets of steel armor to rescue Tony. Who knew that Electro directly controlled Tony's vibranium armor and raised his hand slightly. A terrifying current rushed out, and the blue-white current formed a curved arc, hitting all the steel armors, and all the steel armors were knocked away in the air. At the same time as being knocked away, the energy of these armors was 500%. The attack just now instantly charged all the steel armors. Tony could only helplessly watch Electro control the vibranium armor in the armor, but he could not use some functions in the armor. He could only control the armor to do some simple actions, such as flying, palm cannons, energy attacks, etc. He could not use the micro-missiles, laser weapons, infrasonic weapons, etc. carried in the vibranium armor, all of which required Tony's own authority. Now that Electro has invaded the armor, the system has determined that it is not Tony who is controlling it, and Jarvis has lost contact. All the functions in the armor are locked, and even if Electro controls the current, it cannot be activated and can only use abilities such as flying. Of course, Tony, who is wearing the vibranium armor, can still be controlled. He has no way to get out of the armor now. Shit, next time I will definitely defend against your ability, damn it. Ha ha ha, Tony Stark. You damn rich man, your arrogance is often your most fatal weakness. Maybe, but I'm not alone. It won't be long before I can get out of trouble. When I do, I will kick your ass hard. Tony cursed in the vibranium armor. It felt very uncomfortable for the armor to be controlled by the enemy. Not only was it uncomfortable, it also made him feel ashamed. He began to look forward to Jiangbai coming to rescue him. Jarvis would definitely tell Jiangbai about the situation here. Although he might inevitably be ridiculed by him, he didn't want to be controlled like a clown. Boom. Jarvis controlled the armor and did not continue to help Tony escape. Instead, he attacked the device that was emitting lizard serum. 20 super energy attacks hit it and directly destroyed the entire device. Connors was furious when he saw the scene. The device was destroyed, his plan failed, and his dream of making all New York citizens evolve into lizard people was shattered. The originally black pupils turned red, and a ferocious aura was revealed. Connor's body began to swell and his limbs also changed. On the 2 green arms, the black claws began to grow longer, and then rushed towards Spider-Man, Daredevil, and Punisher without hesitation. At this moment, Connors had completely lost his mind. He had only one thought in his mind, that is, to tear them apart. Jiangbai, who noticed the scene, curled his lips and looked at the green clouds in the sky. A green light flashed, and all the green clouds turned white. The lizard serum also disappeared. It was Jiangbai who used the horse spell to restore these clouds. Although these clouds have not started to rain lizard serum yet, when they start to rain, the final mess will not be solved by the Illuminati, so it is better to kill it in the cradle directly. Avoid being busy again at that time. Boom. Spider-Man, Daredevil, Punisher, and Connors struggled to resist Connors' attack. The opponent attacked desperately and did not defend at all. Even if he was injured, he would recover in the next second. This kind of desperate exchange of injuries, even they dare not fight hard. Green Goblin has also met 10 sets of steel armors. Because he did not use Green Goblin's equipment, he could not fly. Under the control of Jarvis, the steel armor took advantage of the flight to continuously attack Green Goblin, but once Green Goblin found an opportunity, he would destroy a set of steel armors in an instant. Tony's vibranium armor was also controlled by Electro to attack other armors. This kind of self-attack drama made Tony very frustrated. Now Jiang was holding a mobile phone next to him to film this scene. Aren't you going to save him? No hurry, let Tony suffer a little so that he doesn't think that he is invincible after having a vibranium armor, and he can restrain a lot of him. Yeah, bang. While Jiang and Emma were chatting, Tony was controlled to destroy several of his armors again. His heart was bleeding. These armors were all made of US dollars. Although he has a lot of money, it doesn't mean he won't feel bad. Many reporters and media have gathered below the Osborn building. Not far away, there's a helicopter with a camera filming the situation on the top of the Osborn building. In particular, the scene of Iron Man hitting his own armor has caused a lot of discussion among netizens. Not long after, all of Tony's armor was destroyed, and Spider-Man, Daredevil, and Punisher were covered with scars. Green Goblin and Electro also began to move closer to Spider-Man, Daredevil, and Punisher. Peter was helpless. He originally called for reinforcements and even found a powerful enemy for himself. Daredevil and Punisher next to him were also very speechless, but now they still had to find a way to solve the current situation. Your death is coming, little bugs. Ha ha ha. Looking at Spider-Man and others surrounded by the three of them, Green Goblin couldn't help laughing, and he had already begun to imagine the scene of tearing Spider-Man apart later. Spider-Man and others looked at them cautiously. At this moment, Connors had regained his sanity, but the anger in his eyes had not diminished. Tony, how was the game? To be honest, did you feel a bit like a clown? Thank God, you're finally here. Get this damn guy out of my armor quickly. I have to teach him a lesson. Ha ha ha, I'll just help you. Just as the Green Goblin and the others were about to take action, a calm voice appeared, and a handsome young man in white casual clothes appeared out of thin air with a plump and charming blonde woman in his arms. Seeing him appear, Tony, Peter, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The Green Goblin and Connors were shocked, and the Green Goblin had already retreated in his heart. This person was not someone they could provoke. If they were not careful, they would really die. Jiang looked at Tony's position, and a mental shock appeared. It rushed directly into Max's mind. Although the current in his body enhanced him, although Jiang is not very powerful, his psychic ability is not weak. A faint scream was heard, and then a flash of lightning rushed out of Tony's armor and turned into a black man in front of everyone. After he left Tony's armor, the armor instantly lost power and the system began to restart. Then Jarvis connected, and the control of the vibranium armor returned to Tony's hands again. Tony in the armor looked at the electric man angrily. Green Goblin, I don't think we have offended you. You can take Tony Stark away. We have nothing to do with each other. Electric Man, if you are afraid of what he will do, just kill him directly. I am full of strength now. Jiang indeed, I am very curious about how powerful you are now. And Norman Osborn, does your son know what you look like? The Green Goblin looked at Jiang and spoke slowly. He didn't want to conflict with Jiang unless it was absolutely necessary, and he was ready to leave here at any time. After he finished speaking, the electric man looked at Jiang with disdain. He was ready to return the blow just now. Seeing Electro provoking Jiang without knowing whether to live or die, the Green Goblin was so frightened that his heart trembled. Electro didn't know his strength, but he knew that even if he was strong now, he couldn't compare with Jiang and this ruthless man didn't know what it meant to hold back. He wouldn't send them to prison like other superheroes, but would kill them directly. Hearing Electro's provocation, Jiang looked at him playfully and said, then revealed the Green Goblin's true identity. Tony and Peter next to him looked at the Green Goblin in surprise. They didn't expect that the monster in front of them would be Norman Osborn, the president of the Osborn Group. Peter's thoughts were even more complicated because Norman Osborn had been good to him before, and he was also the father of his good brother. After hearing Jiang reveal his identity, the Green Goblin's face turned very ugly. The media next to him had already filmed this scene. Even if he wanted to hide it, he couldn't. Before he could say anything else, the Electro next to him had already mobilized the huge current in his body to attack Jiang. Bang! Tony next to him controlled the vibranium armor to meet the current. All the current was absorbed by his vibranium armor. Then a white energy shot out from the chest of the armor and hit the Electro. He flew backwards and hit the edge of the roof wall. Connors and the Green Goblin also attacked Jiangbai, but Jiangbai didn't care much. He shook his head slightly, and a telekinesis surged out, instantly covering Connors and the Green Goblin. Now his strength has reached hundreds of tons, and his telekinesis is not inferior to hundreds of tons. It was very easy to control Connors and the Green Goblin. The two were enveloped by telekinesis and flew backwards with a light wave of their hands. Their strength was not enough in front of Jiangbai. The Green Goblin and Connors, who flew backwards, immediately prepared to escape. The Green Goblin even grabbed Connor's tail and threw him towards Jiangbai and jumped directly off the Osborne building. Prepared to escape from here, just that one move, he knew that he and others could not defeat the opponent at all. Facing Connors, who was thrown by the Green Goblin. Telekinesis surged, fingers clenched into fists, and Connors was directly crushed to death by Jiangbai on the top floor of the Osborne building. At this time, the Green Goblin had already landed on the ground, and the powerful impact force smashed a big hole on the ground, but the Green Goblin was not injured. Just when he was about to escape, a floating force appeared, instantly enveloped him, and then he floated uncontrollably into the sky. Soon he appeared in front of Jiangbai and others again. Just when Jiangbai was about to kill the Green Goblin, Spider-Man beside him spoke nervously. "That? Mr. Jiangbai, can you?" "Enough, I know what you want to say. If their plan succeeds this time, millions of people in New York may die. You are responsible for this? Since you have made a choice, you must bear the consequences. You don't think that you can just put him in jail? Naive." Without waiting for Spider-Man to finish, Jiangbai looked at him calmly, spoke slowly, and then burst out a long breath. Instantly burned the Green Goblin to ashes. His dragon breath can hurt even giant beasts. How can a Green Goblin bear it? In the end, Peter just looked at Jiangbai dejectedly and said nothing more. Daredevil and Punisher beside him did not speak either. Everyone looked at Tony, who was fighting with Electro. Relying on the characteristics of vibranium, Tony almost suppressed Electro. No matter how strong his current was, hitting Tony was forcibly charging him. As a result, Tony used it as energy to attack Electro. In addition to the frustration just now, Tony can be said to be merciless. Once he gets the chance, he will beat him up or attack him with various weapons. Electro is not in a good state now. Even if he has electricity to strengthen his body, he can't stop Tony's various weapons. Electro, who is at a disadvantage, began to gradually approach the electrical box on the top floor. Jiangbai, who noticed the scene, raised his eyebrows slightly. A blue freezing energy gushed out from his hands, and then directly froze the electrical box behind Electro, and even the things around that might have electricity were all frozen by him. This scene also made Electro hate Jiangbai, facing Tony's bombardment. He also drew out a trace of electricity to attack Jiangbai, which made Jiangbai a little bit laugh. His electricity could not cause any harm to Jiangbai. He has the ability of Storm Girl and can control storms and lightning. This amount of electricity is useless to him. Tony raised his hands and aimed at Electro, and two strange devices rose from his arms. Then two powerful red lasers shot out, instantly piercing through Electro's chest. However, what was inside him was not his internal organs and flesh, but electricity. Electro had been dead for a long time, and his body was made up entirely of electricity, which is why he could transform into electricity and enter the wires. Even if his body was pierced, as long as there was electricity, he would not die. Walter? What's going on? His body should be made up of electricity, and as long as he has electricity, he will not die. Once he loses electricity, he may become an ordinary person, or he may die directly. So strange? Is he some special mutant? No, he was originally just an ordinary person, but he was an electrician of the Osborne Group. The lizard man just now turned out to be a laboratory doctor of the Osborne Group, plus a president, Norman Osborne. My law, all of them are from the Osborne Group? Are they poisonous? Boom. Tony was a little dumbfounded when he learned that the three of them had a close relationship with the Osborne Group. At this time, Electro used electric current to attack Tony again. It was still completely absorbed by his vibranium armor. Then Tony stopped the long-range attack. He activated the flight mode and rushed straight to Electro's face. He punched him in the chest and knocked him out. Then he took advantage of the victory and continued to attack Electro's body. Every time he attacked Electro's body, a blue and white arc would appear on his body. Electro wanted to break free from Tony's armor arm, but he couldn't do it at all. Although his body was strengthened by electric current, his strength was not enough to compete with the vibranium armor. At this time, Jiangbai couldn't bear it anymore. A light blue freezing energy surged out, freezing Electro, and Tony immediately retreated. The next second, a high-temperature flame dragon breath appeared, directly burned the electric man to ashes, and the remaining current in his body burst out instantly, but it was directly controlled by Jiangbai's ability. Then it merged into the wires next to it and became usable current. After the matter was resolved, Jiangbai took Emma and disappeared on the top floor of the building. Tony looked at the mess in front of him and had to clean it up by himself. And the remains of the destroyed armor will also be recycled. Spider-Man, Daredevil, Punisher also look for opportunities to leave here. Not long after, today's situation appeared on the internet, and then Jiangbai and Tony, Spider-Man, Daredevil, Punisher, more and more supporters on the internet. Jiangbai and Tony didn't care much, but Peter was happy for a long time. In a luxurious villa, a handsome blonde young man put down his mobile phone, his eyes full of anger and hatred, and said, "Jiangbai, you killed my father. I will definitely take revenge, and you will pay for this revenge, I swear." Illuminati. Read, I need to go to outer space recently. There will be a cosmic energy storm. I want to study it. Tony, cosmic energy storm? What's so good about that? Go if you want. Do you need my help? Read, no, I have my own team. I just want to tell you so that you don't know where I am or need you to save me. Jiangbai, go ahead. If you need me, you can call me directly. A space door will open in your face. Read, I feel relieved when you say that. Nothing should happen recently. Charles, not sure. What we need to pay attention to most is those giant beasts, Chella. Do you have any detected the appearance of giant beasts? Chella, Wakanda's satellites have not detected any huge energy fluctuations on the bottom of the Earth, and there should be no giant beasts for the time being. Tony, maybe we can build a huge steel armor to fight these monsters. What do you think? Jiangbai, please, those monsters start with 10,000 tons. If you want to build a 10,000-ton steel armor, energy is a big problem. The energy needs to be able to fully activate the armor, and there are also controls, materials, etc., which is not that easy. Tony, okay, maybe we can try to design it first. In the Illuminati, except for the Sentinels, almost everyone was present at the meeting. Of course, only Zhao Hailuan was in the Illuminati base, and everyone else participated in the meeting through holographic projection technology. When he learned that Reed was going to space for research, Jiangbai understood that the timeline of the Fantastic Four was about to start, and he couldn't help but feel a headache when he thought of the opponents he was about to face. Whether in the timeline of comics or movies, Galactus, one of the 5 great gods of creation, had appeared and wanted to devour the Earth. However, what appears in the movie should be the projection of the clone, not the real body. The real body appeared in the timeline of the comics. Although it was defeated, his strength is not what Jiangbai and others can deal with now. If the real body of Galactus appears, Jiangbai will definitely run away with everyone. If the real body of Galactus appears, there is no need to fight at all. Ancient One has to kneel down with the time stone, and Vishanti may be slapped twice when he appears. Although in many timelines, Galactus has been weakened and defeated in various ways. It is even ridiculed as a unit of measurement, but this is the real world. Galactus can become one of the 5 great gods of creation. How can it be weak? It must start at the multiverse level, and the clone may have the strength of a single universe level. But it depends on his hunger. The clone will become weak after being hungry to a certain extent, and everything the clone devours is fed back to the real body. Jiangbai guessed that the probability of the real body appearing is not high. If it is really the real body, Ancient One may not be able to beat Vishanti even if he shouts it out. Vishanti is an alliance of 3 ancient gods, whose members are the Almighty Osset, the all-seeing Agamotto, and the Old Hogs, and they are also the trinity of white magic gods. Even if his strength reaches the multiverse level, he may not be the opponent of the Devourer of Planets. The instinct of the Devourer of Planets is to devour. How can it be weak? It is difficult to determine the winner between the two, but it is not an existence that the Earth can contend with now. Jiangbai has not even reached the subfather level, let alone contend with these big guys. It is estimated that he can't handle a member of the Celestial Group. Some members of the Celestial Group are single universe level once they appear. At the beginning, Odin took a lot of effort to cut off the arm of a member of the Celestial Group, and it was the peak Odin wearing the destruction armor. Regarding Tony's proposal, Jiangbai shook his head and denied it. It is not realistic to want to build a giant steel armor now. Although his reactor is good, it is not enough to start and use it on a steel armor starting at 10,000 tons in the timeline of the monster universe. The energy of Mechagodzilla comes from the tribe of King Kong in the inner world of the Earth. Only by entering there can we have enough energy to activate the 10,000-ton steel armor, which is obviously impossible now. Jiangbai has never tried it. But with the space gem, he may really be able to enter the inner world. After the meeting, Jiangbai sat alone on the balcony of the manor, watching Lorna, Pietro, and King Kong playing not far away. Tom and Jerry made something that can translate King Kong's language, so Lorna and Pietro can also communicate with King Kong. Tom, Jerry, Massel, they also have it, which is equivalent to them being able to speak. When watching Pietro teaching King Kong the stick method, Jiangbai was a little amused, but he didn't stop it. If King Kong can really learn, then its strength will become much stronger. Now most of the creatures in Skull Island have been beaten by Martin and Kane. The skeleton lizard doesn't even need King Kong to deal with it. The two of them beat the skeleton lizard so hard that it dared not leave the cave. Wanda and Merlin are still learning magic and Camtage. Wanda, who has super talent, has already learned the portal. She can use it even without the hanging ring. Open the portal every night and come back to study in the morning. Merlin stays in the library of Camtage, or he practices magic with Gui in the mirror space. Jiangbai, who is sitting on the balcony, looks at the situation in Reed's laboratory through space ability. This time, the cosmic energy storm will give Reed and others superpowers. He is also going to take a look, not for those abilities, but to see if the cosmic energy storm has any effect on him. Although life is not bad now, when I have nothing to do, I play with Tom and Jerry. Everyone has their own things to do, and their strength is gradually improving. But the future crisis is more than just this, so he needs a stronger power. As soon as he raised his hand, a force of space appeared in front of him. Jiangbai began to practice controlling space to perform various attacks and uses. At that time, Apocalypse's body was swallowed by the collapse of space, so he did not get Apocalypse's body. Although his ability is good, Jiangbai does not have to. Since Apocalypse can be killed by the force of space, then he who has the force of space and the space gem, as long as he develops it properly, it will not be difficult to kill Apocalypse. Blue space energy turns into various forms in Jiangbai's hands. Thinking of the development of space, a blue and white figure appears in his mind, that is Tom. Jiangbai is a little helpless when he thinks of it. Some people can succeed with 99% sweat and 1% talent. Tom can succeed with 99% talent and 1% sweat. That 1% is just to get snacks without walking. Tom has developed his ability to a very powerful level. Merlin's space magic can be used by him at any time. The use of various spaces is simply too outrageous. Not only that, in order to be able to eat snacks anytime and anywhere, he directly opened up a special space. It was filled with snacks and toys that Jiangbai bought for it, various space transmissions, and even instant movement, cross-regional space exchange, ultra-long-distance transmission, and other various space uses, which made Jiangbai envious. He originally thought that Tom was practicing his abilities every day, and when he asked, he learned that he could do it after waking up from a sleep, which made Jiangbai speechless. There was no way, he had to practice space abilities himself. At this moment, Reed is taking his team to take a rocket to space to study the cosmic energy storm that is rare in a century. There are 5 of them on this trip. Reed Richards, sponsor Victor Von Doom, Reed's ex-girlfriend Susan Stone, Susan's brother Johnny Stone, and astronaut Ben Grimm. Reed, check all the conditions of the rocket again. We are ready to ignite. Susan, everything is fine, you can ignite. Reed, okay. Ignition. With Reed's order, the rocket started, carrying the spacecraft to the sky, and Reed and his 5 people all put on special spacesuits and were sent into space by the rocket. After the rocket was completely detached, Reed controlled the spacecraft to approach the cosmic energy storm not far away. Then he began to use the device to extract the cosmic energy in the storm and began to study it. Jiang Bai watched the scene quietly. It will take some time for the cosmic energy storm to erupt. He is not in a hurry to go to the universe. His current physique can survive in a vacuum zone. A few days passed quickly, and Reed decided to drive the spaceship into the storm for deeper research and exploration, and even wanted to uncover the code of human genes. His decision was also strongly opposed by Susan, but Reed didn't care. Directly drive the spaceship into the center of the cosmic energy storm and start research. Boom. At this time, the cosmic energy storm began to riot, and everyone in the spaceship was affected and fainted by the terrifying cosmic energy. Jiang Bai immediately opened the space door and appeared beside Reed. When he came, he had already used the power of the snake spell to become invisible. Feeling the cosmic energy around him, Jiang Bai left the spaceship and came to the vacuum zone outside the spaceship, and then began to absorb the energy in the entire cosmic energy storm. Want to use this to improve his strength. Soon, while Jiang Bai absorbed the cosmic energy, the bodies of Reed, Doom, Susan, John, Ben, and the other 5 began to change. As ordinary people, they were affected by the cosmic energy radiation, and the genes in their bodies quickly began to fission. The cosmic energy outside the spaceship formed a vortex and began to be absorbed into Jiang Bai's body. His momentum was also rising, and every ability was strengthened by these cosmic energies. A day passed quickly, and the cosmic energy storm gradually disappeared. Jiang Bai slowly opened his eyes and found that his strength had almost doubled. The energy in his body reached a terrifying level. While being surprised, Jiang Bai also showed a satisfied smile. The most important thing is that Jiang Bai's golden dragon fruit has awakened. He can use the form of a golden dragon or a 5-clawed golden dragon. And he can strengthen his body by swallowing various metals, which makes Jiang Bai very satisfied, and his eyes look inside the spaceship. At this time, Ben has turned into a stone man, and there is no special situation for others. Jiang Bai uses space ability. Bring the entire spaceship in. On the other side of the space gate is the underground base of the Illuminati. Is this a spaceship? Jiang, why did you bring this thing here? The spaceship is not important. What's important is the people inside. Reed is inside and fainted due to the cosmic energy storm, so I brought them back. You can check on their condition. Reed? Oh, okay. Zhao Hailuan heard the noise and walked out of the laboratory, then asked Jiang Bai. When he learned that it was Reed and others inside, he was slightly stunned, and then he and Jiang Bai put everyone into the medical room in the Illuminati base. Zhao Hailuan saw Ben turned into stone and was hesitant to speak. He did not explain anything and left the base directly and returned to behind the manor. Jiang Bai felt his current strength, which was almost in the middle or late stage of the sub-godfather level, and he also had various enhanced abilities, which made Jiang Bai very satisfied. He took out a large piece of vibranium from the system space and began to devour it. Jiang Bai would naturally not give up the ability to rely on swallowing metal to strengthen his body. After the vibranium was swallowed, he found that his body seemed to become a little harder. After a slight smile, he continued to devour a large amount of metal. Gold was no longer useful to him. Only various precious metals could enhance his strength, and his long-awaited 5-clawed golden dragon form. Thinking of the changes in the bodies of Reed and others, the real Mr. Fantastic should be online soon. Mr. Fantastic's body has super elasticity. His whole body can stretch to an incredible length, and he can also change his volume and shape through elasticity. He can make his whole or part of his body plastic, allowing it to extend, expand, stretch, and other forms of deformation. He often uses his body to transform into obstacles, cylinders, cubes, parachutes, etc. Mr. Fantastic is immune to physical attacks, such as bullets that bounce back at the shooter after hitting his body. His body is resistant to small explosions, and unless he intentionally passes explosives through his body, it is difficult for explosives to tear or pierce his skin. Mr. Fantastic's intelligence may be higher due to his ability, which is called elasticity, making his entire brain larger and having strong mental defenses. He can also disguise himself by deforming his body. Mr. Fantastic's cells are replaced by flexible cells. Individual cells have greater physical functions, which allows Reed to stretch freely without damaging his organs. Reed can stretch his brain to solve almost any problem, which is equivalent to a humanoid computer. Reed's own cells changed his physiological structure after mutation, so that he does not need food or blood vessels and other systems. Mr. Fantastic's superpowers are affected by temperature changes. High and low temperatures will weaken or eliminate his body's elasticity. Mr. Fantastic has a genius-level IQ and is proficient in almost all fields of science and technology, including time travel, space travel, biochemistry, robots, computers, communications, synthetic polymers, mutations, transportation, holography, power generation, spectrum analysis, etc., and achieved breakthrough achievements in different fields. Mr. Fantastic has super leadership. He is also a genius-level tactician, strategist, and theorist. Jiangbai is still looking forward to Mr. Fantastic's online launch. After all, Reed's IQ is not worse than Tony's, and his ability also increases the combat power of the Illuminati again. But what Jiangbai should pay more attention to is Victor Von Doom. He is not a simple character, but it seems that he should belong to the movie timeline. I just don't know if he will have the strength of the comic timeline. This messy world gives Jiangbai a headache. Victor Von Doom, also known as Dr. Doom, was born in a fictional Eastern European country, Latvia. In the comic timeline, he did not have any superpowers. Later, through learning and chance, he mastered a lot of magic knowledge, and his magic level could compete with Doctor Strange. Because he was disfigured in the experiment, he wore a metal mask and developed armor that was no less than Iron Man, as well as various high-tech equipment. With magic and high technology, Victor dominated one side and seized the supreme power of Latvia, and then promoted it step by step to become a world power. At the same time, he tried to conquer the outside world and fought with superheroes, such as the Avengers and the Fantastic Four many times. Dr. Doom is famous for pursuing the secrets of the universe at all costs. He has touched many great powers in the universe and has been so strong that he is against the sky many times, but in the end, he was defeated by superheroes because of the inability of good to overcome evil. However, judging from the current timeline, he should belong to the movie timeline. His body will turn into metal and gain the ability to absorb and release electrical energy. I just don't know if he will still be the mortal enemy of the Fantastic Four in the future. However, it seems that it is indeed possible. Jiangbai suddenly thought that this Dr. Doom seemed to like Susan. Although Susan is Reed's ex-girlfriend, they both have each other in their hearts, and they will get married in the future and give birth to Franklin Richards. Franklin Richards is a natural Omega-level mutant with the superpowers of time travel, manipulation of time, space, causality, modification of reality, and creation of the universe. The ability to modify reality can cover a universe, change the molecular structure of matter and energy, create pocket universes, and copy cosmic gods such as Galactus, Eternity, and Infinity in the created pocket universes. His strength is also very terrifying. For his own birth, he is likely to travel to the present world through the world and protect Reed and Susan. Thinking about it this way, it is indeed possible. However, thinking of the situation in the comics, Jiang Bai was a little speechless, because Doom had a hidden love affair with Susan in the comics, which means that Reed in a certain timeline has a green grassland on his head. However, the biological fathers in other parallel universes are not the same, only the mothers are invisible women. That is to say, Reed does not necessarily become the father of Franklin Richards. It may be someone else, but Susan will definitely give birth to Franklin Richards. Suddenly Jiang Bai felt a chill. Thinking about it this way, Reed seemed a little pitiful. This thing is too bloody. The more Jiang Bai thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. No matter who became the father of Franklin Richards, it had nothing to do with him. Anyway, it couldn't be him, Jiang Bai. Because Susan did not grow up within Jiang Bai's aesthetic range, it's not that she is not good-looking, but she is more in line with the aesthetics of the West. Moreover, Susan has made a lot of jokes because her ability can only make her body invisible. Sometimes, she uses her ability while taking off her clothes and finds that her ability is invalid after taking off her clothes and she is still on the street. So, it's hard to comment, let Reed appreciate it himself. The Invisible Woman's real name is Susan Stone Richards. She is the sister of Jonathan Stone, the Human Torch. After being irradiated by cosmic energy rays during a space research, her body structure changed and she gained the ability to be invisible and create a protective force field. She is a member of the Fantastic Four. Susan can control light waves to make herself and others invisible. She can also create invisible force fields and energy shields. She can also create force fields inside the human body or objects and make them explode. She can use invisible force fields to manipulate objects, block, or trap enemies. She can also fly at high speeds, and she can also use invisible force fields to generate ultrasonic shock waves for long-range attacks. The real name of Thunderbolt is Jonathan Lovell Spencer Stone / Johnny Stone, and he is the younger brother of Invisible Woman Susan Stone Richards. Because of the cosmic energy ray radiation during a space research, his body structure changed. He can fly, shoot flames to attack the enemy, and is immune to flames. His flames are natural fires, which cannot burn without oxygen, and will be extinguished if they encounter a lot of water. He is a member of the Fantastic Four. John's body can emit flames, and under normal circumstances, he can keep his flames for about 17 hours. He can also fly at supersonic speeds, over 1,127 kilometers per hour. He can control flames to attack, and his body can also absorb heat. He can also generate nova-level explosions up to 1 million degrees Fahrenheit, 555,537 degrees Celsius, but it will use up all his energy. He is a mechanical expert and a professional racing driver. When he was a teenager, he was able to repair the transmission of a car. The thing's real name is Ben Grimm. He was a pilot in the U.S. Marine Corps and was later selected to NASA to become an astronaut. After being irradiated by cosmic energy rays during a study, his body structure changed, and he gained a rock-hard body and powerful strength. He originally had 5 tons of strength, which he slowly increased to 85 tons, 90 tons, and even 100 tons through training. He is extremely humorous and is a member of the Fantastic Four. 2 days later, the 5 people brought back from the universe by Jiang Bai gradually woke up. The first one to wake up was Dum, looking at the unfamiliar environment in front of him. Dum sat on the bed and began to recall his last memory. At this time, he suddenly found that his hand began to become metal. What's going on? My hand. Hey, you're awake. You were all brought back from outer space by Jiang Bai. This is the base of the Illuminati. As for your hand, I don't know what's going on. You are all infected by cosmic energy radiation. We don't have any way to deal with it for the time being. It's not just you. The other people are also like this. One person even turned into a stone man directly. What? Infected by cosmic energy radiation? How could this happen? It's all because of that damn Reed. Why did he rush into the cosmic energy storm? Otherwise, this situation would not have happened at all. Calm down first. I have to go see them. After Zhao Hailuan walked in and found that Dum had woken up, he explained their situation to him. After learning about what happened to his body, he couldn't help but feel resentment in his heart, which was resentment towards Reed. If he hadn't insisted on entering the cosmic energy storm for research, it wouldn't have become like this. He could feel that his body was constantly turning into metal, not just his arms, but his entire body. How could he accept this? Zhao Hailuan felt something was wrong and found an excuse to leave. After walking out of Doom's ward, he began to contact Jiang Bai. Doom found that he had an inexplicable desire for electricity. He stretched out his metallized fingers and placed them next to the socket. Then the blue-white current continued to flow into Doom's body from the socket. Jiang, some of them have woken up, but his condition is a little wrong. Come and have a look. Okay, I'll be there right away. Jiang Bai, who received Zhao Hailuan's communication, instantly appeared in the Illuminati base. Although it was a base, the only defense system here was some laser weapons set up by Tony. There was not even a set of steel armor. After all, only Zhao Hailuan lived here from beginning to end. When Jiang Bai arrived at the Illuminati base, he saw that Doom in the ward had woken up and was absorbing the electricity in the room continuously. Zhao Hailuan saw Jiang Bai appear, and his heart was relieved. Jiang Bai smiled at Zhao Hailuan and walked slowly into the ward. Doom, who was concentrating on absorbing electricity, did not notice Jiang Bai coming in. Mr. Victor Von Doom, maybe I should charge you some electricity bills? What do you think? Boom. Jiang Bai's sudden opening startled Doom, and then a blue-white electric energy was released from his hand. Facing the sudden electric current attack from the opposite side, Jiang Bai raised his right hand calmly, and all the electric currents were controlled by him, surrounding his palm, forming a blue-white electric current ball. Who are you? Me? Jiang Bai, the savior of the five of you. What's wrong? I really want to test your ability. If I wasn't in a good mood, you would have died the moment you attacked me just now. Jiang Bai. Sorry, I didn't want to attack you just now, but I haven't mastered this ability yet. If you want to restore your body, I might be able to help you, but once you lose it, you can't get it back. Do you want to restore it? Dum was shocked when he heard Jiang Bai's name. After all, Jiang Bai's name is now well known in the United States and even internationally, and there are few people who don't know him. Jiang Bai looked at Dum and expressed his thoughts. If Dum didn't want the ability of his body, he can use the power of the horse spell to help him recover. Hearing Jiang Bai's words, Dum was stunned, looking at the appearance of the metal in his hand and feeling the electrical energy stored in his body. He hesitated. He just hated this power very much, and now he was hesitant whether to restore his original appearance. Help me recover. I don't need this power. Okay. Finally, Doom spoke up and decided to give up this power, which surprised Jiang Bai. His ability is not weak. He can also wrestle with the Stone Man. In addition to the ability to absorb and release electrical energy, in a way, his ability is much better than that of ordinary mutants. However, since the other party has decided to give up, Jiang Bai has nothing to say. A green light flashed across Doom's body, and then all his abilities disappeared, and his arm returned to its original state. Then Jiang Bai opened a space door to send him away. Give up this ability? I don't know if you will hate me in the future, or will you become the god Doom because of this? After sending Doom away, Jiang Bai stood there and muttered to himself. The reason why he restored Doom was to avoid conflicts between him and Reed in the future. After all, Reed was a member of the Illuminati, and some unnecessary conflicts were naturally best nipped in the bud. I just don't know if this move will create a God King Doom, who dared to spy on the power of the Transcendent. He even succeeded in the end. Not only that, Doom also obtained the power of the entire Transcendent God clan and destroyed thousands of universes. Created a planet called Dojia and ruled there. Doctor Strange was his assistant, and Molecule Man was hidden in a secret room to provide him with the power of the God Emperor. Galactus was the gatekeeper for him, and Multiverse, all the Thors in the universe become his warriors. That is the real horror, pulling out the skeleton of Thanos at will, the Phoenix host refusing to surrender to Doom and having his neck twisted, defeating the Black Panther with the Infinity Gauntlet. In the end, if the Molecule Man had not lent Reed the power beyond God, Doom would probably have ruled the fighting world forever. This situation only appeared in the timeline after Franklin Richards was born. So Jiang Bai is not very worried about the appearance of the Godlord Doom. At worst, he can hide in the world of Tom and Jerry. However, this project failed and Doom's company is about to go bankrupt. I just don't know if he will retaliate against Reed and others like in the original timeline. Jiang, Reed and the others are all awake. Okay, I'll go over now. Zhao Helen came over and said to Jiang Bai, nodded slightly, and walked with her to the ward where Reed and others were staying. He was looking forward to Reed's expression. When he entered the ward, he saw Reed, Susan, John, and Ben, who had turned into a stone man, comforting him. If you want to return to your original appearance, I can help you, but your ability is not weak. Through training, your strength can reach more than 100 tons. Jiang Bai, with Reed here, he may be able to research a way to restore your original body while giving you abilities. If you want to restore your original appearance, I can help you. Ben, help me recover. I don't want to be like this. Reed, Jiang, what is going on? Why did Ben become like this? Jiang Bai, you are all infected by the radiation of cosmic energy rays, which leads to genetic mutations and superpowers. I will tell you in detail after I change him back. Jiang Bai spoke to Ben as soon as he entered the ward. Since he wanted to restore his original appearance, it was not impossible. However, the stone man still has potential. 100 tons of strength is a very powerful ability. After confirming that he wanted to recover, Jiang Bai used the power of the horse spell to restore him to his original appearance. Then he used his space ability to open the space door and send him back to his home. Then he looked at Reed, Susan, and John and slowly explained. I rescued you from space. As I said just now, you all have superpowers, but they have not yet appeared. Reed's ability is to change the shape of the body according to your will. Susan's ability is to be invisible and create a protective force field. John's ability is to fly, shoot flames, and be immune to flames. Reed, change the shape of the body? It seems pretty good. Susan, invisibility and creating a protective force field? Really? It seems that it doesn't seem to be very useful. John, flying, shooting flames, immunity to flames, this is so cool. Woohoo, wow, my whole body is on fire. Ha ha ha, I like this ability. After Jiang Bai told them their respective abilities, John was excited and used his ability directly. His whole body was filled with flames. And he could float in the air, which made John very excited. He was originally a passionate young man who liked motorcycles, fashion, and so on. Now that he has superpowers, he becomes very excited and starts flying around the room. Seeing him destroying the surroundings, Jiang Bai's face is full of black lines. Then a telekinesis binds John and pulls him down from the air. John wanted to struggle, but facing Jiang Bai, he has no power to fight back at all. Reed next to him is watching quietly, and Susan is a little worried. Jiang Bai, okay kid, if you want to defeat me, you have to practice more. I have restored Doom just now. You should be careful in the future. If this research fails, his company should go bankrupt. He is likely to retaliate against you. Don't look at him now that he has turned back into an ordinary person. Even if he is an ordinary person, his power should not be underestimated. I can only tell you that if he is really the Doom I know, it will be very difficult. Reed, Doom also turns back into an ordinary person? Okay, I will pay attention. Jiang Bai, also, Susan, when you don't control your ability well, I advise you not to use invisibility, because you can only make your body invisible, not your clothes. So you need to take off your clothes when you use your ability. But if it suddenly fails on the street, then I don't need to tell you the result. Susan, I understand. I don't want to do it on the street. It's too embarrassing. John, Sooner or later, I will surpass you, woohoo. This ability is really cool. Then Jiang Bai reminded Reed and others, especially Susan's ability. If you make that joke again, it may be the face of the Illuminati. After that, Jiang Bai left the Illuminati and returned to his manor. Reed took Susan and John to experiment with their abilities in the Illuminati training ground. Zhao Hailuan returned to her laboratory to continue researching her life cradle. There are resources and materials here. Her life cradle has made great progress in this period of research. This thing is the predecessor of nanometal. Even Jiang Bai is very concerned about Zhao Hailuan's research progress. Jiang Bai received a contact from Valon when he returned home, which made him bright. Valon contacted him this time, probably because of the Black Shadow mask. Now his trust in Valon is only 50%. He just trades with Valon in general and doesn't take special care of him. It's very good to have a 50% trust after several transactions. Valon, I have collected 5 masks, namely Nijia mask, Lazo mask, Bart mask, Samo mask, and IKA mask. Jiang Bai, so fast, what do you need? Valon, I need more powerful strength and weapons. Jiang Bai, how about the iron armor? 50 sets. The combat power is quite good. You can control it through the intelligent system on the magnetic armor, and you can also let your subordinates wear it. I will add a set of vibranium armor. Vibranium is very hard, and its special molecular structure makes it almost indestructible because its molecules are relatively static, making it almost non-conductive of heat and kinetic energy. This characteristic allows it to absorb heat, energy, and kinetic energy. Jiang Bai, with this armor, plus your current strength, you can even fight against the 8 demons. How about it? Valon, sure. Exchange now. Jiang Bai, wait for me for a day. I haven't made so many armors yet. Valon, I'll trade it to you first, trust it. Looking at the 5 masks in front of him, Jiang Bai was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Valon to trust him so much. It seems that the 50% trust is still useful, but Jiang Bai didn't put on the Black Shadow mask directly. Although these masks are good. But there is no need for that now. When all the masks are collected, it will be better to let Tom merge them into one mask. He put these masks into the system space casually, opened a space door and came to Tony's underground studio. Jiang? To borrow an old Chinese saying, there is no such thing as a visit without a request. Tell me, what are you doing here? Give me 50 sets of alloy steel armor, and by the way, turn this piece of vibranium into steel armor. The other piece is your reward. 50 sets of alloy steel armor and vibranium armor? That's a big deal. Okay, I'll make it for you before tomorrow. Do you have any special requirements? Equip these armors with powerful weapons. Okay. Seeing Jiang Bai appear, Tony teased Jiang Bai and said, then Jiang Bai started to ask Tony to work for him without any hesitation, and finally took out a large piece of vibranium as a reward. Although Tony was very confused, he didn't ask much and agreed directly. After all, that piece of vibranium was enough for him to make another set of vibranium armor for himself. After Jiang Bai left, Tony began to call up the design model of the iron armor and imported it into the manufacturing machine through artificial intelligence. Not long after, the machine on the next floor began to work, and he began to design a new vibranium armor. This time he learned from the lessons of the last battle. All the defects in the armor will be made up. The machine in the underground manufacturing room continues to produce the accessories needed for the armor, with the arc reactor as energy. With the assistance of artificial intelligence Jarvis, the manufacturing speed is very fast. Even the assembly does not require Tony to do it himself. Jarvis controls the mechanical arm to assemble the armor, and Tony only needs to check it one last time. Jiang Bai, who returned to Skull Island, used his spatial ability to check Doom's situation. This person may be the God King Doom in the future, and he is very worthy of his attention. Even if he really becomes the God King Doom in the future, Jiang Bai is not afraid. At that time, maybe he can also participate in stealing the power of the Beyond Gods. However, the power of the Beyond Gods is not their own. They were all created by the Lost. Not only that, they stole the power of the Lost. The setting is that the gods created the Lost created the Beyond Gods, and the Beyond Gods created the Beyond. The power of the Beyond Gods comes from the Lost, but the Beyond Gods betrayed the Lost and imprisoned him. Doom's current experience is similar to the original timeline. The difference is that he has lost his original ability and his body will become metal. After he returned to the company, he was accused by the board members and stopped injecting funds into him, which also led to the bankruptcy of his company. However, Doom did not look as angry as before, but was ready to leave New York. Through the power of space, Jiangbai discovered that the place he was going to was Latveria. That is, the place where he was born, and it is also the country ruled by Doom in the comics. This gave Jiangbai a headache. He began to wonder if he helped Doom restore his original appearance, leading him to the true path of Dr. Doom. You must know that Doom in the movie timeline has been cut again and again. Weak as it can be. Watching Doom board the plane in silence, Jiangbai felt that this was entirely possible. Ancient One once told him that his every move now will affect the future timeline. It seems that the real Dr. Doom will appear soon. Doom, who is famous for pursuing the secrets of the universe at all costs. He didn't want to kill Doom now, because when he steals other powers in the future, he can be a mantis catching cicadas and a yellow bird behind, not to mention that there is Reed. He and Doom are enemies. No matter how powerful Doom is, Reed defeated Doom in many parallel universes and timelines, so he is not worried that things are out of control. Besides, it is already very chaotic now. Deep in the universe, a silver-white figure is flying in the universe at the speed of light. Wherever the figure goes, a large number of meteorites are destroyed. Behind him is a huge energy body, whose size is even larger than the entire Earth. The silver-white figure is the Silver Surfer. Silver Surfer, whose real name is Norrin Rider, is an astronomer from the planet Zenla in the outer Milky Way. Suddenly one day, Galactus came to Zenla. He warned all the residents that this planet had been chosen as food for Galactus. Norrin Rider decided to try to negotiate with Galactus, and he begged Galactus to spare his home planet. The price was that Norrin was willing to serve Galactus and help him find a planet suitable for food. After Galactus considered it, he accepted Norrin's conditions and gave him a powerful cosmic energy. When Norrin came into contact with this power, a layer of silver shell immediately grew all over his body, and his memory, good and evil, conscience, and moral values completely disappeared. After Galactus transformed Norrin into Silver Surfer, he ordered him to find an edible planet. Because of his memory being erased, Silver Surfer immediately pointed to his home planet and said, "That one can be eaten." But Galactus replied, "I have made an agreement with a respectable person, and I can't eat that one." The cosmic energy gives Silver Surfer superhuman strength, invulnerability, and eternal life. As long as Silver Surfer is connected to the surfboard, he can have endless cosmic energy and can use it to attack, defend, and fly. He does not need to eat, drink water, sleep, or other means of replenishing energy. Silver Surfer can watch everything in the past and future at will. Silver Surfer can fly at the speed of light on the surfboard, and when it reaches 99.9% of the speed of light, he will enter hyperspace. Silver Slide is one of the noblest and most tormented entities in the universe. Silver Slide's power level is immeasurable. Power, speed, and energy are all maxed out. His defense is almost completely indestructible, and he can fly at nearly infinite speeds. When he exceeds the speed of light, he enters hyperspace. He can travel through time and revive life at the planetary level. He can detect matter and energy several light years away, and his perception reaches the subatomic level. He can see through time and can perceive limited events around him in the past and future. Silver Slide can repair or even rebuild the skateboard. Most of his power comes from the skateboard under his feet. He is also one of the messengers of the Devourer of Planets. The others are Stardust, Flame Emperor, and Tyrant. At this time, Silver Surfer, Silver Slide, has set his sights on the Earth and is heading towards the Earth at the speed of light. His figure draws a silver-white trace in the universe. With his speed, he quickly reaches the outer edge of the Earth and then rushes directly into the Earth. His figure is also directly monitored by satellites of various countries and major organizations. After discovering that this silver figure has entered the Earth, many countries have begun to mobilize satellites for real-time monitoring. Some organizations have already started to take action, preparing to capture this strange creature that rushed into the Earth from outer space. Even Tony, who was making armor at home, was reminded by Jarvis to mobilize satellites to start checking this silver creature. Chaka of Wakanda has also discovered it. He did not let Chala report to the Illuminati immediately, but was prepared to wait and see. However, Tony did not have so many thoughts. Who knows if this alien from outer space is here to invade the Earth, so he contacted Jiang Bai immediately. Jiang, Jarvis just told me that an alien on a silver skateboard entered the Earth, and I am monitoring him now. What? An alien on a silver skateboard? Are you sure he looks like a human male? Yes, he looks like a human male, except that his skin is silvery white. Do you know who he is? Not only do I know who he is, I also know that the Earth is in trouble. Don't say so much. Summon the Illuminati members. Summon the Sentinels too. If anything unexpected happens this time, the Earth will be swallowed up. What? I'll summon the Illuminati members right now. Jiang Bai's mind was buzzing when he learned that an alien entered the Earth on a silver skateboard. Tony didn't know who he was, but Jiang Bai knew. Silver Surfer, also known as Silver Slide, is one of the messengers of Galactus. His purpose here is to guide Galactus to devour the Earth. But now he is not sure whether it is Galactus's body or Galactus's clone, so he anxiously asked Tony to summon all the Illuminati members. Even the Sentinels who usually don't attend meetings were not spared. If it is Galactus's body, then only the Sentinel can fight him, and after this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, the Earth may be destroyed. The aftermath of their battle can destroy the Earth. Tony was also shocked when he heard Jiang Bai's anxious tone. He had never seen Jiang Bai like this before. Normally, he was calm and composed. When he heard that the Earth might be swallowed up, he immediately began to summon all members of the Illuminati. Jiang Bai, let me make it short. Now everyone enters the aerospace mothership. The Earth will encounter a major crisis, which may lead to the Earth being swallowed or destroyed. So if anything happens, I will take you away from the Earth. Jiang Bai, Tom, Merlin, you will come with me later. Everyone else will enter the aerospace mothership. Merlin, you leave a space mark for King Kong at the last moment, so that he can be teleported away with us at the last minute. Merlin, okay, no problem. Although I don't know what happened. Mary, what happened? Why are you so nervous? Jiang Bai, a very powerful existence may swallow the Earth, and there is only one person on Earth who can defeat him, so you all must enter the aerospace mothership. I don't have time to talk to you so much now. I must summon the strong people on Earth to stop this. Also, no one can leave the aerospace mothership. Jiang Bai, Mazer, Jerry, you two watch everyone and don't let them leave the aerospace mothership. After summoning all the members of the manor to the living room, Jiang Bai anxiously explained the situation and then ignored the worried eyes of everyone. Just open the space gate and leave here. Then everyone began to follow Jiang Bai's instructions and enter the aerospace mothership docked outside Skull Island. Even if Wanda and the others wanted to open the portal to find Jiang Bai, before they could enter, the portal was directly blown up by Massel's punch. Not only the magic was blown up, but also the space was blown up. Then Massel and Jerry looked at everyone seriously. There was no expression on their faces. No matter what Wanda, Lorna, Pietro, Mary, Emma, Martin, Kane, and others said, they were indifferent. Because Massel and Jerry knew that once the Earth might be swallowed and destroyed, Jiang Bai would take them into their world. If Wanda, Lorna, Mary, and others were allowed to leave the aerospace mothership, they would have to waste time looking for them. A 1-second difference in time could lead to accidents. In order to avoid this situation, Jiang Bai asked Jerry and Massel to restrict everyone in the aerospace mothership. If he wants to run away, he will directly take the aerospace mothership into the world of Tom and Jerry. He will even take King Kong with him. At this time, Jiang Bai has already appeared in Camtage, and Gui is not surprised to see Jiang Bai. Master Gui, is the one behind Enwa the clone or the real body of Galactus? This. I can't be sure. When you didn't appear, it was a clone, or a not very powerful clone. Now I can't be sure if it has changed. Damn. Master Gui, come with me. We must prepare for the worst. Okay. Now we can only rely on you and him. After seeing Gui, Jiang Bai asked the questions in his heart, but the answer he got made Jiang Bai very helpless. But now he can only take one step at a time. Jiang Bai opened the space door leading to the Illuminati and entered it with Gui. During that time just now, Tony had summoned all the members of the Illuminati, including the Sentinels, Chala, Charles, Reed, Zhao Helen. Everyone was sitting at the conference table, anxiously waiting for Jiang Bai's arrival. Only the Sentinel was expressionless and didn't know what he was thinking. Jiang Bai, this is Master Ancient One, a great being who has protected the Earth for hundreds of years. He is also the supreme mage of Kamtaj. The crisis we are facing this time is very serious. Ancient One, hello, we have to overcome the difficulties together this time. Mr. Robert, long time no see, it seems that your condition is much better now. Sentinel, Robert, hello, Master Ancient One. That's right, you are here. It seems that this situation should be very tricky. Ancient One, not only tricky, even I am not sure that I can protect the Earth through this crisis. This time you may need to take action. Our crisis this time is the Devourer of Planets, one of the 5 great creators. A multiverse existence, but in a single universe, it should not be his original body. Ancient One, so it is very likely to be a split, but we don't know how powerful this clone is yet. Tony, Walter, one of the 5 great gods of creation? It seems that this world is far beyond my imagination, so who is that silver alien? Jiang Bai, his name is Inhua, one of the messengers of Galactus, and he is also the one who finds planets for Galactus to devour. His coming to Earth means that Galactus will come soon. Reed, if we destroy this Inhua now, can we avoid this disaster? Ancient One, no, his strength is very strong. Mr. Robert may be the only one who can compete with him, and he is immortal. Even if he dies, he will be resurrected by Galactus. If he dies here, Galactus will still come. Charles, what should we do now? Jiang Bai, Charles, bring Jean here. We must gather all our strength to survive this disaster. Charles, well, okay. Jean, stand behind me. In the meeting room of the Illuminati, everyone discussed this crisis seriously, and many people's eyes were full of worry and shock. Jiang Bai opened a space door and spoke to Charles. The Phoenix Force in Jean's body should also be helpful, so Jiang Bai was ready to call her together. Charles sighed and spoke to Jean across the space door. Jean looked at the professor and others with a confused face, then entered the space door and stood behind Charles. Everyone began to discuss how to fight against Silver Surfer and Galactus with a serious face. At this time, Jiang Bai used his psychic ability to say to Tony in a cryptic way, "Let Pepper go back to your villa now. I will teleport her to my aerospace carrier later. If we fail, I will immediately take the aerospace carrier away from the Earth." Okay, I will tell Pepper right now, thank you. If I didn't think you were useful, I wouldn't bother to save you. Then I really have to thank you. Thank you for thinking I'm still useful. By the way, the armor you want is already in my underground studio. Jiang Bai thought again and decided to take Tony with him when the time comes. This guy is also his first friend in this world. Although he had a calculating mind at the beginning, it is undeniable that Tony has indeed become his friend. As for other people, he had no intention of notifying them. Although they were all members of the Illuminati, their relationship had not reached that level. At this time, Gui looked at Jiang Bai deeply. Jiang Bai raised his eyebrows and looked at Gui, and understood that Gui probably knew what he had just said to Tony. But he was not worried. He wanted to run away now, and even Ancient One could not stop him. He had the space stone in his hand, and Merlin and Tom were sitting in front of him. Even if Ancient One held the time stone, he could not stop him. Merlin could also use time magic now. As long as he could delay for a few seconds, he would use the system to get rid of the time influence of this world. Jiang Bai, we must control Silver Slide first. His power comes from his skateboard, which is also the power given to him by Galactus. It is also the position of Galactus's devouring, so we must control Silver Slide now. Ancient One, it can only be done this way. Mr. Robert, you don't have to take action for the time being. Wait until Galactus appears before you take action. Otherwise, something unexpected may happen. Robert, okay, Master Ancient One. Reed, then let's go. This time there is no room for error, otherwise the Earth will be destroyed. Jiang Bai, well, Tony, you directly notify the world on behalf of the Illuminati and tell those organizations and countries not to commit suicide. I will not be soft at this time. Also, although I really don't want to shout that slogan, I have to say it first. Illuminati attack. After the decision, everyone stood up and prepared to control Silver Slide. Ancient One opened the portal alone and returned to Kamtaj, ready to summon the mages. This time it is not only a battle between Jiangbai and others, but also a battle for Kamtaj. Once Galactus destroys the magic circle on the Earth, those dimensional demons will invade the Earth's reality. At this time, Gui naturally cannot be with Jiangbai and others. What she needs to do is to hold back Dormammu, Mephisto, and other demons. Let them not have time to invade the Earth. Under the command of Gui, the mages in Kamtaj also began to strengthen the Earth's magic circle, and a large number of mages poured into the 3 major temples. Every mage held a magic weapon in his hand and was ready to face the dimensional invasion in the near future. Hello, I'm Tony Stark. Here, I speak on behalf of the Illuminati. The Illuminati is an organization with extraordinary powers that protects the Earth. The founders are Jiangbai and I. You are all quite familiar with us. What I'm going to say next concerns the entire Earth. I hope all countries and major organizations will listen to me carefully. Not long ago, a silver-white alien entered the Earth on a skateboard. He is a messenger of God. He came here to guide that God to devour the Earth. This may be unbelievable, but it is true, which means that our Earth is about to be devoured. Therefore, in order to save the Earth, the Illuminati will control that alien. And to fight against the upcoming God, we hope that all major countries will cooperate with us, as well as the major organizations hidden on the Earth. I hope you will be more obedient. Paraphrasing Jiangbai's words, in special cases, he will not be merciful. If a country or an organization is angry at this time, As a result, I don't need to say more. In the face of the destruction of the Earth, if any country or organization hinders the actions of the Illuminati, the members of the Illuminati will destroy the organization in the first place. Or the country. Of course, we also welcome superpowers to join in and fight against the upcoming God. Suddenly, Tony appeared on all TVs and mobile phones around the world, and then he told the world about the situation that the Earth was about to face, and directly threatened all countries and organizations. Although he also cared about humanity, if there was really any country that obstructed the actions of the Illuminati at this time. Whether it was the Illuminati or him, they would not let this organization and country go. Then the video began to loop, and the world began to panic. Major countries also began to hold meetings. Even Hydra, Monarch, Nock, Inhumans, SWRD, and SMRD all began to hold meetings. Analyze and discuss Tony Stark's words, but no country or organization thought that Tony Stark's words were false. He had no reason to be so. To verify the authenticity, Jiangbai has already taken Robert, Chala, Reed, Charles, Jean, and rushed to Inhua's location. After confirming with Chala, Wakanda immediately sent a large number of fighters to support on the Vibranium spacecraft. Scott in the Mutant Academy also took Eric, Ororo, Logan, and others to board the Blackbird fighter, ready to go to support. Pepper and Tony's villa was suddenly engulfed by a blue energy and appeared in Jiangbai's aerospace mothership the next second. The 50 sets of armor and vibranium armor in the original underground studio were all engulfed by the blue energy and were directly traded to Valon by Jiangbai. Although the situation on Earth is critical now. But these armors are useless. We don't know how strong Silver Slide is now, but he will definitely be stronger than in the original timeline. There is also the upcoming Devourer of Planets. Whether it is the original body or the clone, it can only be devoured by the Devourer of Planets. So Jiangbai might as well trade it directly to Valon. After Tony made the announcement, he mobilized the satellite of Stark Industries and began to monitor the outside of the Earth in real time, and then activated all the armors under his villa. Nearly 200 sets of armor were activated under the control of Jarvis, and the flight mode was activated to soar into the sky. Tony himself left the Illuminati base wearing vibranium armor and rushed to the location of Jiangbai and others, which was where Silver Slide was. The flight mode was fully activated, and soon he met the armor flying towards him. John and Susan, who were originally at home, also began to contact Reed after learning about this situation. John even used his ability to chase Silver Slide directly. His whole body was covered with terrifying high-temperature flames, chasing after Silver Slide, but his speed was far inferior to Silver Slide, who could reach the speed of light. Many organizations have begun to send combat forces to support the Illuminati. Now facing the crisis of the destruction of the Earth, all special organizations in all countries have no spare power. Even Hydra did not intend to make trouble, but was prepared to wait and see. The SCHI sent Weather Witch, Destroyer, Saber, Vector, and Monkey King. They took fighter jets to support the Illuminati. The Inhumans were led by Black Bolt, Medusa, and other Inhumans with superpowers to support the Illuminati. Not only that, the superpowers hidden all over the world are ready to support the Illuminati and contribute to saving the Earth. If the Earth is destroyed, they will naturally die, which can also be regarded as a chance for survival. In a special base. Damn it, I hope it's not too late. Nick Fury looked at the picture in front of him, which was the video that Tony Stark announced to the world just now. Hearing that the Earth will be swallowed by something, his face was very ugly. He prayed silently in his heart, hoping that Carol could arrive in time. He had already pressed the quantum pager given to him by Captain Marvel Carol. He originally planned to let Carol come back to deal with Jiang-Bai. Now he hopes that Carol can come back to prevent the disaster from happening. Behind him, Samuel Stern, Steve Rogers, Bruce Banner, and Harry Osborn. These people were all recruited by him during this period of time, and they were also the basis for him to deal with Jiang-Bai. Everyone looked at the video in front of them with a serious face, but Samuel narrowed his eyes slightly and didn't know what he was thinking. With his IQ, how could he really help Nick Fury? He just wanted to get what he wanted through Nick Fury. Steve Rogers' eyes were confused. He woke up not long ago and was found by Nick Fury. Then he told all kinds of Jiang-Bai's bad and daring actions, as well as some situations that endangered the country and mankind, and asked him to join in to fight Jiang-Bai. Now it has risen to the point where the Earth may have to be saved, which makes this 80-year-old man still a little unresponsive. We must go this time too. The Earth belongs to everyone. We can't do nothing. Well, my old bones have to move. Maybe Hulk can help a little. I hope that rat is not here. Hulk just stepped on its clothes and it beat Hulk all over his head. Nick Fury looked at everyone solemnly and spoke. Then Steve Rogers took over the words, and then stood up and led everyone to the Quinn's fighter in the base to support the Illuminati. Banner spoke a little helplessly. Thinking of Hulk's situation, he was a little speechless. The terrifying rat had left a shadow in his heart. That was Hulk. He was beaten by a rat and finally fled. Everyone boarded the Quinn's fighter and went to the location of Silver Slip. Harry Osborn, who was sitting on the fighter, had a gleam of hatred in his eyes. He picked up the Green Goblin helmet next to him and put it on, sitting silently. Boom! Jiang-Bai appeared in front of Yinhua and immediately launched an attack. His terrifying laser eyes fired 2 lasers at Yinhua. But he noticed it, and the skateboard under his feet slightly tilted, instantly absorbing Jiang-Bai's attack and sending it directly back to Jiang-Bai. However, Jiang-Bai just waved his hand slightly to disperse his own attack. Robert, you don't have to make a move for now, let us do it. To prevent the Devourer of Planets from becoming more powerful when it appears later. Okay. Then Jiang-Bai turned his head and spoke to Robert, and then he attacked Yinhua again. In order to take down Yinhua as soon as possible, Jiang-Bai did not hesitate. He transformed into a dragon man form and punched Yinhua's silver-white body, but the other party took it without any damage. This was completely beyond Jiang-Bai's expectations. You know, his current strength has reached the middle stage of the sub-godfather level, and he can reach the late stage when he transforms into a dragon man. The other party can actually take his punch intact. Jiang-Bai looked at Yinhua with a serious face. He secretly estimated in his heart that Yinhua's strength may soon be at the level of the Godfather. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to take his punch, not only intact, but also without shaking. He didn't expect the change to be so big, and it was completely different from the Yinhua in the original timeline that could be disturbed by Reed's invention. Tony, how's his strength? Jiang Bai, very tricky, his strength can be compared to the Ancient One. It's very difficult for me to deal with him. You take Charles, Jean, Chala, and them to watch from the side. This battle is no longer something you can join. You will die if you are not careful. Tony, this. Good. We will use the far-reaching attack to support you from the side. Faced with Tony's inquiry, Jiang Bai shook his head slightly and did not let Tony and others take action. If Inhua's strength is at the level of a father, they would be courting death if they joined, especially Charles, who only has psychic abilities. As long as he is hit by Inhua, he will die instantly. Jean is not suitable for fighting now, she is more suitable to deal with Galactus. Once the second personality in her body appears, the Dark Phoenix will instantly have the strength of a father. Because it is uncontrollable, now is not the time to take action. Then Jiang Bai looked at Inhua. This is not the original timeline. Inhua may not be moved by Susan and finally perish with Galactus. Facing the father-level Inhua, Susan had no chance to get close, so she had to resort to force this time. With the sentinels around, she wasn't going to lose everything. Inhua shot a beam of white energy at Jiang Bai. Bang! The moment he was hit, Jiang Bai flew backwards and hit the ground heavily, leaving a big hole on the ground. At this time, Merlin and Tom began to attack, and magic and space attacks flashed in Merlin and Tom's hands, and Inhua was also bound by Merlin and Tom's space. Bang! Various space attacks kept hitting Inhua, but he didn't get hurt. Instead, many attacks were absorbed by his skateboard. Then Jiang Bai flew up from the ground, and a person with flames all over his body suddenly appeared in the distance. It was John who came. Without saying a word, he attacked Inhua, but was instantly knocked out. Jiang Bai shook his head slightly, and a high-temperature flame dragon breath spurted out of his mouth and rushed towards Inhua. This high-temperature dragon breath was directly absorbed by his skateboard, which made him very helpless. In his heart, he could only pray that Reed would quickly research something that could restrain the opponent's skateboard. Even though the situation was different from the timeline, Jiang Bai still believed in Reed's genius brain. He must be able to research something to restrain the skateboard. At this time, 5 black spaceships suddenly became invisible. Black Panther was slightly stunned when he saw it, and then walked towards them. These are all Wakanda's hovercraft. Not only Wakanda, but also fighters from the SHE Bureau appeared, and the Blackbird fighters from the Mutant Academy also landed slowly. The SHE Bureau was led by the Weather Witch, and the first to come out of the Blackbird fighter was Magneto Eric, which surprised Charles. But soon he showed a smile, and it would be great if Eric could help. After a while, Black Bolt, Medusa, and others also appeared in front of everyone under the transmission of tetanus, and a Quince fighter flew from not far away. A man wearing a star-spangled uniform and holding a round shield walked out from inside, followed by Big Head, Banner, Harry, and others. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, they had no ability to intervene at all. Tom, Merlin, Jiang Bai, and the 3 besieged Inhua, and the terrifying aftermath they emitted was not something they could bear. There were also many fighter jets from major countries flying in the sky. Even bombers, transport planes, and nuclear bomb-dropping fighters appeared, and the number was still increasing, in order to support the Illuminati to control this alien. Jiang, do you want me to use large-scale magic to destroy him? No, let me do it. Your large-scale magic will blow up this continent later. Let me do it. Roar. At this time, Merlin spoke to Jiang Bai next to him. When he spoke, Jiang Bai was startled and hurriedly stopped Merlin from using large-scale magic. Merlin's strength is not lower than that of the father level, and may even be higher than that of the father level. Even Merlin himself does not know how strong he is. But its large-scale magic can destroy a state in the United States. It is not the most powerful one. Seeing this situation, Jiang Bai decided to take action himself. Since the awakening of the Golden Dragon Fruit, he has not used the 5-clawed Golden Dragon form of the Golden Dragon Fruit. Then Tom and Merlin left the battlefield, leaving the battlefield to Jiang Bai and Inhua, and then Jiang Bai instantly turned into a kilometer-long 5-clawed Golden Dragon. A dragon roar made the sky change color, and dark clouds and lightning continued to gather above him. Jiangbai turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon, which directly shocked the Weather Witch and others from China. They naturally knew who Jiangbai was, but they didn't expect that he could actually turn into a 5-clawed golden dragon. Even Tony and others were very shocked. Everyone still had some understanding of the dragons in China. As a result, now in front of everyone, Jiangbai attacked Yinhua directly without waiting for everyone to be shocked. With a move of the dragon's tail swinging, Yinhua was blown away with a force of 1,000 tons. Even if he was blown away, the skateboard under his feet did not fall off. A white energy was transmitted from the skateboard into Yinhua's body, and his momentum became much stronger. He looked at Jiangbai indifferently, then rushed out instantly, and his fist covered with energy hit Jiangbai's dragon body. Scales flew at the location of the hit, but there was no wound. These days, the vibranium was not swallowed in vain. His dragon body had long surpassed the ordinary level and was strong enough to withstand the level of the Father God. However, the huge force and impact almost knocked Jiangbai down from the sky. Roar! Boom! There were more and more dark clouds in the sky, and lightning continued to condense. Tornadoes formed under Jiangbai's control. Then Jiangbai used his bad wind to form a tornado, and then he produced a high-temperature flaming dragon breath. Plus the lightning condensed in the dark clouds in the sky. The huge tornado rushed towards Yinhua. Wherever the tornado went, everything on the ground was rolled up, especially the tornado with high-temperature flaming dragon breath. Wherever it went, no grass grew, and the land was burned. Each of these tornadoes had the power to destroy the sky, the power to destroy the earth. Wherever the tornado passed, trenches hundreds of meters deep appeared. Jiangbai was still creating tornadoes, while mobilizing lightning in the sky to attack Yinhua. When the tornadoes in various attack forms were about to touch Yinhua, he stood on the skateboard and began to spin. After a while, a series of rotating winds formed around him, which swept all of Jiangbai's attacks into it. Then he controlled this force to attack Jiangbai, which made Jiangbai very helpless. The opponent's strength was much stronger than him. These attacks were easily controlled by him. Facing the incoming attacks, the 5-clawed golden dragon spit out a blue energy. The power of space appeared, and the entire attack was covered, and then disappeared in space. Then the space blades formed by the power of space flew towards Yinhua. This time Yinhua did not spin hard, but kept dodging or used the skateboard under his feet to absorb the space blade. The faces of the various superpowers who came to support Jiangbai and Yinhua's fighters were solemn. Jiangbai was so powerful that he couldn't take down the opponent, so how should he deal with the upcoming gods? Merlin, standing on the shoulder of Tony's vibranium armor, began to wave the magic wand in his hand. A magic circle full of space power appeared, but Merlin did not release it directly, but kept blessing various magics. On the contrary, Tom next to him took out various snacks from the space he created and ate them heartlessly. Roar! A dragon roar came again, and a thick blue energy spit out from Jiangbai's mouth. These were all space energy. Jiangbai, who knew that there was a big gap between him and Yinhua, directly used the space gem to attack Yinhua. The space power contained in it hit Yinhua's body and kept trying to split Yinhua's body, but was blocked by the skateboard under his feet. Thank you, Hao for the milk tea. Thank you. However, Jiangbai used the power of the space gem to successfully separate Yin Slip from his skateboard, and before he could step on it again, a space force enveloped the skateboard, and the next second the skateboard appeared in Jiangbai's hand. At this moment, he had changed his original appearance, but his clothes were damaged. An invisible blue energy wrapped around Jiangbai, and he took out his clothes from the system space and put them on. Only then did he cancel the blue space energy, and then he saw Yin Slip caught by the steel armor. We have caught him now. What should we do next? Always monitor the outer space. Once there is a huge energy fluctuation or celestial body, it means that the devourer of planets has arrived. Let's go back to the base now. Okay. After Tony, Robert, Charles, Chala, and others came to Jiangbai, Tony looked at Inslip next to him and said, Jiangbai didn't have any good ideas, so he could only let the satellite monitor the outer space. At least he could know the appearance of the devourer of planets at the first time. Then they were going to go back to the Illuminati base, but at this time, several military vehicles suddenly broke in and stopped in front of Jiangbai and others, and then looked at everyone and said, Everyone, if necessary, we may help you to guard this alien visitor. What do you think? Who sent you here? You only have one chance to speak. Jiangbai looked at him expressionlessly and said to the officer. Even Tony, Robert, Charles, Chala, and others looked at him with scrutiny. The superpowers who came to support the Illuminati also looked at this officer, who didn't know which country he was from. His words undoubtedly wanted to pick peaches. In this situation, no one would care which country it was. This alien had a significant effect on the gods who would appear soon. Now someone actually wants to take advantage of this alien. No, I just made a suggestion. Hydra? Very good. I hope you can escape from the Earth. After the matter is over, the Illuminati will liquidate all Hydra on the Earth. Bang! Seeing that many superpowers were looking at him, the official hesitated to speak, but Jiangbai used his psychic ability to find out who was behind him. It was Hydra. They wanted to test the attitude of the Illuminati. Jiangbai didn't hesitate and shot 2 scarlet lasers from his eyes. He blew his head directly, then opened a space door and stepped into it. Tony and others also brought Inhua in. Scott, Eric, Black Bolt, Weather Witch, Steve, Wakanda's warriors also followed in, and there were some hidden superpowers. The scene of Jiangbai and Inhua's battle just now was also monitored by satellites of major countries and organizations. Although they were shocked by Jiangbai's strength, they were more worried about the upcoming god. This alien is so powerful, wouldn't the god be even more terrifying? The top leaders of various countries are very worried, and the United Nations has even started to hold a meeting, and this meeting even invited the Illuminati to participate. Now, only the Illuminati can fight against the upcoming god. Now the whole world knows that the world may be swallowed up and destroyed, and the global hope is gathered on the Illuminati, but many countries have begun to fall into chaos. The crime rate in various countries has risen, and even China, which is known as the safest country, has begun to be in chaos. But it was soon suppressed by the army, and many senior leaders began to go to the United Nations conference. Even if they have arrived, the meeting has not started because all countries are waiting for the Illuminati. Illuminati. Everyone, take a break here for a while. We need to hold a meeting internally. After returning to the base of the Illuminati, Jiangbai said to the people of the major superpowers and organizations who came to support, regardless of whether they agreed or not, and took Tony and others directly into the conference room. Prepare to start the next meeting. Tony, Jiang, isn't it a bad idea for us to tell the world about this? Crime rates in various countries are rising and chaos is everywhere. Jiangbai, no, they will have to face these sooner or later. This will not be the first time, nor the last time. So it is better to tell them sooner or later. Moreover, although the Illuminati is an organization that protects the Earth, it cannot remain unknown. Jiangbai, if we survive this disaster safely, the influence of the Illuminati will be unprecedented. We don't have the idea of ruling the world and controlling countries, but the world must maintain high respect and respect for the members of the Illuminati. Jiangbai, also, after this incident, we can also help Charles change the situation of mutants. Tony, that makes sense. In the future, members who join the Illuminati must be strictly screened. By the way, the White House just contacted me and wanted us to attend the UN meeting. What do you think? Charles, they are probably anxious and want to get an answer from us. But it is a good opportunity to attend the UN meeting. Read, some weak politicians, I am still studying things to restrain Silver Slippery, and you have already dealt with him, which saves a lot of trouble. Chala, what should we do next? Jiangbai, now we can only wait. The Devourer of Planets will definitely come. We must know his appearance as soon as possible, and then it is safest to pull the battlefield outside the Earth. Tony, okay, I will let Stark Industries satellites fully monitor the movements in outer space. Chala, I will also let Wakanda monitor. I hope we can get through the difficulties safely this time. Jiangbai, yes, Robert will need you to take action at that time. How are you now? Robert, it's okay. The void has not interfered with me for the time being. Everyone entered the conference room, and Jiangbai used magnetism and psychic power to seal the entire conference room to prevent the content from being leaked. After everyone finished discussing, they left the conference room. People from major organizations, superpowers, and superheroes outside looked at them eagerly. Thank you for supporting us. Now that God has not appeared, we can only monitor the situation in outer space at all times. Once there is a strong energy fluctuation or a special celestial body, it is the figure of that God. Thank you again for helping and contributing to the protection of the Earth. The battlefield we envision is in outer space, so those who can only fight inside the Earth should go back first. We will do our best to protect the Earth. Jiangbai looked at everyone and spoke slowly, but many people showed a lost look. After all, there are few people who can fight in space, but only in space can the damage to the Earth be minimized. Many people with special abilities got up and left. After all, they couldn't help here. It would be better to solve the current bad situation in various countries. Mr. Jiangbai, I am the Secretary General of the United Nations Conference. We sincerely invite the Illuminati to attend the United Nations Conference. Okay. Tony, Chala, Charles, the four of us will go. Reed, remember to keep an eye on the situation in space. No problem, leave the situation in space to me. A gentleman man in a suit and tie walked up to Jiangbai and invited him. As for the United Nations Conference, he did not refuse and called a few people to attend. Robert and Reed were left in the base. After all, Inwa was still in the base. Then, except for the warriors of Wakanda and the members of the Mutant Academy, all the superpowers who came to support left the base of the Illuminati. Hydra base. Fuck. Check for me. Which base sent the members? Check for me quickly. Fuck. Yes, sir. In a Hydra base deep underground, Pierce roared angrily at his men in the office. He had just seen the battle between Jiangbai and the alien through the satellite. When he heard Jiangbai's words before he left, his heart was chilled. Because Hydra has many branches, he didn't know which idiot dared to provoke the Illuminati in this situation. They had just threatened the major countries, and now Hydra stretched its neck to let others chop it off. It was crazy. Pierce was almost angry to death in the office. During this period, he had been mobilizing a lot of resources to build the original shield's imperfect aerospace carrier, but suddenly a big hat was put on his head, and it was the kind that would kill people. How could he accept this? The most important thing was that this was not just a matter of the Illuminati and Hydra. It was a matter of all countries and Hydra. If the Illuminati planted a charge against Hydra now that it wanted to destroy the Earth and humanity, all countries would send troops to destroy Hydra. They only want to rule the world, never want to destroy it. Not only Pierce, but also the people in power in other Hydra branches were roaring in their offices in frustration. Looking at the face in the picture, they were furious. They wanted to tear this guy apart. Now is a critical moment for the survival of the Earth and mankind. None of the major branches of Hydra want to interfere with the actions of the Illuminati. Now a Hydra member actually ran to Jiangbai to ask for the alien. United Nations Conference Room. When Jiangbai and others arrived here, they found that almost all the representatives of the countries had arrived, waiting for Jiangbai and others. Then the meeting began, which was aimed at the crisis of the Earth and mankind. China, Mr. Jiangbai of the Illuminati, how sure are you that you can stop that god from devouring the Earth this time? What kind of help do you need? What exactly is that god? Jiangbai, 30% sure. That god is Devourer of Planets, one of the 5 great gods of creation. It was born to devour. This time, it may be a clone or the original body. The 30% probability is just my high estimate. Jiangbai, as for help, it would be great if there are superpowers who can fight in space or weapons. America, Mr. Jiangbai and Mr. Tony formed the Illuminati just to protect the Earth. What you did is completely threatening the security of all countries. Tony, if all countries can protect the Earth, and we are not your prisoners, understand? We answer you it is not an obligation. America. Mr. Tony, your nationality is American. Tony, it may not be. I believe many countries welcome my joining. Also, can this be regarded as a threat from America to the Illuminati? In this situation where the Earth and mankind are in danger. Mousy, we welcome Mr. Tony to join us. It would be even better if Mr. Jiangbai is willing. We strongly condemn America's speculation and threats. In this situation where the Earth and mankind are about to be in danger, we should provide help to the Illuminati so that the Earth and mankind can survive this danger. Ingzi, our country supports Mousy. If Mr. Jiangbai wants to control a country, then even Wu Chang will not be able to fight back. America's speculation is completely nonsense. Huaxia, if we use all our nuclear bombs, can we destroy or fill up the Devourer of Planets? Jiangbai, no, the Devourer of Planets devours planets as a unit. This amount of energy and power is simply not enough to destroy or fill it up. All countries are also prepared and must fight to the last moment. After the meeting was over, Jiangbai looked at the United Nations meeting behind him and sneered. After talking for a long time, it was still feared that the Illuminati would threaten the status of various countries. Yingziguo said it better than singing. Open the space door and take Tony and others back to the base. If this catastrophe is over, the Illuminati will also enter the scope of Wu Chang and wander outside the major countries. This is also the result of Wu Chang's discussion in order to make the Illuminati contribute. But there are also many restrictive treaties. For example, constantly interfering in other countries' internal affairs, military, technology, etc. To put it bluntly, it is just an empty shell. Only the right to vote in the United Nations. The countries inside are not just the United States that fear the Illuminati. Huaxia, America, Mousy, Ingzi, France are all afraid of the Illuminati, especially him Jiangbai. He estimated it has become a thorn in the eyes and flesh of some countries, but he doesn't care at all. When the influence of the Illuminati reaches the world, the restrictions of these countries are completely nonsense, not to mention that he is not going to form a country. No country is provoking him now. If there is, he doesn't mind giving them a warning. The United Nations said it well, but the real power is still impermanence. The military strength of some countries now is not as good as some warlords and Hydra and other organizations. Now, because of the terrifying strength of the Illuminati, the 5 permanent members of the United Nations and the Security Council dare not sanction the Illuminati. Otherwise, the army will be dispatched tomorrow. There are also such cases. Some warlords in the past, the United States suspected that the other party illegally possessed powerful weapons. Then destroy all forces within 3 days and tie up the warlord leaders and hang them. If Jiangbai did not have the ability to flip the table, how could the 5 permanent members and the UN Security Council let them in politely and give them a place in the 5 permanent members? Only strength is the foundation for survival, and this is true for individuals and countries. There are so many countries in the world, but not many have nuclear bombs. Some can't even make fertilizers themselves. Now the United States has its own military bases and missile launch bases in Afghanistan and other regions, and even nuclear missile silos. Even if these countries protest at the United Nations, it is useless. No one will care, not to mention that each of the 5 permanent members has a veto. In the universe, a golden figure rushed towards the Earth, and golden energy flowed on the surface of her body. She was Captain Marvel Carol Danvers, who was recalled by Nick Fury using a quantum pager. Carol Danvers, formerly Ms. Marvel and current Captain Marvel, was originally a pilot of the American Air Force and later became an agent of the Air Force Intelligence Agency. Once, the alien device Soul Conduit exploded, and Danvers was trapped in it. The explosion caused her genes to merge with those of the Kree Empire soldier Mar-Vell, gaining extraordinary power and becoming Ms. Marvel, who took over the title of Captain Marvel after Mar-Vell's death. Captain Marvel can absorb and control energy in any form, and she can focus this energy on other abilities, such as her photon energy, which ignites a strong light explosion from her fingertips and radiates energy in all directions. She can also surround herself with an energy field to avoid most attacks and absorb the surrounding gravity to increase her strength. It also proves that her ability to absorb all forms of energy can increase energy emission. She also has super strength, super speed, super endurance, super perception, super control, and binary form. Binary form can control each form of electromagnetic spectrum and gravitational field energy within the universe level, with a greater degree of enhanced power, and fly at superluminal speed. After connecting to a white hole that can extract her energy, she has unlimited power to extract various forms of power. Carol, with blonde hair and wearing a red and blue uniform, started to rush towards the Earth after receiving the signal from Nick Fury's quantum pager. She was full of worries. She once told Nick that he could only press the quantum pager when he encountered big troubles. With Nick's brain, it is impossible for him not to know what this means. Now that he pressed it, it means that the Earth is in big trouble now, and it is the kind that Nick cannot solve. Jiangbai did not make any moves after returning to the Illuminati. After interrogating Yinhua with Tony and others, he went directly to the aerospace mothership. Seeing Jiangbai appear, Mary and others threw themselves into his arms, and he could only comfort him softly. "Okay, I'm fine. The real disaster has not yet come, and you still need to stay here for a few days. Promise me that you must ensure your safety, okay? Of course, even if the Earth is destroyed, I can take you away from here." After being intimate with everyone for a while, Jiangbai came to a room in the aerospace mothership and began to take out a large amount of vibranium from the system space for swallowing. To strengthen his physique, he had just sent Pepper back to Tony's villa, and there was nothing going on for the time being. According to his estimation, the Devourer of Planets should come outside the Earth within 3 days and then start to devour the Earth. The silver skateboard is in his system space, and he will definitely not hand over such a good thing. The special metal skateboard made by the Devourer of Planets itself also has powerful cosmic energy. Even if Jiangbai uses this thing, he can get the strength of a father-level god. He plans to use this to build a set of armor. At this time, Tony was in his underground studio and began to adjust his armor so that it could fight in the sky. When a strong enemy attacks, retreating is not something Tony can do. In the end, if he really loses and the Earth is destroyed, then he can only leave here with Jiangbai and others. 3 days passed quickly. Boom. "Sir, a strong energy fluctuation has been detected in outer space, which has exceeded the total energy generated by the explosion of all nuclear bombs on Earth." According to Mr. Jiangbai's description, the Devourer of Planets, one of the 5 great creators, has arrived. What's coming has finally come. Activate all armors and notify the members of the Illuminati. Notify Jiang. Prepare for battle. Okay, sir. After the powerful energy fluctuations appeared in the universe, Stark Industries satellites had already detected it, and Jarvis notified Tony. Tony learned about the situation, took a deep breath, put on his armor and flew to the Illuminati base. He must win this battle. Jiangbai had also received Tony's notice and took Pepper from his villa to the aerospace mothership and took Tom and Jerry alone to open the space door and come to the Illuminati base. He didn't let Tom and the others make the original silver skateboard into armor. Instead, he threw it in the system space. This thing was made by Galactus. If he took this thing to deal with Galactus, he would be controlled by the other party, and it would be over. What's more, the protagonist this time is not him, but the Sentinel. Jiangbai, let's go. Tony, Chala, are you sure you want to go? Tony, of course. My armor can fight in space. Chala, me too. I've changed into a set of vibranium armor. Even in space, my fighting power will not be weakened. Jiangbai, okay, let's go. Jean, I'm very likely to release your second personality in a while. Are you ready? Jean, I'm ready. Let's go. In the Illuminati base, Jiangbai looked at the 2 people wearing vibranium armor and spoke, and finally said nothing more, and then a space gate opened in the space of the Earth. In front of him was the Devourer of Planets, an energy body larger than the Earth, and it seemed to be the clone of the Devourer of Planets. Then Jiangbai waved his hand slightly, and Tony's armor was assembled on Jean's body. She now had no ability to survive in outer space. Only after releasing the phoenix power in her body can she survive. When Jiangbai, Robert, Tony, Chala, and Jean appeared in outer space, all the major countries and organizations on Earth watched in real time through satellites. Looking at the huge celestial body in front of them, many people were shocked. It was bigger than the Earth, and they were also very worried about whether Jiangbai and others could deal with this god. Just do it. It will be close to the Earth soon. Okay. Boom. Jiangbai's voice entered everyone's mind, and several people nodded slightly. They began to attack Galactus's clone. Sentinel released a powerful golden energy from his eyes and rushed towards Galactus. This energy is estimated to have reached the level of God. Tony and Black Panther continued to use their armor to release various weapons. Tony even created a special bomb made entirely of reactors. One bomb was enough to destroy the entire New York, and now it was released at Galactus completely and scrupulously. The surrounding armors were also controlled by Jarvis and began to approach Galactus to attack. Several armors were directly sucked in and swallowed by Galactus. Jiangbai also shot 2 scarlet lasers to attack Galactus. Sentinel's attack first hit Galactus's body, but it did not cause any damage. Instead, his energy was swallowed and absorbed by Galactus. Even Tony and Chala's attacks were the same, and Jiangbai's attack was no exception. Seeing the attack of the Sentinel being swallowed, Jiangbai's face was not good. That attack was at the level of the Father of Heaven, but it was swallowed by the Devourer of Planets. This clone is likely to have reached the level of a single universe. Seeing this, the Sentinel did not hold back, and an invisible force enveloped the surrounding position, and then the cosmic energy began to be controlled by the Sentinel. It condensed in the hands of the Sentinel continuously, and was still madly compressed, until the energy ball was as big as a basketball. It shot out from the hands of the Sentinel in an instant and flew to the position of the Devourer of Planets. Jiangbai did not continue to attack because it was meaningless. If this Devourer of Planets was at the single universe level, only the Sentinel could compete with him. Their attacks were simply sending energy. Boom! The compressed cosmic energy exploded violently when it touched the Devourer of Planets, and the terrifying energy destroyed 1/5 of the energy body of the Devourer of Planets. Obviously, the Sentinel's attack had worked, which made everyone look happy. The next second, the Sentinel instantly disappeared from his original position, using his indestructible body and the power of millions of stars in his body to bombard the energy body of Galactus. In an instant, most of his body was destroyed again. But Galactus' suction force became even more violent, constantly absorbing and swallowing from the scattered energy to restore his body. Suddenly, a purple attack shot out from Galactus' body and hit the Sentinel's body, but it couldn't move him at all. Tony, Chala, and others were very happy, but Jiangbai's face was a little solemn. He was worried about the state of the Sentinel. If he was suddenly disturbed by the void, the Sentinel might also become one of the murderers who destroyed them and the Earth. At this time, a figure covered with golden energy suddenly appeared in the distance. It was not until she approached that she could see clearly that it was a blonde woman wearing a red and blue uniform. Jiangbai recognized it as Captain Marvel at a glance. Captain Marvel helped the Skrulls find a new home in the universe. It was impossible for her to return to Earth within 3 days, so it should be that Nick Fury had already informed Captain Marvel. Jiangbai's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that this was someone that Nick Fury had sent to deal with him. He glanced at Captain Marvel calmly and found that her strength was about the level of the Father God. If she turned on the binary star form, she would probably be even more powerful. Tony and Chala looked at the woman who suddenly appeared with caution. She is Captain Marvel. Nick Fury called her back to deal with me. Don't panic. There will be no conflict for the time being. Jiangbai's voice suddenly appeared in Tony and Chala's minds. The two also put down their hands ready to attack and secretly be cautious of each other. After Captain Marvel appeared, she saw a huge energy body fighting with a person. She was well informed in the universe and recognized it as Galactus at a glance. However, she was surprised to see that person could fight back and forth with the other party, but she joined the battle the next second. Golden energy was released from her hands. It blasted into Galactus' energy body, but it didn't have any effect. The Sentinel found that she didn't pay attention. Continue to fight Galactus. Jiangbai used his spatial ability to isolate the aftermath of their battle from the Earth. To prevent the aftermath from reaching the interior of the Earth, the energy body of the Devourer of Planets became smaller and smaller under the attack of the Sentinels, and the originally blue body gradually turned purple. A more violent energy attack suddenly surged from the location where the energy was devoured and rushed towards the Sentinels. Bang! The Sentinels controlled the cosmic energy to resist it, and then a shock hit the core of the Devourer of Planets. This made the body of Galactus begin to show signs of disintegration. The Sentinel also understood that this was Galactus' weakness and mobilized the infinite energy in his body. Formed a terrifying attack to destroy Galactus. After being hit, Galactus exploded instantly and the originally suppressed energy was released. Its impact made Jiangbai feel bad, and a blue space gem appeared in his hand. Immediately separate the space from the Earth, otherwise the released energy can destroy half of the Earth. Jiangbai alone urged the space gem to resist these energies with difficulty. Merlin drew a magic circle next to him, which was constantly absorbing the energy released by Galactus. Tom protected Tony, Chala, and Jean from the impact of these energies. Everyone on Earth was praying that Jiangbai must hold on. Since he did not enter space at the beginning, Reed and the Illuminati directly used satellites to broadcast the images to the whole world. Some countries wanted to stop it but couldn't. At first, everyone was shocked when they saw the huge energy body, and more countries were checking the identity of the Sentinel. An existence with such powerful power. It was completely incredible, but more of them were afraid of the Illuminati. Soon, the energy shock disappeared, and Jiangbai also put the space gem into the system space. The Sentinel came to Jiangbai with a slightly embarrassed face and said, "Sorry, I didn't expect there would be an energy shock." "It's okay, as long as you destroy the Devourer of Planets. It's okay. Fortunately you have you, otherwise the Earth is hanging this time. This is a medicine that can calm the nerves, and I'm not sure if it will work for you. So I didn't give it to you at the beginning, you can try it." "Okay, thank you, I know. If I lose control at that time, it will be even more difficult. Let's go back." He took out a golden potion and handed it to the Sentinel, saying that this thing was made by Merlin, and it seemed to be made of some special magical plants. Jiangbai was not sure if it would work, so he did not dare to give it to the Sentinel at first. After all, as the main combat force, if he had problems at the beginning, he would be doomed. Then Jiangbai opened a space gate and took Robert, Tony, Chala, Jean, and Tony's armor back to the Illuminati base. As for Captain Marvel, he ignored her at all. Nick Fury found his helper to deal with him, and he did not attack Captain Marvel now because she attacked Galactus. "Charles, welcome back, you saved the Earth." "Thank God." "Reed, hahaha, so cool. But this crisis is finally resolved. You are all great." "Jiangbai, this time it mainly depends on Robert, and the few of us are just soy sauce." "Robert, no. Everyone has contributed, especially when the energy impact lasted. If you hadn't blocked it, the Earth would have been affected." "Tony, okay, I think we can have a party to celebrate the first time the Illuminati protected the Earth and saved the world." "Jiangbai, maybe we should solve other problems." When Jiangbai and others came back, Charles and others looked at them happily. The Earth was successfully protected from being swallowed and destroyed. Tony was even more excited and wanted to have a party to celebrate. Robert next to him took the potion given by Jiangbai and drank it while everyone was not paying attention. As a result, he found that the voice that had troubled him in his mind disappeared, and his mind was much clearer, which made him bright. This feeling was as if nothingness did not exist, and even the mind-clearing magic cast by Master Gui did not have this effect. People all over the world are celebrating that the Earth has not been swallowed and destroyed. The reputation and influence of the Illuminati reached its peak at this moment. Even if it did not enter the United Nations, it was still a force that could not be ignored. What's more, There were Robert, Jiangbai, and others in the Illuminati. There was a large group of people marching on the streets of New York. This was a happy parade, and the admiration for the Illuminati on the internet also reached its peak. The Illuminati now has both strength and reputation, and it is also an organization that saves the Earth. This makes people like the Illuminati even more. Robert, Jiang, do you still have that potion? I feel great. Nothingness can interfere with me. Jiangbai, I'm not sure about this either. It will take some time. Jiangbai, the woman we met in the universe, was the helper that Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. originally asked to deal with me, so I'm going to solve this problem. You guys celebrate first. Robert, help me find Nick Fury's location. Reed, hey Jiang, you're being polite. If you hadn't rescued me from the universe, I might have died. I'll go with you. Tony, Nick Fury? I have to help you. I owe you too much and I have to pay it back. Charles, Jiang, I haven't paid you back for helping me heal my legs. Tekala, the matter of S.H.I.E.L.D. is not only your matter, but also the matter of the Illuminati. Add me. Robert, let's go together. It's a good opportunity to see what Nick Fury is capable of. He can also call for help from the universe. But you have to promise me to get me more of that potion. I feel very good now. Jiangbai, okay, then let's go together. Robert, you find the location. He is probably surrounded by mental defense devices. I can't find him at all. Robert, no problem, let's go. Hearing Robert's inquiry, Jiangbai thought for a while and answered, then stood up and prepared to deal with Nick Fury. Who knew that everyone said they wanted to go together? Except for Chala, almost all the combat personnel of the Illuminati had received his help. Even Robert was no exception. In the end, everyone had to go together, and Robert was the one to find Nick Fury's location. In a special base, Nick Fury happily watched Carol Danvers come back. Now he has the confidence to fight Jiangbai. Steve Rogers and others beside him also looked at Nick Fury in surprise. They didn't expect that he could find helpers in the universe. Harry Osborn beside him also showed excitement in his eyes. He knew that his chance to avenge his father had come. Samuel Stern looked at Nick Fury and Carol Danvers silently, not knowing what they were thinking. Bruce Banner, who was sitting on the side, didn't say anything, but just watched quietly. If he hadn't been chased away by the rat, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state. To follow Nick Fury. It is to avoid the pursuit of the U.S. military. Ross has not given up hunting Bruce Banner until now, wanting to get the power of the Hulk in him. Nick, so the crisis you called me back is Galactus? But it seems that someone on Earth can solve it. Wait, what Galactus? Are you talking about that god? You don't know Galactus? It's the energy body that wanted to devour the Earth just now. He is Galactus, one of the gods of creation, but he is just an avatar. His strength is also very strong, and I can't beat him. So that's it, it's not like that. The reason I asked you to come back is because of Jiangbai. It's the one with golden hair and white clothes you saw in the universe. Him? What happened to him? Originally, I tried to persuade him to join S.H.I.E.L.D., but he killed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and even killed the Skrulls who replaced me. S.H.I.E.L.D. was also destroyed by him. I can only hide in this base to avoid being found by him. Now he has formed an Illuminati. The threat to the Earth is so great that no one can stop him. Wait, you mean he destroyed S.H.I.E.L.D., killed the Skrulls, and is hunting you? He also created an Illuminati to rule the Earth? That's probably what you mean. Let's not talk about the previous one. Even if he wants to rule the Earth, why did you call me back? As long as the Earth is not destroyed, it has nothing to do with me. As for the previous things, I will settle accounts with him, but I can tell you clearly. I can't beat the man who destroyed Galactus. If he is serious, I may not be able to fight back. I have seen too many destroyed planets and lives in the universe over the years. As for who rules the Earth, it has nothing to do with me. Maybe if he rules, the Earth can fly out of the universe earlier. Carol looked at Nick in surprise. In her cognition, as long as the Earth and human beings were not destroyed, it was not a big deal. As a result, Nick actually called her back from the universe because of this matter. As for whether Jiangbai wanted to rule the Earth, she didn't care at all. As she said, if Jiangbai ruled the Earth, Perhaps the Earth could fly out of the Earth earlier to develop in the universe. She has witnessed too many planetary destructions and wars. She doesn't care who controls the power of a planet, even if it is the Earth. If someone can rule the Earth, integrate all countries and resources, and scientists from various countries gather together, the development of the Earth will rise rapidly. Why not do it? If she interferes with the power of a planet, then the entire power is in the hands of the original country, or in her hands in disguise. After listening to Carol's words, Nick Fury looked unhappy. He didn't expect Carol to give such an answer. This is unacceptable to him. He always believes that people like Jiang Bai, Robert, Tony, and other uncontrollable people should be eliminated. These are all obstacles that prevent him from protecting the Earth and mankind. Even if he is dissatisfied with Carol's words, he did not show it. He pretended to be silent and did not speak again. Now he can only rely on Carol, otherwise he has no capital to fight against Jiang Bai and others. Okay, Nick. I know what you are thinking. You just want to protect the Earth and mankind, but you didn't play any role in the crisis just now. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. was not destroyed, even if I came back early, right? Don't put everything on your shoulders. This won't work. Maybe you should learn to let go. As for Jiang Bai's problem, I will settle accounts with him. What do you think? Okay, I understand. Maybe you are right. Carol looked at Nick's appearance. How could she not know what he was thinking? She looked at Nick with a complicated look and continued. The change of time made Nick no longer the same as before. Now he has become someone who wants to control everything in his own hands. This made Carol feel a little heavy. She understood that people will change, especially in the chaotic melting pot of America on Earth. At least Nick can still keep his original intention. I really want to know what you're going to settle with me. Nick Fury, do you think you can deal with me by bringing Captain Marvel back? It's a good idea. Do you know why I didn't kill you at the door of my manor? You should thank Captain Marvel for this. Otherwise, when the sniper attacked me, you, Coulson, Natasha, and the special mobile team outside the manor would not have been able to leave alive. Walter, I didn't expect you to find this place. The reason why I did that is because you despise the law, have no bottom line, and do whatever you want. You are so unscrupulous. Stable factors can only be destroyed and controlled. I'm too lazy to argue with you. You talk better than you sing. Yo. Steve Rogers, Bruce Banner, Samuel Stern, Harry Osborn are all here, an ungrateful old guy who has slept for 70 years, a child with limited potential, a smart guy after mutation, a kid who wants to avenge his murderer father? Is this your confidence to deal with me? At this time, Jiang Bai and his group suddenly appeared in the space, which surprised Nick Fury and others. After finding out that it was Jiang Bai, they felt bad. Jiang Bai looked at Nick Fury with a playful look in his eyes, and then spoke to Nick Fury in a mocking tone. Faced with Nick Fury's deep accusation, he was too lazy to pay attention, turned his head, and looked at Steve Rogers and others standing behind him, his eyes full of disdain. But he soon made a plan in his mind, and the Hulk and Bruce Banner still had great potential. Now that he is restricted by Bruce Banner, he may be able to help Hulk occupy the entire body and then join the Illuminati. In this way, the Illuminati will have another member with unlimited potential. He helped Hulk, and Hulk will always be grateful to him in the future. Hulk is now just a child's cognition, and children are the most innocent and easiest to fool. Bruce Banner was also sentenced to death at this moment. Since he joined Nick Fury's side, he must be prepared to die. I didn't expect you to know me. It seems that you are here to cause trouble for us. No, you're wrong. It's you who are causing trouble for us. We? Just solve the trouble that wants to cause trouble for us in advance. Of course I know you, Carol Danvers. You can still live after leaving the Earth with the Skrulls. You. I hope this matter can be peaceful. Solve it. What do you think? I can join the Illuminati, take Nick away from the Earth, and guarantee to return when the Illuminati needs help. How about it? Carol looked at Jiang Bai with curiosity in her eyes. She didn't expect that there were strangers on the Earth who knew her besides Nick. In this regard, Jiang Bai just smiled slightly. As Nick Fury's backer, how could he not know him? After Jiang Bai finished speaking, Carol said to Jiangbai and others with a bit of an ugly face, because Nick was her friend. So she finally wanted Nick to live, and even offered to join the Illuminati. After listening to Carol's words, Jiangbai fell into deep thought, because Carol's strength was at the level of a father. The benefits of joining the Illuminati are self-evident, but he would never let Nick Fury go. If he had to choose between the two, Jiangbai still chose to solve Nick Fury. Nick Fury can't leave here alive. Seeing Steve Rogers here, I thought of a very fun game. Steve Rogers, you should know who he is, right? Bucky, remember, he was transformed into the Winter Soldier by Hydra, attacked my manor, and was captured by me. Now let's play a game. The chip is Bucky. As long as you kill Nick Fury, I will give him to you. If you don't kill Nick Fury, I will kill him. Choose. Bucky. No, wait. Good. Bang. Finally, Jiangbai looked at Carol expressionlessly and said, then suddenly thought of a fun thing, and said to Steve Rogers, use the power of space to bring over the Winter Soldier, Bucky, and then look at Steve Rogers sarcastically. He wants to see whether Steve Rogers will choose his good friend or Nick Fury this time. As expected, Steve Rogers chose to attack Nick Fury for his good friend, but he was blown away by Carol's energy the next second. Then he looked at Jiangbai and others with a very ugly face. At this time, Reed, Charles, Tony, Chala, Robert were all ready to fight, especially Robert. His eyes were always on Carol, and once she made a move, Robert would immediately attack her. Despicable. Despicable? No, it's not despicable at all. It's just that in Steve Rogers' heart, his good friend has a higher status. Maybe I should add fuel to the fire. Tony, don't you want to know how your parents died? I tell you, they were all killed by Bucky, and Hydra has surveillance video. What? My parents were killed by Bucky. No. He must pay for my parents' lives. Nick Fury looked at Jiangbai with anger at this time and spit out 2 words unwillingly. He didn't expect that Steve Rogers, whom he trusted the most, would stab him in the back at this time, which made Nick Fury feel cold in his heart. Then Jiangbai told Tony the truth about the death of Howard Stark and Maria Stark in order to advance the original Big Show. After learning the truth about the death of his parents, Tony couldn't help but feel anger and grief in his heart. In his memory, although his father was incompetent, he gave him a rich life. Although the relationship between the two was not very good, he was his father after all. He had the deepest feelings for his mother and originally thought that his parents' death was just an accidental car accident. Now that he knew it was a murder, he couldn't imagine how much pain his mother, such a gentle and kind woman, had to endure before she died. Thinking of his years of living a life of luxury, he had no doubt about the truth of his parents' death. Tony couldn't help but attack Bucky, and the energy of the palm cannon was fired, but then it was blocked by a round shield. It was Steve Rogers who got up again. This indestructible cockroach can fight anyone with a shield. This is not a compliment, but a mockery. Steve Rogers. I shouldn't have saved you. He is the murderer who killed my father and mother. Sorry, Tony. He is my friend, and he is controlled by Hydra. My father still praises you so much in front of me. If only he could open his eyes and take a look. Look at the Captain America he praises. What a ridiculous person he is. Isn't my father your friend? Bang. You're holding the shield my father made for you. Tony looked at Steve Rogers, who stopped him and said angrily, remembering what Jiangbai said when he saved Steve Rogers. Indeed, he regretted saving Steve Rogers now. Looking at this man who stopped him from taking revenge and was praised by his father, holding the shield he made. Tony's anger in his heart became stronger, and he kept controlling the vibranium armor to attack Steve Rogers. Charles, Chala, Reed, and Robert did not take action. This is Tony's battle, but if he speaks, they are all willing to help Tony. Originally, everyone had a good impression of Steve Rogers, but now it seems that politicians have only glorified him in history. Boom. Jiangbai turned his head to look at Nick Fury and others, and then 2 scarlet lasers shot out of his eyes, targeting Nick Fury. But the next second, Carol crossed his arms over his chest to resist, and flowing golden energy began to appear on his body. As a result, He flew backwards the next second and hit the wall of the base. Robert appeared in Carol's position just now, looking at Carol with a calm expression. He was undoubtedly on Jiang Bai's side, whether he was a member of the Illuminati or the potion Jiang Bai gave him. It was enough for him to help Jiang Bai. Seeing this, Carol stood up and rushed towards Robert, but her expression was very complicated because she knew that she could not defeat this man, even if she activated the binary star form. Bang! Charles, Chala, and Reed also started to attack. Charles met Samuel, who also had psychic abilities, the big boss. Chala met Harry in the Green Goblin armor. He finally took the old path of the timeline, but he had no chance of winning against the Illuminati. Bruce Banner also instantly turned into the Hulk, roaring and coming back. Reed met the Hulk, his special physique. The Hulk couldn't kill him at all. Jiang Bai came to NI without any obstacles. Nick Fury stood in front of him. You will be punished. Even if you kill me, nothing can be changed. I lost this time. Retribution? But yours must be me. You won't have a next time. Bang! Nick Fury watched Jiang Bai walk in front of him. He knew that Jiang Bai would not let him go. Facing death, he looked at Jiang Bai calmly and spoke. Even in his calm tone, there was a hint of unwillingness. The next second, he was directly blown up by the scarlet laser. Then a high-temperature flame appeared and burned his body to ashes. From beginning to end, Nick Fury did not even scream. Carol saw the scene and sighed slightly in her heart. She did not continue to fight with Robert. Using her ability to fly into the sky and leave here, Nick was already dead. It's not that she didn't want to save him, but she couldn't save him. She felt a little guilty in her heart, but that was all. Nick was no longer the Nick she knew before. The gap of this change made her feel very complicated. After Jiang Bai dealt with Nick Fury, Carol left. Harry Osborn, who inherited the Green Goblin's will, was almost beaten by Chala, who was wearing a special Black Panther vibranium suit. Facing the vibranium armor, the Green Goblin's alloy armor was completely vulnerable. The Green Goblin's armor had been beaten to pieces, and Harry Osborn was not feeling well either. There was blood on the corner of his mouth, and he looked at Jiang Bai with hatred in his eyes. But with Chala here, he couldn't get close to Jiang Bai at all. Tony also completely beat Steve Rogers in the vibranium armor. It can be said that as long as Tony finds an opportunity, Steve Rogers will have an extra wound on his body, no matter how proficient he is in various fighting. That is not as powerful as the vibranium armor assisted by the artificial intelligence Jarvis. From the fighting alone, Tony completely beat Steve Rogers with the assistance of Jarvis. With the characteristics of the vibranium armor, Steve Rogers cannot defeat Tony even with the shield made of vibranium and adamantium. Tony, whose mind is already filled with anger, doesn't care who Steve Rogers is. He only knows that he has to avenge his parents now. After so many years, he now knows that his parents were murdered. How can he not be angry as a son? The armor he controls keeps attacking Steve Rogers, and the offensive is getting more and more fierce. Boom! An elbow hits the edge of the shield, and the shield flies out of Steve Rogers' hand, and then Tony seizes the opportunity. Kicks Steve Rogers. Taking advantage of the victory, he keeps attacking and hitting Steve Rogers with the fist of the armor. He has completely used Steve Rogers as a punching bag and sandbag, and Steve Rogers is not in a good condition now. His face was covered in blood, and he spat out some internal organs from time to time. Even if he had been injected with super serum, it was not easy to bear. The attack of the vibranium armor was not so easy to bear. The kinetic energy he hit on the armor was all converted by Tony into attack and hit himself. Boom! Reed on the other side was not so lucky. He was the first to experience the original Loki set and was grabbed by the feet and smashed on the ground by Hulk. But fortunately, Reed's ability was special. After a set of attacks, Reed was fine and returned to his original state. Reed, how about I do it? No, I can deal with him, believe me, wait for me. Jiang Bai, who dealt with Nick, looked at Reed's current appearance and said gloatingly. At this moment, Reed's clothes had been researched and transformed by himself into retractable clothes. Even Susan and John had a set, which was why they were researched so quickly. It was because of Jiang Bai's words that he didn't want Susan to walk on the street. Although America is indeed more open, he is not ready to let his woman walk on the street. Yes, before Galactus arrived, Reed and Susan had reconciled and resumed their relationship. The combat suits he researched and manufactured can match their superpowers, and there will be no situation where the clothes are torn when using superpowers. Hearing Jiang Bai's words, Reed shook his head. He wanted to deal with this big guy by himself, but the next moment, boom! Hulk's sandbag-sized fist hit Reed's face, and then he flew backwards again. Jiang Bai shook his head slightly. He instantly appeared in front of Hulk, his palm covered with white special abilities, and slapped Hulk's body with one palm. Then two illusory figures were slapped out of Hulk's body by Jiang Bai. One was Bruce Banner, and the other was Hulk. Bruce Banner looked at the scene in confusion, looked at his hands and feet, and then looked at Hulk, and had no idea what was going on. Hulk, do you want to control your body by yourself? I can help you. Hulk wants to be alone. Hulk hates Banner. Okay, I'll help you, and I can help you become even more powerful, but you have to join the Illuminati with me, okay? Become powerful. Hulk, promise. The souls of Hulk and Banner were photographed. Jiang Bai used the power of the sheep spell to attach them to his palm, and then photographed Hulk and Banner. He didn't pay attention to Bruce Banner, but spoke to Hulk. After getting the answer he wanted, he used the power of the sheep spell to get Hulk back into his body. Then he used the sheep spell and psychic power to destroy Bruce Banner's soul. A second later, there was no Bruce Banner in this world. Only the Hulk with unlimited potential was left. Hulk returned to his body and did not continue to attack, but seemed to feel something. He showed a childlike smile and then looked at Jiang Bai. Hulk, my name is Jiang Bai, I will make you stronger. Hulk. Jiang Bai, friend. Okay, friend, wait here for a while. I will take you back to the Illuminati after I solve the problem here. After speaking to Hulk, Jiang Bai used his telekinesis to cover Harry Osborn, who had already fallen to the ground. With a little force, Harry Osborn's neck was broken by Jiang Bai, and then a high-temperature flame burned him to ashes. Tony next to him also did as he wished, using his vibranium armor to defeat Steve Rogers, kill Bucky, and avenge his parents. Looking at Steve Rogers lying on the ground dying, Jiang Bai thought for a moment, and then a high-temperature flame burned him to ashes. Charles failed to deal with Samuel, who escaped by using the terrain and the mine defense device. Smart people are often more difficult to deal with. Although Jiang Bai was a little surprised by Samuel's escape, he did not chase him. Unless Robert took action, it would not be easy to find Samuel. Let alone his IQ, he has a mind defense device and psychic ability, which has left Jiang Bai and Charles helpless. All the weapons in this base were stored in the system space, and then the space door was opened to return to the Illuminati base. Hulk was also brought back by him. Everyone sat in the conference room, and Tony was in a very heavy mood. Even though he had taken revenge, he still felt very guilty. Jiang Bai, this crisis has been resolved. Unless there is a crisis that threatens the Earth, we don't need to take action. By the way, Charles, you can publish an article about the situation of mutants in the name of the Illuminati. With the endorsement of the Illuminati, I think both the United States and the international community will be restrained. Jiang Bai, also, Hydra needs to be dealt with. Tony, hand Hydra to me. They controlled Bucky to kill my parents, and they have to pay the price. Charles, this should change the situation of mutants. At least they will no longer be despised by everyone. Jiang Bai, okay, Hydra is not simple. You should be careful and ask us for help when you need it. The situation of mutants must be changed step by step. At least we must start with ordinary people. As for those laboratories that study mutants, we can just destroy them directly, don't worry. Reed, Tony, I will go with you. Susan, John, and I need to exercise our abilities. What do you think about me inviting Susan and John to join our Illuminati? Chala, I don't have any opinions. It depends on you. If possible, I also hope that my sister will join. She is also a genius scientist. Jiang Bai, you can join, but you need to observe. The reputation and influence of the Illuminati are very great now. So if they create any accidents after joining, the Illuminati will be discredited in the end. I am not worried about Susan. You are also aware of her brother's impulsive, irritable situation. Jiang Bai, as for Chalia's sister, she is indeed a genius. It is no problem for her to join. Like Susan and John, she will enter the probation period. After passing the probation period, she will become a member of the Illuminati. What do you think? Reed, no problem. That kid is indeed a bit unreliable. Chala, okay. Jiang Bai spoke first after entering the meeting room and said what the Illuminati needed to solve next, such as the problem of mutants and Hydra. Finally, Susan, John, and Shuri entered the probation period. The meeting ended and Jiang Bai walked out of the meeting room first. Prepare to take Hulk back to Skull Island. He is not suitable to stay in the Illuminati. After all, only Zhao Hailuan is doing research here. Only on Skull Island can he fight Martin, Kane, and various creatures, so that his strength will become stronger and stronger. Robert, Jiang, wait, you don't mind having one more neighbor. You know, I have exposed my identity in this crisis. In order to avoid those damn organizations and politicians from disturbing me, only your Skull Island is a good place. Jiang Bai, oh? You want to come to Skull Island? That's fine, but now you have to build it yourself. Robert, no, you can just help me teleport my own house. It takes too long to build a house, and I guess I will be annoyed to death by those organizations and politicians at that time. Chala, do you mind having one more neighbor? I also want to live on Skull Island, but you have to make a teleportation array for me. Jiang Bai, okay, come if you want. Knowing that Robert and Chala wanted to live on Skull Island, Jiang Bai had no objection. Robert's words may indeed be to avoid being disturbed by those people. Chala probably wants to get closer to him. Now there is more than just him on Skull Island. Tony, Robert who was about to move in, and himself, the three of them were almost the core of the Illuminati, so it was nothing for Chala to have such an idea. Take Hulk back to Skull Island, tell it some precautions, and let it go to the forest by itself. Wanda, Mary, and the others have all come down from the aerospace carrier and returned to the manor, and Pepper has also returned to Tony's manor on Skull Island. Use the teleportation array inside to return to Tony's villa in New York and gently comfort Wanda and the others. Jiang Bai used the space gem to move Robert's house over and also met his wife, Lindy Reynolds. In a parallel world timeline, in the aftermath of the superhuman Civil War, Lindy's husband became part of the government-recognized Avengers, and Ultron attacked New York. Seeing that Robert was too powerful to be defeated, Ultron decided to kill Lindy and brutally dismembered her. Robert was furious and almost killed Ultron. Ms. Marvel knocked him out. Later, Robert unconsciously resurrected Lindy. The two did not have much communication, but now Lindy and Robert seemed to have a better relationship. Perhaps it was because Robert saved the Earth. After all, American women are strong and hero-worshipping. After making a teleportation array in Robert's house, he left. This teleportation array is directly teleported to Jiang Bai's manor in New York. There is always an energy shield there, and there is nothing in the villa in the manor. Only some furniture is left in the basement. There is also a small spaceship with the ability to jump in short distances, which was also made by Grey Wolf before. He used the space ability to go to Wakanda again, took out the house made of vibranium by Chala, and then arranged a teleportation array for Wakanda to reach here. Then he returned to his manor and said something to King Kong. Now there are many people living on Skull Island. There is a special magnetic field outside the island. All electronic equipment will fail when passing through there. Not only is the environment here good, the air is fresh, but it is also very safe. There is also King Kong guarding. Monarch Organization. In a special cave, 2 huge eggs are constantly absorbing the surrounding radiation to grow. Not far away in the cliff is the laboratory of the Monarch Organization, where the genes of the egg are being studied. There are also things that can control the 2 giant beasts inside. The main thing is to start from the aspect of mental ability to cooperate with the research on them. If possible, they all want to put an instrument in the brain of the giant beast to control them. It's a pity that the eggs cannot be destroyed now, Otherwise, the giant beast inside is likely to die. However, some of the extra tissues of the egg were cut by them for research. Not only did they contain the genes of the two giant beasts in the egg, but also a special gene. Even the bones of the original giant beast Godzilla were not spared. All of them were used for research, and the bones were cut open to study the bone marrow inside. The research value of these things is very huge, and they are far superior to other organizations that study giant beasts. Even some countries can't compare with them. After all, they have obtained the bones of an ancient Godzilla and two living giant beast eggs. Other countries can only find some original ancient ruins at most, and the walls inside record some of the Titan beasts. Especially in the deep rainforest of Yunnan province in China, there are the ruins of Mothra's ancient palace. The current Mothra is likely to be still inside. It has not died and has not returned to the center of the earth to revive. It is very likely to be sleeping in the palace. Li Xiao, it won't be long before the two giant beasts can break out of their shells. William, yes, at that time, we can control them to find more giant beasts for research. Sarazawa AG, however, we have to pay attention to the Illuminati. If they know that we control the giant beasts, the organization will suffer an unprecedented blow. Li Xiao, indeed, especially Jiang Bai, and the man who defeated the gods in outer space. We haven't found any information about him yet, but as long as we control more giant beasts, the Illuminati will not be afraid. In an office, the founders of the Emperor organization were chatting. When talking about the Illuminati, everyone's face changed slightly. The Illuminati put too much pressure on them, not just them. All organizations and countries are like this. The Illuminati is too powerful. Knock Company Laboratory. A huge creature is curled up in a huge culture chamber, and the researchers next to it are constantly recording something. From time to time, a purple liquid is injected into the culture chamber through an instrument. After the liquid is injected, the creatures in the culture chamber begin to change. The size increases again. The thing in the culture chamber is a huge python, whose head is even bigger than a truck and whose body is thousands of meters high. This is exactly the research target of Knock Company, a python injected with blood orchid extract and giant beast genes. The senior management of Knock Company tried to get long life and powerful power from the mutated python, so they began to study and cultivate the python. This python was captured from the primeval forest where the blood orchid was originally born. Its original size was not so big, only about 100 meters, and then it was cultivated by Knock Company. There is also a controllable instrument in its head. This is also the means by which Knock Company controls the python, a high-temperature electric shock device made of special metal. Once activated, no matter how powerful the giant python is, it will have a splitting headache. One of the hind limbs of the group that died in the city was obtained by the Knock Company, and it was studied and injected into the body of the giant python, which gave the giant python a very terrifying self-healing ability. There is more than one such giant python. The Knock Company has cultivated 5 such giant pythons, and the body of each giant python is more than 1 kilometer long. The investment is an astronomical figure, but for the long life and strong strength, these are nothing. There are some low-key tables and families from all over the world behind the Knock Company. Skull Island. After a few days, the outside world is still enthusiastic about the Illuminati, and the internet is full of reports on the heroic deeds of the Illuminati. Charles also published an article in the name of the Illuminati in the past few days, mainly about the problem of mutants. With the current influence of the Illuminati, the situation of mutants has improved a lot, and the superheroes that were originally planned to be created have also received great support. Especially Cyclops, Phoenix, Storm, Wolverine, etc. Now ordinary people are not particularly opposed to mutants, which is a good start. Charles also began to destroy the laboratories that study mutants with the X-Men. He even published some inhumane mutant experiments on the internet. This has made many companies the target of netizens' attacks, with stock prices plummeting and companies going bankrupt. This also reveals the dark side of the world in disguise. Not only mutants, but ordinary people are not much better. Human trafficking and organ trafficking in the West are very serious. Every year, the number of people trafficked in the West is as high as several million, which is a very terrifying number. Tony also took Reed and others to continuously attack the Hydra base. The process was not very smooth, but many Hydra bases were destroyed. It's just that they haven't found a high-level Hydra with the same height as Pierce. They have cleared some small bases, or bases that study giant beast genes and mutants. Only Jiang-Bai is relatively free. He doesn't care about anything. He just lies in the manor to bask in the sun and play with his girlfriend and maids. Hulk was having a blast on Skull Island, playing with Martin, Kane, and even running into the cave of the giant skull lizard. This also improved his strength a lot. Without Banner's restrictions, Hulk's potential can be fully developed. Unlike the original timeline, he turned into Dr. Green in the end, and his strength was even more frighteningly low. In the end, even Bronski could hold him down with one hand. As for the future development of the Illuminati, Jiang-Bai was not worried at all. As long as he was there, the Illuminati would always be above the international community. He would not be restricted by the so-called 5 permanent members of the United Nations. When he transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon, he already had the ability to destroy the Earth. How could he still be afraid of them? The rights obtained for the Illuminati were all for future convenience, and they were still helpful to Charles's mutant group. He would not forget what he promised Charles at the beginning, and he had to do it since he promised. Tom, how about you help me make a suit with a skateboard, so I can use the power inside? Okay. Jiang-Bai found Tom, handed him the silver skateboard, and told him his request. Tom pulled the bow he was wearing and said, "This bow is a device for translating language, which allows Jiang-Bai to understand what it says." He took the silver skateboard handed over by Jiang-Bai, ran back to the warehouse behind his villa, and knocked it inside. Jiang-Bai sat back on his recliner with satisfaction. The original silver skateboard was also dead. After the clone of the Planet Devourer was killed, the moment the Sentinel was destroyed, he died directly in the Illuminati's prison room. Jiang-Bai didn't care. Anyway, the skateboard was in his hands now. If he could use the power of the skateboard, then he could reach the combat power of the Father level without turning into a 5-clawed golden dragon. The cosmic energy in the skateboard will be mobilized by him. At this time, Jiang-Bai suddenly found that Whitebeard was looking for him. "Whitebeard, I am going to the Navy headquarters to save Ace. Wish me good luck." "Jiang-Bai, with the weapon I gave you, you must do it, okay? At worst, save Ace. You can throw the nuclear bomb in. Your trust in me is not 100%. I can't come, otherwise I would like to come and see." "Whitebeard, Walala. If you can come, I will be more confident in saving Ace." Ding, Whitebeard's invitation is detected. "Do you want to enter the pirate world? You cannot attack the trading object after entering." Jiang-Bai, wow, Whitebeard, you can do it. You actually came up with a new function. How about it? Do you want me to help you? Whitebeard, ha ha ha. You are worthy of being Whitebeard, of course. If you come, it will be more certain. I also want to see your strength. Jiang-Bai, okay. Wait for me for a while, I will clean up. When Jiang-Bai heard that Whitebeard was going to save Ace, he became interested, but unfortunately the trust level was not 100%, so he could not go to Whitebeard's world. Who knows, the next second after Whitebeard finished speaking, the system prompt appeared. This surprised Jiang-Bai very much, and going to the pirate world was also a good choice. However, looking at the trust level that was not full, Jiang-Bai asked the system in confusion. "System, as long as the trading partner invites me, can I go to the trading partner's world when the trust level, friendliness, and favorability are not full?" Ding. The world of each trading object, with the sincere invitation of the trading object, the host can accept the invitation to enter the world of the trading object. Each trading object is limited to one opportunity. When the host has more trading objects, some functions of the system will also be unlocked. Oh? There are still some functions that have not been unlocked. What are they? Ding, can't tell. Okay, this is not bad. At least there is a chance to accept the invitation to enter the world of the trading object once. After asking the system, Jiang-Bai also understood what was going on. But unfortunately, each trading object is limited to one time. Then Jiang-Bai got up and walked towards the villa, ready to pack up the former pirate world and take Wanda and the others with him as a vacation in the pirate world. Mary, Wanda, Lorna, Emma, Clarice, pack up your things. I'll take you to a place for a trip. Really? Great. I'll pack it up now. When he came to the villa, he told Mary and others, but didn't say where to go. Lorna excitedly ran back to her room and started packing. Mary and others nodded slightly and went back to the room to pack. Jiangbai continued to rule Pietro, Martin, Kane, Hulk, Tom, Jerry, Marsal, Merlin, and others. After everyone packed up, Jiangbai said hello to Robert and Tony and prepared to go to the pirate world. The reason why he brought Hulk. Because if he didn't bring Hulk, he would probably search all over Skull Island to find them. Now Hulk is very dependent on Jiangbai and others. He also became good friends with Martin and Kane. The three muscular men fought together every day and had feelings for each other. So the simple Hulk can also be regarded as a member of the manor. After all, he is no longer Banner and his mind is still a child, so it is naturally easier to accept. Jiangbai, I'm here, you prepare and make room. I brought my family to your place for a trip. Whitebeard, okay, no problem. After solving Ace's problem, I will take you to appreciate the scenery of our world. Pirate world on the Moby Dick. Whitebeard, Halala, my dear sons, make room for me. My friend is coming to visit us. Help us save Ace. Marco, friend? Is it red-haired dad? Whitebeard, no, 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 no. You will see him later. Hurry up. Marco, yes, dad. After learning that Jiangbai was coming, Whitebeard stood up and said happily to his sons next to him that he had the help of this trading partner. This made him feel more at ease. Under Whitebeard's instructions, Marco took his members to move the things around immediately. Jiangbai on the other side also chose to agree to enter the pirate world, and then Jiangbai and others all disappeared on the spot. On the Moby Dick, a blue vortex space suddenly appeared in front of Whitebeard, and Jiangbai walked out in white casual clothes. Jiangbai, dressed in white, reveals a clean and tidy image, which makes people feel light and free, and at the same time shows a restrained and low-key luxury. Whitebeard, we finally meet. It seems that you have recovered well. Although I am mentally prepared, you are too tall. Haha, kid, I didn't expect you to be so short. Roar. Hey, Hulk. This is not an enemy, but a friend. I am joking with him. No. No. Jiang. Short. Jiangbai, who walked out of the space vortex, saw the tall and burly Whitebeard at a glance and greeted him with a smile. At the same time, he was a little helpless, because Whitebeard was much taller than him. Whitebeard took this opportunity to joke with Jiangbai, but who would have thought that a roar would come out in the next second? Hulk had already jumped out and wanted to attack Whitebeard, which directly scared Jiangbai. He didn't expect Hulk to attack him because of Whitebeard's words. He quickly used his space ability to stop him and explained to Hulk, but Hulk stared at Whitebeard and spoke incoherently. Although Wanda was teaching Hulk to speak, he was still young and could not speak a complete sentence. After saying that, Hulk walked back to Martin and Kane, and the three guys laughed heartlessly. Sorry, Whitebeard, this is Hulk. He is still young, easily angry and upset, and he is more protective of me. Ha ha, it's okay. Hulk, his muscles look very strong, ha ha ha. Sons, it's okay, this is a misunderstanding. They are all my friends. Hurry up and prepare for the banquet. Come and welcome my friend. Yes, Dad. Woohoo. Let's have a party. Jiangbai turned his head and said to Whitebeard apologetically. Hulk's behavior just now also made the members of the Whitebeard pirates look at them cautiously. Whitebeard didn't care at all. After listening to Jiangbai's words, he understood that Hulk was just big in body and his mind was still that of a child. Knowing that it was a misunderstanding, he prepared a banquet to entertain Jiangbai and others. Wanda, Lorna, Mary, Emma, and others looked around curiously. They didn't know where this place was. Only Tom, Jerry, Marsal, and Merlin had some guesses in their hearts. But he didn't care so much and attended Whitebeard's banquet with Jiangbai. After the banquet started, Jiangbai also introduced everyone to each other. It was Pietro, Martin, Kane, Hulk, and several captains of the Whitebeard pirates who went to drink together. Mary and others ate the food at the banquet elegantly, and the members of the Whitebeard pirates were very tactful and didn't disturb them. Jiang Bai and Whitebeard sitting together drinking and eating meat, they felt very happy. Not long after, Martin and Jaws started to arm wrestle and bet on drinking, and even the other members looked over curiously. Jaws is the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard pirates. He is a superhuman shining fruit user. He is burly, muscular, dark-skinned, and has no eyebrows. He usually wears armor. He is one of the veteran crew members of the Whitebeard pirates. His strength is not to be underestimated in the Whitebeard pirates. They don't know how strong Martin is, but they all start to make a fuss. They also heard from their father that the other party came to help them save Ace. This way of betting on drinking may not be a test of their strength. However, Martin's strength is not weak. First, his body was strengthened twice, and then he ate the xuanwu fruit. He has now developed to the point where he can transform into a xuanwu form. His strength may be a little worse than Whitebeard, but not too much. Whitebeard is a well-known strong man, and he also has the power of the tremor fruit. Martin has just mastered the xuanwu form, so it's okay if he can't beat Whitebeard, but it's probably difficult for Whitebeard to hurt Martin. The defense of the xuanwu fruit ability is not to be underestimated. From the fact that he can fight with Kane and Hulk, it can be seen that if he doesn't have some strong defense and recovery ability, he will be killed by these two perverts sooner or later. One has unlimited potential, and the other has unlimited magic power. Both of them have very high potential. Come on, Captain Jaws. You must win. Try hard. Come on. Captain Jaws will win. Martin, can you please let me do it? Shut up, how could I lose? Ha ha, I still won. Indeed, your power is very strong. Ha ha ha, lose, drink. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were all cheering for Jaws, and the red tank next to him said something to Martin sarcastically, which made Martin angry and immediately tried his best. In the end, Jaws won the victory, smiled freely, picked up the wine glass and started drinking. There was nothing to lose. Everyone continued to play, and finally even Hulk joined in, excitedly wrestling, arm wrestling, and betting with everyone, but it was obvious that no one in the Whitebeard pirates had ever beaten Hulk. But everyone was having fun. It seems that the people around you are not weak. The strength of the 3 big guys is almost the same as mine. I am very curious about your strength. They haven't grown up yet. You said they are almost the same as you. It's just flattering yourself. Hulk and Kane have unlimited potential. When they grow up, they can even destroy your world. My strength? It's still possible to destroy the planet you live on. If you need it, I may be able to help you overthrow the rule of the world government. So powerful. It seems that saving Ace is stable this time. Overthrowing the world government. That's not necessary. Who will rule after the overthrow? I don't have that mind. It's good now. I have my own family and I am satisfied living with them. If the Revolutionary Army knew that you just rejected an opportunity to overthrow the rule of the world government, I feel they might collapse. Ha ha ha, you are right. Long, that guy, will definitely collapse. Jiang Bai and Whitebeard leaned against the side of the boat with wine, drinking and chatting while looking at the sea. After learning about Jiang Bai's terrifying strength, Whitebeard was very surprised. The first thing he thought of was to save Ace. He just smiled at this. Saving Ace was not difficult for him. He even asked Whitebeard with a bad taste whether he wanted to help him overthrow the world government. With his current strength, even the legendary Im would not be his opponent. Im, the master behind the world government, is called the king of the world and the president of the world government. He is a mysterious figure standing on the 5 elders, the highest authority in the world government, and the owner of the empty throne. He lives among the flowers in the deepest part of the Holy Land Marihoa Ponga City. Im is called the Creator by the 5 elders, and his existence is unknown to the outside world. According to the setting, Im is an animal-type fantasy beast devil fruit ability user who can transform into a huge, mysterious humanoid creature. The official name of the fruit has not yet been mentioned. Even so, Jiangbai did not take him seriously. He has the combat power of a father in the sky level when he transforms into a 5-clawed golden dragon, not to mention that Tom has already made a silver battle suit for him. It is a battle suit that can be made from a silver skateboard, and wearing it will have the combat power of a father in the sky level. It was not surprising to hear Whitebeard reject Jiangbai. Jiangbai would be surprised if he agreed. Time passed bit by bit, and the banquet soon ended. Jiangbai released the aerospace mothership from the system space, floating in the sky invisibly, and took everyone back to the aerospace mothership to rest. Dad, they should not be from this world, right? Yes, that Jiangbai is my trading partner, the one who helped me recover my body. With him, Ace can definitely be rescued. Sure enough, as long as Ace can be rescued. In Whitebeard's bedroom, Marco walked in and asked Whitebeard. Facing Marco's question, Whitebeard did not hide it and told him directly. For the two of them, the most important thing now is to save Ace. The next day was when Ace was about to be executed, and the Whitebeard pirates were almost at the Navy headquarters. It was not like in the original timeline, where the coding appeared from the bottom of the sea, but led all the squads into the Navy headquarters openly. Not afraid of the Navy headquarters at all, 100,000 Navy soldiers were on standby, and all the 7 warlords of the sea had arrived, as well as the Navy Marshal and the 3 admirals of the Navy. Jiangbai's arrival gave Whitebeard great confidence. The 7 warlords of the sea are recognized as great pirates by the world government. Each member has a catastrophic destructive force and a huge combat power that rivals that of a country. The 7 warlords of the sea are known as the 3 major forces of the Grand Line together with the 4 emperors and the Navy headquarters. Only pirates who are well-known or powerful enough to intimidate one side are eligible to be selected as the 7 warlords of the sea. There are only 5 7 warlords of the sea present at this moment. They are Jorker Mihawk, Bartholomew Kuma, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Gecko Mariah, and Boa Hancock. Marshal D. Teach voluntarily gave up the title of 7 warlords of the sea for letting the prisoners of the lowest level 6 of the deep sea prison Impel Down escape. Jinbei participated in the war on the top, and when Sengoku asked him about his position again, he firmly stated that he would stand on the opposite side and was deprived of the title. Neither of them is here yet. Teach is going to release the prisoners and Impel Down, and Jinbei is going to Impel Down to rescue Sand Crocodile and others. On the platform, executioners stood on both sides of Ace. Admiral Sengoku stood next to him. He is also the user of the animal-type human fruit, mythical beast, and Buddha form. Looking at the silent Ace, Sengoku shook his head slightly, picked up the microphone, and spoke to the special Den Mushi. The Navy recently captured a special pirate, and he will execute him here. The reason why the execution will be carried out at the Navy headquarters and the Navy is so mobilized is because he has the most evil bloodline in the world. Tell me, who is your father? My father? My father is Edward Newgate. No, your original name is Gold, Ace, and your father is Gold, Roger. You have the most evil bloodline in the world, so you must be executed here. No, my father is Whitebeard, only he can be my father. Facing Sengoku's question, Ace's eyes flashed with hatred, and then he loudly said his father's name. He hated the man who was worshipped by all pirates, the man who abandoned his mother and him. How could he admit that he was his child here, but Sengoku would not let him do so, and directly exposed his true life story. This time, not only the Navy and the Navy headquarters was shocked, but the special Den Mushi spread the news to all parts of the world. No one expected that Fire Fist, Ace, would be the son of the Pirate King. Even the 5 members of the 7 warlords of the sea were very surprised. Don Quixote Doflamingo laughed strangely, and his eyes stayed on Ace. Boom. Whitebeard, Sengoku, have you taken good care of my son? Otherwise, I will destroy the Navy headquarters. Sengoku, you're here after all. Whitebeard, you can't leave the Navy headquarters this time. Whitebeard, Ace. Are you okay? We are here to save you. Don't worry, stay there. We will definitely save you. No one can stop us. Ace, Dad, everyone. Get out of here quickly. It's me who didn't listen to Dad's orders, so you have to come to the Navy headquarters to risk saving me. Whitebeard, what nonsense are you talking about? Ace, we are family. Don't worry this time. Dad, I have called for help. No one can stop us. Jaws, that's right. Ace, wait well. We will definitely save you. With Lord Jiangbai and Hulk here, no one can stop us. Ha 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 ha. Whitebeard, let's fight. Whitebeard appeared in the Navy harbor, and behind him were all the squads of the Whitebeard pirates. He spoke to the Sengoku standing on the platform, not taking the Navy into consideration at all, even though this was the Navy headquarters. Finally, at Whitebeard's command, all the members of the Whitebeard pirates became excited, wishing they could rush up and rescue Ace now. Whitebeard bowed slightly, clenched his fists, and a white wave appeared on his fists and then slammed into the air on both sides. Then black cracks appeared one after another, and the entire space was shattered by Whitebeard's tremor fruit ability, and the seawater outside the Navy port began to fluctuate. A huge wave formed and rushed into the Navy port, just when it was about to rush into the Navy port. One of the admirals sitting on the platform disappeared from his seat in an instant. There were 3 people sitting on the platform, and they were the 3 admirals of the Navy. They were Kuzan, Sakaski, and Borsellino, codenamed Akiji, Akainu, and Kizaru. The one who just disappeared from his seat was Admiral Akiji. He has the ability of the natural freezing fruit. The ice fruit can freeze everything it touches and can turn any part of the body into ice. The light blue ice blocks created can change at will, creating any type of weapon to attack the target. With Akiji's strength, he can freeze all substances without even touching them, including freezing part of the sea surface to facilitate riding a bicycle on it. He often rides a bicycle on the sea by freezing the seawater under his feet. People or creatures frozen in ice will appear in a state of suspended animation, and their bodies will become fragile like ice, easily breaking and dying due to small impacts. The weakness is that they cannot resist attacks when hit by hot objects or flames. But with Akiji's power, he can easily freeze the magma in nature and the volcanic bombs ejected by volcanic eruptions. Akiji appeared in the air, and 2 blue and white ice rushed out of his hands. With one move, the Ice Age froze the waves on both sides that wanted to rush into the naval harbor. Then he used the fruit ability to create an ice gun to attack Whitebeard on the ship. Looking at the attack flying towards him, Whitebeard was not to be outdone. He used the power of the tremor fruit to punch Akiji in the direction of the tremor fruit, and the power of the tremor fruit instantly hit Akiji. His body fell uncontrollably into the bay and finally fell directly into the sea. He also froze the seawater in the bay so that the Whitebeard pirate's ship could not move forward, but this also provided a landing point for the members of the Whitebeard pirates who could not fly. They stepped on the frozen sea surface and rushed to the high platform. At this time, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Jorakal Mihawk, who was standing next to the Navy headquarters, drew out the weapon behind him. Looking at Whitebeard, he wanted to know the gap between himself and the strongest man in the world. Jorakal Mihawk, also known as the Marine Hunter Hawkeye Mihawk, is known as the world's greatest swordsman. One of the founders of the Cross Guild and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He was recruited by the world government, but he came here to find out the difference between himself and Whitebeard. Mihawk has a pair of eagle-like eyes that can scare even the strongest warriors, so he is called Hawkeye. This eagle-eye insight is Mihawk's talent in swordsmanship, which allows him to see through the essence of things. It is also the essence of his ability to fight against any enemy's power. Weapon Saber, Knight. Series, Supreme Greatsword 12 Works Ranran Yuhana Dingzi, known as the world's strongest black sword. A green slash rushed towards Whitebeard with terrifying power, even the ice was cut. A slash from the world's #1 swordsman. Just when it was about to hit Whitebeard, a huge figure suddenly appeared in front of the slash. Boom! Perfectly resisting the power of the slash, everyone was shocked who could withstand the slash of the world's #1 swordsman. As the mist disappeared, a burly figure covered with flashes was revealed. He was Jaws, the 3rd of the Whitebeard pirates. The captain of the squad is a user of the superhuman shining fruit with super strong defense. Jiang Bai sat on the aerospace mothership with Wanda and others, watching the battle below through the aerospace mothership. Martin, Kane, and Hulk next to them couldn't wait to rush down and fight. Swish! On the throne of the three admirals, a general wearing a yellow striped suit turned into a golden light and disappeared from the seat. It was Kizaru, one of the three admirals. Kizaru suddenly appeared in the air and immediately attacked Whitebeard from the air. Yasukani no Magatama. The energy composed of light elements began to attack Whitebeard. Borsellino, codenamed Kizaru in the Navy, is one of the admirals of the Navy headquarters with the highest combat power in the Navy headquarters and a user of the natural, shiny fruit. His personality is unpredictable, and he upholds the concept of ambiguous justice. He is in charge of commanding the Navy Science Force led by Sentamaru, the owner of the Devil Fruit natural system. Shiny fruit, Flash Man, can turn any part of his body into light, and at the same time has the speed of light, can attack and move at the speed of light. He can use the speed of light to make a heavy blow. The body can emit strong flashes, which can cause temporary blindness to the enemy. When Kizaru fights, parts of his body will have strong flashes, and the enemy will be defeated in a blink of an eye. The destructive power is so strong that he can kick off a large building. In addition, Kizaru can also create several light clones. Facing the sudden dazzling light bullet, Whitebeard remained calm, and a blue flame rushed out from behind him, blocked all attacks for him, then turned into a phoenix and rushed towards Kizaru. The one who attacked was Marco, who possessed the phoenix fruit. Came to the top of Kizaru's head, did a somersault and kicked Kizaru out in the next second. Crashed into the building next to the Navy headquarters, and the whole building was destroyed because of Kizaru's impact. Jaws, who was originally blocking Whitebeard, grabbed the cut ice on the ground and then threw it towards the Navy's position. Seeing that the huge ice was about to fall, many Navy soldiers were scared and dared not move. Just being covered by the shadow of the ice was terrifying enough. Kizaru is letting the sea go. Although Marco is quite strong, he can't kick Kizaru away with one kick. And Akiji is still hiding below. Jiang, why are they doing this? Who knows? There are many theories, but Kizaru and Akiji really don't do much. Okay, Martin, Kane, Hulk, if you want to go play, go ahead. Jiang Bai in the aerospace mothership looked at the scene and said with a smile on his face, then threw Martin, Kane, Hulk, and others out of the aerospace mothership, using space ability to make them appear directly above the battlefield and start falling down. When the huge ice on the battlefield was about to hit the Navy soldiers, the last admiral made a move. A stream of red magma appeared in his hand, and a big fire hit the ice, destroying it with one blow. Magma fell from the sky and landed in the position of the Whitebeard pirates. Boom! The terrifying magma exploded after landing, causing the members of the Whitebeard pirates to flee in all directions to avoid the attack. The one who attacked was Akainu. Sakaski, Navy codename, Akainu, Admiral of the Navy headquarters. He is a magma man who ate the natural magma fruit. He was one of the three admirals with the highest combat power in the Navy headquarters. After the Battle of Marineford, he was promoted to the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. He pursued the concept of complete justice. After the Battle of Marineford, he moved the Navy headquarters to the New World to show his determination to fight against the pirates in the New World. He has the natural magma fruit. He can elementalize his body and turn it into boiling lava. Ordinary attacks are ineffective against him. High temperature can easily melt the strata. He has a superior subordinate relationship with the flame fruit, and Ace's flame fruit is restrained by him. Boom! Boom! Roar! At this time, three figures suddenly fell from the sky. They were Martin, Kane, and Hulk. The three of them hit the ground heavily, and a huge pit appeared in an instant. Then Martin, Kane, and Hulk began to charge towards Ace's position. Great! Brother Martin, Brother Kane, and Brother Hulk appeared. Let's rush and save Ace. Go, go, go! Save Boss Ace! The members of the Whitebeard pirates on the ice became excited when they saw Martin and others appear and began to rush to the Navy platform. The 100,000 soldiers of the Navy also began to attack the pirates on the ice. At this time, a shadow suddenly appeared and covered the Navy headquarters, and a tall and mighty giant came from the bay. It was Ace's friend, Oz, with a huge body and a weird appearance. He is a demon berserker. He belongs to the giant family, but he is several times larger than ordinary giants. He rushed to rescue Ace without hesitation and walked to the platform step by step. But the body is too huge and it is easy to be used as a target. The surrounding shells are constantly attacking Oz's huge body, and even the 7 warlords of the sea are ready to take action. On the platform, Sengoku looked at the 3 burly figures rushing forward below, his face full of solemnity. He didn't forget the helpers mentioned by Whitebeard. At first, he thought it was red hair. But now he didn't recognize the 3 burly figures that appeared, but their strength was surprisingly strength. Even the Vice Admiral couldn't stop them. He didn't know where these 3 people came from. But in order to avoid any accidents, he immediately asked the 7 warlords of the sea to take action. He hesitated and glanced at Garp next to him, but finally didn't speak. Ace is one of his grandsons. It's good enough that he didn't rescue him, so he didn't expect Garp to stop others from rescuing Ace. Boom! Bartholomew Kuma, known as the Tyrant, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is a meatball man who ate the meatball fruit. His real identity is a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. After becoming the 7 warlords of the sea, he became the prototype of the Navy's humanoid weapon pacifist, numbered PX-0. Before the Top War, he was completely transformed by Dr. Vega Bank and lost his self-awareness. The owner of the devil fruit para-human meatball fruit will grow a pad like a bear's paw in his palm. The pad can bounce off anything it touches. When the power is small, the opponent's blows and the swordsman's slashes can be bounced off. The power of the slap is controlled by the person himself. When the power is large, the target will be instantly slapped away. The target is surrounded by a bear's paw-shaped air bubble and is slapped to a predetermined location with the impact. The target's pain and fatigue can also be ejected from the target's body. A red bear's paw bubble is formed, which can be transferred to other targets. The other targets will bear all the pain and fatigue of the first target. A white bear's paw bubble appeared in his hand and then hit Oz's body, directly through the chest. After experiencing many artillery fires, Oz also fell in front of the platform and finally did not walk in front of Ace. Jianbai on the aerospace mothership saw the scene, raised his hand slightly, and a green light appeared, and then Oz's body disappeared on the spot. Oz's sudden disappearance startled Sengoku and others, as they didn't realize how Oz disappeared. Thinking of the helper Whitebeard had mentioned, Sengoku's face became even uglier, and he began to wonder whether he should ask the world government for support. It was Jianbai who took Oz away, not because he was moved by his friendship with Ace, but because he wanted to buy a favor from Whitebeard. This is Whitebeard's world anyway, and he will have to trade sooner or later in the future. It's in his interest to sell Whitebeard a favor now. Although he has already decided to go to Marihoagua to search for a wave of devil fruits. But there are other devil fruits that Whitebeard needs to find, and there may be some special transactions in the future. This is a rainy day preparation, not to mention it's just a casual thing. Boom! Hulk has already faced a Kainu. Hulk, who was attacked by magma, is very angry, and his body is also surging. At this time, the speed at which Hulk's body swelled was faster than when Hulk was causing trouble in New York, probably because of the elimination of Banner. Hulk's terrifying strength hit Akainu, but because he had no armament haki, Akainu's elemental power could not resist Hulk's strength, so no matter how Hulk hit him, Akainu could recover, which made Hulk more and more angry and stronger. Martin and Kane also faced Akiji and Kizaru, and the 3 admirals were all held back by the 3 of them. Sengoku began to get anxious. Looking at the sad and depressed Garp next to him, he finally chose to speak. Garp, the helpers Whitebeard found are very powerful. You need to take action now. Woo-woo, I don't want it. You actually asked me to stop others from saving my grandson. You are so cruel, Sengoku. Ah, asshole. Go quickly, stop talking so much nonsense. Garp finally stood up and prepared to take action. Jiangbai saw it clearly in the aerospace mothership, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Monkey D. Garp, Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters and trainer of new recruits. A legendary figure in the Navy, he is also known as the Iron Fist Garp. 38 years ago, he was hailed as the Navy hero because he blocked the attack of the Rocks pirates, which no one could stop, in the Valley of the Gods alone, and joined forces with Roger to destroy the entire pirate group. It is said that Garp has forced the Pirate King Roger into a desperate situation several times. After the war at the top, he served as a trainer for the Navy recruits. He has the strength of a Navy admiral, but he is unwilling to become a lackey of the Celestial Dragons, so he refused to become a Navy admiral. In Jiangbai's eyes, no matter how strong Garp is, no matter how many honors he has won, he is still a person who dares not save his grandson. In the original timeline, he watched his grandson die in front of him, and the other was seriously injured. Maybe Jiangbai should not use his worldview to look at things in the pirate world, but Jiangbai still doesn't like this coward. Because he is always a person who helps relatives and not others, and only family is the most important. It is difficult to accept this situation of sending his grandson to the execution platform. Now he hears what Sengoku said. He actually started to prepare to take action, which disappointed Jiangbai very much. He is still a member of the D clan. Mary and Wanda next to him noticed Jiangbai's emotions, gently hugged Jiangbai's arms, and looked at the people around them. Jiangbai's dissatisfaction disappeared instantly. This matter was their own business after all. He had just been a little too involved. Bang! Garp knocked Martin away with one move. Whitebeard also led the captains of the major divisions into the battlefield at this moment. Pirates wearing bulletproof vests and holding various modern weapons appeared and began to attack the Navy soldiers continuously. Rockets were bombed out without cost. The members of the Whitebeard pirates behind him were all the confidants of the captains of the major divisions, the kind that would not betray. That's why they could attack the Navy with advanced weapons. With the addition of modern weapons, the situation on the battlefield was reversed instantly. 100,000 Navy soldiers were beaten by modern weapons and fled everywhere. Some major generals and vice generals wanted to stop it, but they were powerless. Even if they wanted to attack the pirates with modern weapons, they would be stopped by the captain. At this time, a figure wearing a straw hat appeared, baring his teeth and shouting to Ace. "Ace, I'm here to save you. Where are you waiting for me?" "No, Luffy. Go back. Go back, don't come over." The one who came was Luffy. Full name, Monkey D. Luffy, nicknamed Straw Hat Luffy. The user of the rubber fruit, human fruit, mythical beast Nika form, bounty of 3 billion berries. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, captain of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, one of the worst generations, replaced Kaido, one of the original 4 emperors, as the new 4 emperors after defeating him in the Wano Country incident. Dreams are find the legendary treasure, One Piece, and become the Pirate King. Luffy is positive and optimistic, has a clear distinction between love and hate, and would rather die than surrender. He attaches great importance to partners and friends, and is very interested in anything related to adventure. Unlike other traditional pirates, he does not kill for the pursuit of wealth, but enjoys the adventure and freedom of being a pirate. Devil Fruit Rubber Fruit Owner. Another name, Human Fruit, mythical beast Nika form. Luffy's second gear rubber jet machine gun ability has the characteristics of rubber. In battle, Luffy uses this rubber physique and upgrades his moves in constant battles. He can fight in any way and make people smile wherever he goes. Nika is a liberated warrior and is also known as Sun God Nika. Fruit characteristics, ability to stretch and rebound any part of the body according to one's own ideas, making ordinary blows more powerful, and the body will not be hurt by the reaction force. The body that becomes rubber has excellent elasticity and ductility. The distance that can be extended is proportional to the ability of the user. Most physical attacks, except hockey, will bounce back or be completely ineffective when hitting the rubber man's body. Small bullets or ordinary shells can also bounce back when hitting the body. In addition, the rubber body cannot conduct electricity, so lightning moves are ineffective against him. He is also the younger brother of Ace and Sabo, Garp's grandson, the son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, and is known as a person with connections walking in the world of pirates. He is a good friend of Red Hair, one of the 4 emperors, and was given Roger's straw hat by him. The Navy, pirates, and Revolutionary Army all have strong backers. After seeing the newspaper, he resolutely chose to save his brother. He is also his childhood playmate. Ace on the execution platform looked at Luffy anxiously, his heart full of worry. He didn't expect Luffy to come to save him. Thinking of Luffy's strength and the danger here, he immediately asked Luffy to go back. Who would have thought that Luffy didn't listen at all and was ready to rush to the execution platform? Thinking of the unexpected news that Sengoku was going to execute Ace in advance, Luffy turned his head and ran to Whitebeard and said, "Whitebeard, they're going to execute Ace in advance. I want to save him. Kid, your strength is too weak. Leave this matter to us." "No, he is my brother. I must save him." After that, he rushed into the battlefield without fear, using his rubber fruit ability to knock down a group of Navy. Whitebeard looked at Sengoku on the high platform with a serious face, then jumped off the ship with a weapon in hand, ready to do it himself, and learned that they were going to execute Ace in advance. He must rescue Ace as soon as possible. After Whitebeard jumped off the ship, all the pirates entered the bay. Sengoku launched the annihilation plan, and a large number of pacifists began to surround the pirates in the bay from the outside. Pacifists are humanoid weapons of the world government, and their appearance is Bartholomew Bear, one of the 7 warlords of the sea under the government. They have the ability of the bear fruit, and even some of Kazara's ability of the flash fruit, but not all. At this time, Squard suddenly attacked Whitebeard and stabbed Whitebeard with the long sword in his hand. However, Whitebeard at this moment is no longer the Whitebeard of the original timeline. Whitebeard, who is in peak condition, reacted instantly and grabbed Squard's long sword with his bare hands. Because the partners who fought side by side with him for a long time all died in Roger's hands. So he hated Roger very much, and Ace, as Roger's son, was also the object of his hatred. Akainu also told him that this battle was a conspiracy of Whitebeard and the Navy. The purpose is to sell the heads of 43 pirate captains in exchange for Ace's survival. Whitebeard looked at Squard calmly. He didn't expect that his son would actually attack him at this time. "Dad, are you going to exchange the heads of 43 captains for Ace's life, as Akainu said? I will never allow it. You were used by that guy Akainu. How could I do this? You are all my sons." After hearing what Squard said, Whitebeard didn't know what the reason was. He sighed and hugged Squard and spoke slowly. At this time, Squard was completely confused. Looking at the sincerity and tenderness in Whitebeard's eyes, his heart was filled with regret and anger. "Lava kid, you dare to use my son. It seems that I have to teach you a lesson. Akainu, I'm going to kill you." Whitebeard let go of Squard and looked at Akainu, who was beaten by Hulk with his weapon. However, because Hulk did not have the armed color domineering, no matter how he attacked, he would be dissolved by Akainu's elementalization. This also made Hulk more and more angry, and his body became bigger and bigger. Squard knew that he was being used, and rushed into the battlefield with anger in his eyes. He wanted to tear Akainu to pieces. Jiangbai on the sky carrier saw the scene, and his eyes were full of speechlessness. He didn't understand how stupid Squard was to believe an enemy's words before the war. He didn't trust his family, and he attacked his family and the captain because of the enemy's words. He was really hopeless. Akainu, who was fighting Hulk, saw the scene, and a look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. This move was just his idle chess. If Whitebeard could be injured, it would be better, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. Now he must get rid of this big guy as soon as possible. Although he didn't have the armed color domineering, his strength was increasing again and again, and his body size was getting bigger and bigger. Whitebeard began to use his fruit ability, and the entire Navy headquarters began to appear abysses. Even the sea outside the Navy headquarters began to tilt because of Whitebeard's power, causing the Navy headquarters to be like the end of the world. This single blow severely damaged a large number of naval elites, and with the help of Mutton, Hulk, and Kane, the pirates had a huge advantage. However, at this time, the Navy activated the surrounding walls. A large number of walls equipped with artillery rose from the ground. They began to attack the pirates indiscriminately, and a large number of shells were fired. The situation was reversed instantly, and all the pirates in the bay were affected. The 7 warlords of the sea also went out to deal with the pirates, and Luffy rushed to the execution platform alone, braving the attack of shells and ignoring his physical injuries. At this time, a black figure suddenly appeared in front of Luffy. It was Gecko Mariah, who was huge and looked weird. Captain of the Thriller Bark Pirates, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the user of the Shadow Fruit. Human Shadow Fruit has the ability to manipulate and control all shadows. Shadows are also another soul, shared by all creatures. The Shadow Fruit can capture and control shadows. Shadows contain personality and combat ability. The Shadow Fruit can cut off and seize the shadows of others. Putting a shadow into another person's body can temporarily give him the combat power possessed by the shadow. Putting a shadow into a corpse can revive it as a zombie, and it will absolutely obey the ability user. Even if the shadow is cut off, it is still one with the main body. The shadow will not die, but if the main body dies, the shadow will also disappear. Therefore, to have a strong shadow as a servant, the main body must be alive. However, people who lose their shadows will disappear when exposed to direct sunlight. He can not only manipulate the shadows of others, but also control his own shadow. He can transform the shadow to create various objects to attack, and can also replace the position of the main body and the shadow. His abilities are rich and varied. At this time, a white figure flashed by, and then Moonlight Moria flew backwards. A tall and plump beauty appeared on the spot, and it was she who beat Moonlight Moria. She is Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Boa Hancock, also known as the Pirate Queen. She is the current emperor of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, a pirate country located on the 9 Snake Island in the Calm Belt, and is also the current captain of the 9 Snake Pirates. Her peerless beauty is regarded by the world as the world's most beautiful woman. She is one of the members of the 7 warlords of the sea who serve the government. Because of some previous experiences, Boa Hancock fell in love with Luffy, so she helped him, but her move meant standing on the opposite side of the world government and the Navy. But she didn't care and looked at Luffy with a happy and excited face, and took out the key to Ace's handcuffs and gave it to Luffy. "Thank you. I'm going to save Ace." Luffy took the key in his hand, hugged Hancock, and continued to rush forward. Hancock misunderstood this as the rumored marriage and was so happy that she collapsed to the ground. This scene was also mistaken by the surrounding Navy soldiers as Hancock was knocked down by Luffy with a waist break sumo move. Then Hancock stopped Smoker from chasing Luffy, allowing Luffy to continue to the execution platform. Jiang Bai on the aerospace mothership noticed Hancock, the woman who was hailed as the most beautiful woman in the world. Tall and plump, hot and sexy, wearing a purple patterned cheongsam, with long black hair draped over her shoulders. The combination of beauty and domineering is very fascinating. However, Jiang Bai was not very interested in her because her previous actions showed that she was obviously in love with Luffy. Besides, Jiang Bai was not so immobile when he saw a woman. Even though Hancock was the epitome of sexiness and beauty, that was all. With the Wanjia trading system, he had no shortage of women. Moreover, Hancock had the Celestial Dragon's slave seal behind him. After a faint glance, he turned his gaze in the direction of Hulk, Mutton, and Kane. Boom! A large amount of red magic appeared around Kane's body, and he waved his arms and started running. The one fighting him was Kizaru. Because Kizaru was too fast, he couldn't catch up at all. But Kizaru's attack couldn't hurt him either, so he rushed directly to the execution platform. The Vice Admiral and the rising encirclement wall in front of him were all knocked away. At the same time, It also gave the surrounded pirates a breakthrough, but he didn't stop because of this and continued to rush forward. The unstoppable Kane crashed into the building under the platform, knocking away a large number of Navy soldiers along the way. Sengoku looked even uglier when he saw the scene. Kizaru followed Kane and kept attacking him, but it was useless. Kane didn't care about Kizaru's attack at all. These Kizaru who were slacking off were very surprised. He didn't expect the opponent's defense to be so strong. Akaina next to him had been beaten by Hulk to only half of his body, but his whole body was made of magma. It looked like Akaina was dying, but he didn't get any Shanghai. But Hulk didn't care about that. Raising two fists and smashing at Akaina crazily, the tireless and infinitely strong Hulk was invincible. Facing such a Hulk, even if Akaina could use elementalization, he couldn't bear it. Elementalization also requires physical strength, and his attack can hit Hulk. But Hulk's strong defense and physique, these attacks tickled him. Martin was very excited to face Garp. Even if he was knocked away by Garp's iron fist again and again, he would stand up again and continue to fight with Garp. Such battles made Martin's development of the Xuanwu fruit more and more powerful. A dark green turtle shell suddenly appeared on Martin's skin, and his defense was improved again. This is the turtle shell of the Xuanwu fruit Xuanwu. It can appear in two forms, one is to cover Martin's skin, and the other is to appear on his back. But for convenience, Martin used the first one. Looking at Garp's fist covered with armed color domineering, Martin waved his fist without fear and rushed to fight with Garp. The fight between the two affected many navy and pirates. Akiji faced Whitebeard at this time. His opponent was taken away by Garp, so he could only attack Whitebeard. Bang! Even if Akiji has the strength of a general, he is not enough to face Whitebeard at his peak. A vibration force knocked Akiji out. Then an invisible domineering burst out from Whitebeard's body, which was the domineering. Domineering is the rarest kind of domineering, and this kind of domineering cannot be acquired through acquired practice. Conqueror Haki is a king's qualification. Those who possess Conqueror Haki can intimidate, shock and scare the enemy with their own spirit without taking action. It can also make opponents who are much weaker than themselves faint, but if it is not controlled well, it will also implicate the people around them. On the contrary, if the Haki reaches a higher level, it can achieve a coercive effect. Observation Haki is one of the 3 types of Haki. It can make people's 5 senses become sharper and then derive super senses. It can detect the breath and emotional changes of surrounding creatures. It can also be used to predict and avoid danger. Armament Haki is one of the 3 types of Haki. It is a Haki that can enhance its own defense and attack power, and can capture the body of the natural flow. Armament Haki is called Ryu Sakura in Wano country. Whitebeard's powerful Conqueror Haki burst out, and all the weaker pirates and navy on the battlefield fainted. As the world's strongest the man, his Conqueror's Haki is extremely terrifying. This is also not shown in the original timeline. In the original timeline, Whitebeard only used the power of the fruit in the war on the top. The weapon was completely a decoration, and even the 3-color Haki was not used. But now he directly used his Conqueror's Haki to clear the field. Only the captain of the Whitebeard pirates and some vice admirals of the navy can resist Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki. Without being fainted, Sengoku looked at Whitebeard at this moment and felt very tricky. Without hesitation, he picked up the Den Mushi in his hand and prepared to call for support. Master 5 Elders, we need support. Whitebeard found 3 powerful helpers from somewhere. Waste? You can't do this, I'll send someone over. Sengoku respectfully spoke to the person on the other end of the Den Mushi and told him the situation on the battlefield. After getting the answer he wanted, Sengoku was relieved. He didn't care about the scolding of the 5 elders at all. This was not the first time. On the aerospace carrier, Jiang Bai opened his mouth slightly and ate the fruit that Emma fed him. Looking at the humble appearance of Zhang Gua, he showed a sarcastic smile. Navy? Justice? It sounds better than singing. Isn't it just the dog of the world government? The 5 elders, the highest leaders of the world government, are the pillars of the world government. All of them are celestial dragons. They are directly under the jurisdiction of him. Financial god of war E, Zambaron V, Nasajuro Saint wears a white Taoist robe, bald head, and glasses. He is the only one among the 5 elders who is not wearing a suit and has a beard. And he holds a samurai sword in his hand. Agricultural god of war shepherd Tenpit Saint wears a dark red suit, no bow tie, blonde hair, and a golden beard. There is a scar on his chest. Legal god of war Topman Boccioli Saint wears a dark green suit, bald head, 2 8-shaped beards, and a birthmark on his forehead. The god of environment, Marcus Maz, wears a dark blue suit, has long straight white hair and a long beard. The god of science defense, Gigalucia Satan, wears a black suit, has white curly hair, a fluffy white beard, a flat hat, and a scar on his left face. The 5 elders are the highest authority in the world government. Their direct management agencies include the 0 to 9 agencies of the Cipher Pole Agency, as well as the 7 warlords of the sea, the Navy headquarters, and the Judicial Island. And they have the highest control over the Seraphim. The strength of the 5 people should not be underestimated. They can become the 5 elders. Naturally, they are not ordinary celestial dragons. After receiving Sengoku's request for support, they sent CP0 members to the Navy headquarters to support Sengoku and others. Cipher Pole, Aegis 0, referred to as CP0/CP Aegis 0. An organization directly under the World Nobles Celestial Dragons, known as the Strongest Shield of Celestial Dragons and the World's Strongest Intelligence Agency. Each of them is very strong, and the combatants can at least be on par with the admirals. Save Ace. Garp, Akainu, Kizaru, the 3 were restrained. Akiji is not Whitebeard's opponent, and the 7 warlords of the sea are even more against the people Luffy brought out of the prison and impelled down. What's more, they are completely working without effort, and will not really help the Navy at all, so now the Navy only has Marshal Sengoku to deal with Whitebeard. The support from the 5 elders has not arrived yet, and Sengoku looked at Luffy, who rushed over with an ugly face. He knew Luffy's identity, the grandson of his good friend Garp, and the son of the younger generation dragon. This is also the reason for his headache. But when he saw Luffy was about to run to Ace, he could only stop him, and a golden Buddha appeared. Then he punched Luffy. Luffy used Gear 3 to turn into a balloon to block Sengoku's fist, but he was blocked by him. This was the attack of Admiral Sengoku. Although he didn't attack often, Sengoku's strength was stronger than that of the Admiral. But Luffy's Gear 3 blocked the attack. Jiangbai of the aerospace mothership didn't know what to say. Sengoku was not letting him go, but letting the sea go. Although Luffy blocked Sengoku's fist, he was still knocked out by Sengoku the next second. He crashed into a building below, but he didn't suffer any injuries. After Whitebeard knocked Akiji away again, he looked at Sengoku, then stepped heavily on the ice and jumped towards Sengoku. He also raised the weapon in his hand and slashed at Sengoku at the position of the blade. He was forcing Sengoku to take action so that no one on the execution platform could stop his son from saving Ace. Sengoku also understood Whitebeard's idea and had no choice but to turn into a big Buddha again to face Whitebeard. Jiangbai on the aerospace mothership turned his head slightly and saw Pietro, who was excited next to him. He smiled and said to Pietro, "If you want to go and play, go ahead. By the way, help Whitebeard get Ace out." "Really? Okay. I promise to complete the task." "I can't wait." Woohoo. After getting Jiangbai's approval, Pietro instantly changed into his special combat uniform and then was thrown directly off the aerospace mothership by Jiangbai. He turned into a black figure and rushed to the ground, and then shuttled through the battlefield like a black stream of light. This was also noticed by Zhangguo, who was fighting Whitebeard. Although he didn't know who the other party was, looking at the direction he was heading, it was the location of the execution platform. Zhangguo shouted to the high platform, "Pay attention to Ace's position. Someone is coming." Swish! At the moment he finished speaking, several vice admirals in the bay flew backwards. They didn't even know who hit them. Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, showed a crazy smile, and a transparent silk thread appeared around him. Don Quixote Doflamingo, nicknamed Tianyasha, was born in the Celestial Dragons. He was one of the 7 warlords of the sea and the former king of Dressrosa. As an intermediary in the underground world, he was codenamed Joker. He was the user of the string fruit and was feared by the Celestial Dragons because he knew the secrets of the treasure of Marihoa. He was also the owner of the para-human string fruit. He could freely control the thin threads that were invisible to the naked eye through the subtle operation of his fingers. Doflamingo could create nearly transparent thin threads from his hands, and he could control them by wrapping the threads around the target, similar to the effect of a puppet. Once entangled by the threads, it would be as difficult to escape as a bug hitting a spider web, and the user of the string fruit could freely slaughter them. In addition, the threads could be used to sew wounds, and damage to the body could be repaired. The threads themselves could also shield electromagnetic waves or wireless signals used for calls. The number makes it impossible for people surrounded by silk threads to use Den Mushi to ask for help from the outside world. In addition, the thin threads that are invisible to the naked eye can also cut objects according to Doflamingo's intention. Moreover, the threads created by this ability are sharper than piano wires and can easily cut the target's limbs and even cut through metals harder than steel. If the thread is wrapped with armament hockey, the sharpness of the thread will be greatly increased, and it can even scratch the natural system ability user. When Doflamingo uses the cutting ability, he is used to making his fingers into chicken claws. As Doflamingo grabs and strikes, the thin invisible thread will respond to Doflamingo's action to cut the target. In the future, Doflamingo has developed the fruit ability to the point of awakening. When the string fruit awakens, Mingo can turn the surrounding things, including buildings, into transparent threads. Then Mingo can gather thousands or even more threads together to cause great damage to the opponent. Transparent threads were fixed around to stop the black figure from moving forward. After Pietro discovered it, he rushed directly to Doflamingo's position, and his speed increased again. He had already seen the black figure completely, and after Doflamingo lost the black figure in his eyes, he immediately used his observation hockey to sense everything around him. When he found Pietro, Pietro had already rushed in front of him. Boom! The next second, Doflamingo was knocked out by Pietro, and a red mark of a fist appeared on his face. Even his strange glasses were blown up by Pietro. As Doflamingo flew backwards, he was full of anger, but Pietro didn't intend to care about him. Then he continued to rush to the execution platform. Because the execution platform was relatively high, Pietro didn't intend to take a detour, but rushed in the direction of Hulk. "Hulk, throw me up. Hulk!" While rushing towards Hulk's position, Pietro shouted at Hulk. Hearing Pietro's words, Hulk turned his head with red glasses to look at Pietro, roared and stretched out his right hand. Pietro just stepped on it, and then Hulk exerted force and threw Pietro to the execution platform. Bang! Pietro was thrown on the execution platform by Hulk. Just when he was about to rescue Ace, an attack suddenly appeared. Pietro used his ability to dodge it instantly, and then turned his head and saw an old woman in Navy uniform looking at Pietro. She was Crane, Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, the ability user of the wash fruit, and believed in pure justice. Crane is Don Quixote Doflamingo's old rival. She has chased Doflamingo many times, causing Doflamingo to flee. Known as the Great Staff, Tsuru is a Navy officer admired by the soldiers. She has supported the Navy with Sengoku and Garp since before the Great Pirate Era. She is a wise general with rich experience and knowledge. She has a high reputation among female Navy officers. Tsuru is an experienced Navy officer with rich knowledge. She is a typical wise general. Her ability to use strategies makes Don Quixote Doflamingo fear and admire her. Tsuru is very calm and she believes that there is no safe place even if she retreats to the end of the sea. Parahuman-type washing fruit. The washing fruit can turn people and objects into clothes and wash them, and then dry them. Tsuru can wash any object, including people or weapons. The washed objects and people will lose their original shape. It will become like clothes that have just been dried, and the washed life will lose its power and cannot move freely. It is said that the mind of a person washed and dried by this ability will be slightly cleansed, and the evil heart will become cleaner. It was Pietro who she tried to stop. The next second, before she could attack again, Pietro disappeared on the execution platform with Ace. Even though Crane's observation hockey could sense Pietro's speed was so fast that she had no time to attack. Before the attack hit Pietro, he had already disappeared on the execution platform with Ace. Admiral candidate Mamatoji came to Crane's side with a few big jumps, looked at her with a worried face and said, "Sister Crane, are you okay? You shouldn't be here. Leave this to us." "I'm fine. I'm also a member of the Navy. Now that Ace has been rescued, the pirates are likely to evacuate. You don't have to worry about me. Leaving those pirates is the real thing. Okay, be careful and be sure to pay attention to your own safety." Gion, female, Navy code name Mamatoji, Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Admiral candidate. Crane regards her as his sister, and the two have a close relationship. Seeing Crane appear on the battlefield, Mamatoji came to Crane regardless of other pirates, for fear that she would have an accident. Although Tautu is a Vice Admiral of the Marine Headquarters, she is different from other Vice Admirals in that she is a candidate for Admiral, so she is stronger than other Vice Admirals of the Marine Headquarters. Her strength is much higher than that of the elderly Crane. Bang! Pietro took Ace around the battlefield and returned to Whitebeard's pirate ship. He took out a laser pistol from his combat suit and cut off the shackles that locked Ace. Ace was also completely released, and he could use his ability of the flame fruit again. "Thank you for saving me, but I have to help my dad and the others now." "Then you go, I want to play with them too." "Don't worry, with my brother Jiangbai here, the Navy can't make any waves." "Let's go, woohoo." Pietro disappeared in front of Ace in an instant, and then rushed towards Kane. Because of Kazara's ability, Kane could only passively take the beating. But even so, Kazara didn't cause any harm to Kane. Walalalo. "Guys, Ace has been rescued. Now we start to withdraw. Captain, take all the fainted members with you." "Yes, Dad. Start to retreat." "Whitebeard. Don't even think about it. The Navy headquarters is not a place where you can come and go as you please." "Ha ha 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 ha, Sengoku. Are you too old and can't do it anymore?" "Ha ha 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 ha, Pietro. Thank you for rescuing Ace." After Whitebeard found out that Ace was rescued, he immediately asked all the pirates to retreat, but most of the pirates fainted because of his domineering aura. He could only let the captain take them with him, which also caused Sengoku's dissatisfaction and anger, and a golden attack came towards Whitebeard. In response, Whitebeard laughed and greeted Sengoku. Whitebeard, who was at his peak, was now completely suppressing Sengoku. Sengoku's strength was at most stronger than that of the Admiral, but not yet at the level of the four emperors, not to mention that Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world. His strength at his peak was top among the four emperors. At Whitebeard's order, all the captains began to take their team members back to the pirate ship. At this time, the support of the world government had also arrived, a total of 6 people, all of whom were CP0 combatants, 2 of whom were as strong as the admirals, and the rest were a little below the admirals. Almost the strength of the admiral candidates, the CP0 members who came to the Navy headquarters immediately took action to capture the pirates, especially the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, who was the target of their trip. The most important point is that the 5 elders gave a death order. GOLD, Ace must die at the Navy headquarters. The CP0 who found Ace's position rushed towards Ace, and Whitebeard, who realized that something was wrong, began to go all out. Swinging the weapon in his hand, he instantly chopped off Sengoku, and then a white energy appeared in his hand. Hitting the 2 CP0 members who rushed towards Ace, black cracks spread across the space and hit the 2 CP0 members. At the same time, he also discovered the arrival of CP0 members. Whitebeard knew that he could not stay any longer and should retreat now. This place is close to the world government, and their support can come continuously. At that time, it is obvious that they will be the only ones in danger. As long as they return to the New World, the Navy will not dare to rush into the New World to attack them no matter how brave they are. The New World is the territory of the four emperors. How could the four emperors tolerate the entry of a large number of navy? Not to mention that the balance between pirates and navy will not be broken. Once the navy enters the New World, the other three emperors will also take action against the navy. Even if he has the missiles and nuclear bombs given by Jiangbai, even if he opens his mouth, Jiangbai will definitely take action. But he doesn't want to cause trouble, he just wants to rescue Ace and return to the New World. Everyone retreat. Return to the New World. Whitebeard, who had made up his mind, shouted to the captain not far away, and then resisted the CP0 members who wanted to attack Ace again. Then Marco and others began to take the members of the Whitebeard pirates back to the pirate ship on the battlefield. This time Marco was not controlled and handcuffed with Seastone. With his flying ability, he kept transporting the members of the pirate group to the pirate ship. On the other side, Pietro had also come to Kane's side, stepped on Kane's shoulders and rushed towards Kizaru, punched Kizaru in the chest, and knocked him out. Then he heard Whitebeard's call, turned his head and said to Kane, "Let's go, we retreat too." Hulk. Uncle Martin. We retreat. Hearing Pietro's words, Hulk punched Akainu, who had turned into a pile of magma, and then jumped to the location of the Whitebeard pirates. Martin also found the right opportunity to collide with Garp, and used Garp's fist to fly backwards, turning around and distanced himself from Capra. Then he rushed back to the Whitebeard pirates, and Pietro instantly disappeared beside Kane. Kane continued to use red magic to strengthen himself, and then began to rush towards the location of the Whitebeard pirates. A CP0 member wanted to stop Kane, but he was swept by his thick arms and instantly flew away, and all the vice admirals in front of him were knocked away. As for the attack on him, it was useless at all. After a while, he successfully returned to the Whitebeard pirates and picked up a few members of the Whitebeard pirates along the way. Ha 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 ha, Sengoku, goodbye. Damn it, Whitebeard, don't even think about it. When Whitebeard saw that the living members had returned to the ship, he laughed at Sengoku. In Sengoku's eyes, if Whitebeard and the others successfully left, it would be a complete shame for him. Rushed to Whitebeard again. Whitebeard stood on the boat with a weapon in hand, and his right hand sent out a vibration force, directly knocking Zhongguo out. Just as Zhongguo flew backwards, the sky suddenly changed, with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and a strange creature appeared in the clouds. Not only that, there was a huge figure floating next to it, and the sea was densely packed with pirate ships. Ha 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 ha, Whitebeard, old ghost. I didn't expect you to be able to rescue Ace, but you must stay here today. Wahahaha, that's right, your territory has been divided up by me and Kaido, that bastard, and you are the only one left to die. Then a 100-meter dragon rushed out of the clouds, and then turned into a huge figure standing on the wall next to the bay, and said arrogantly to Whitebeard. Then the huge figure has also appeared, a huge and fat woman. Sitting on a cloud with eyes and a mouth, she spoke to Whitebeard arrogantly. Seeing the two people coming, Whitebeard's face became solemn. The warring states next to him climbed up from the ruins, and his face turned black in an instant. The person who came was the second of the four emperors. Kaido, known as Beasts Kaido, the governor of the Beasts Pirates, one of the four emperors of the former New World, is extremely powerful, has unimaginable defense and vitality, and is called the strongest creature. Bounty 4.6111 billion berries, fish fruit, mythical beast, blue dragon form ability user. Kaido is the strongest in a single fight, people say. Among all living things on land, sea, and air, the pirate known as the strongest creature beasts Kaido. As a pirate, he was defeated 7 times, was arrested 18 times when he challenged the navy and the four emperors alone, was tortured more than 1,000 times and was sentenced to death 40 times. Even if he was hanged, he would break the chain. Even if he is taken to the guillotine, he can crush the guillotine. Even if he is stabbed by a spear, the spear will break. He has sunk as many as 9 huge prison ships. No one has ever been able to kill him, not even himself. He is extremely tall and burly, with black hair draped over his shoulders, a pair of long horns like dragon horns, a long beard like a dragon's beard on his mouth, and a dragon scale tattoo on his left arm. His upper body is naked, and there is an X-shaped scar on his right abdomen. He wears a purple top on his waist, 2 gold chains hanging from the bottom of the top, dark green wide pants on his lower body, a shimenawa tied around his waist, and a purple fluffy cloak like a devil in the world. He carries a wine gourd with the word printed on it. His weapon is a mace. When Kaido was young, he was slender and wore leather pants. He has an unpredictable personality, sometimes crying and sometimes furious. He likes drinking and his hobby is suicide. He thinks the world is boring and would be best if it were destroyed, and he wants to start the world's greatest war. Kaido he believes that equality and freedom can only be achieved by dragging those in power who are born as nobles and indulge in comfort to the battlefield, and that only war can determine the value of mankind. Fish fruit, mythical beast species, blue dragon form, the strongest devil fruit. The ability user can transform into a dragon and has the ability to control fire, storms, lightning, hail, and clouds. Transformed into the posture of a mythical dragon, it can cause various superscale attacks that change the sky and the earth. In dragon form, the breath it spews sometimes turns into a high-temperature flame that can burn a building to ashes, and sometimes becomes a sharp and powerful wind blade that can cut off a human body. The roar of the beast can turn into thunder, and it turns its body to roll up a strong gust of wind. It triggers countless tornadoes and causes large-scale damage. It can create a flame cloud as a foothold for walking in the air, and things surrounded by the flame cloud will also be controlled. The current user Kaido's floating range is very wide, and he can even lift an entire island to float and move in the air. The other one is Charlotte Lin, captain of the Big Mom Pirates, queen of the Kingdom of Totland, and one of the 4 emperors of the former New World. She is as strong as a monster and very talented, and is known as the Natural Destroyer. Bounty of 4.388 billion berries, and the sole soul fruit ability user. In her youth, she was a member of the Rocks Pirates. After the Rocks Pirates were defeated and disbanded, she gradually became one of the 4 emperors of the New World through continuous development of power. She has 39 daughters, 46 sons, and 43 husbands. At 880 centimeters tall, she is the tallest known human. When she was a child and old, her body was unexpectedly huge. In her old age, Big Mom has long pink curly hair, thick lipstick, and light purple eyeshadow. She wears a pirate hat and a pink wide dress. When she was young, 28 years old, her appearance was unexpectedly gorgeous, but at the age of 48, her appearance became tough and strong. After the onset of bulimia, it seems that if you don't eat what you want for too long, you will become thinner. The unique laugh is Mama Mama. Big Mom is extremely cruel. If someone refuses her invitation to a tea party, she will give the other party a gift, the head of someone related to the other party. If someone wants to quit her, she will prepare a turntable as a break, and the options on the turntable include various cruel tortures. But when facing children under 10 years old, Big Mom will rarely behave like a kind and gentle mother and become motherly. Suffering from bulimia, it will occur from time to time. Once it occurs, it will fall into madness, smashing, and beating everywhere. After the disease occurs, it will not recognize relatives, even killing its own son, and will not listen to anyone's words. When the disease occurs, it will not dodge or defend, but will only attack randomly. There is no other way to make her regain her sanity except to let her eat the food she wants to eat. Big Mom is born with great strength. When she was 5 years old, she killed a bear with one punch. She wanted to help the giants get rid of the mosquitoes on her body, but she ended up breaking several ribs of the giant soldier with one slap. Big Mom has a very tough body and strong defense. The blade of the giants was broken when it slashed on the 5-year-old Big Mom. Even the rain of bullets could not add a trace of scar to her, like a steel balloon. It is a powerful power that is born with. But after the nun's photo was damaged for unknown reasons, this ability will disappear, and the body will become more fragile than ordinary people. Human soul fruit healing ability users can deal with human souls at will. Let the soul reside in various things to make it anthropomorphic, but it cannot be put into human corpses and people other than themselves. The anthropomorphic objects are called homies. In addition, Big Mom has 3 special homies made up of fragments of her own soul. Residents living in Totland pay Big Mom 1 month's soul every 6 months in exchange for their safety. Objects with souls are afraid of items containing the soul energy of the ability user, such as life cards, will obey the orders of the ability user and his children, and will also be restrained by the soul of the Omuri fruit ability user. Both of them appeared here to make Whitebeard die in the Navy headquarters and divide Whitebeard's territory in the New World. The 2 pirate groups also appeared together, and soon a large number of pirate ships surrounded the entire Navy headquarters. Whitebeard and Marco and other captains looked solemnly at the approaching ships around them. Now the Whitebeard pirates can't continue to experience another battle. Even if they can fight again, how much chance do they have of winning the 2 major royal groups on the opposite side? Kaido Kid, and the guy who loves desserts, I didn't expect you two to join forces again. But you can't let me die here. Whitebeard laughed at Kaido and Linlin and said, clenching his fists, and white energy appeared on his fists. Kaido and Linlin came with bad intentions, and he was ready to fight. He was not worried at all that they would be able to keep him here. Roar! A roar sounded beside Whitebeard, and then Martin jumped into the air, and a white light flashed. A turtle that was bigger than the bay appeared. It was Martin's fruit form, Xuanwu. There was also a blue snake on Xuanwu's tortoise shell, and the deterrence released by Xuanwu was not much worse than Kaido's Qinglong just now. Hulk on the boat was also full of excitement, but Kane next to him looked at Kaido and Linlin calmly. He was not afraid of fighting. Ha 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 ha, fantasy beast species. Xuanwu fruit, you must join my pirate group, ha 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 ha. Kaido shouted excitedly when he saw Martin's Xuanwu form. This fantasy beast species was not weaker than his Qinglong. He fantasized about creating 100 beasts army. Naturally, he would not let Martin go. At this time, a ship slowly approached the shore, and several figures walked down from it. I hope you will give me some face. The war ends here. If any of you still want to fight, I can satisfy you. A one-armed man with red hair spoke to the crowd with a long sword in his hand. He is the last of the 4 emperors, nicknamed Red Hair. Shanks, nicknamed Red Hair, is the captain of the Red Hair Pirates and one of the 4 emperors in the New World. While being a pirate, he has connections with the 5 elders, the highest leaders of the world government. He has a well-proportioned body and red hair. His left eye was injured by Marshal D. Teach, leaving 3 scars, a short stubble around his mouth, and his left arm was bitten off by the King of the Sea when he saved Luffy. He wears a white shirt, often only half-buttoned, and sometimes wears a black. Shanks is wearing a long cape, brown cropped pants with patterns, flip-flops, and a famous sword griffin on his waist. Shanks is generous, and he is not particular about details. He is often casual in both his clothes and attitude. He has a very good temper, always smiling, treating his subordinates equally, and not getting angry at others' rudeness. Even losing an arm does not seem to affect him. But he attaches great importance to friendship and will never let go of those who hurt his friends. These characteristics seem to be inherited from GOLD, Roger, not only creating a cheerful atmosphere for his own pirate group, but also greatly affecting Luffy's character formation. He has not taken any fruit, and the three-color domineering and swordsmanship have made him as powerful as Whitebeard, Kaido, and Lin Lin. The long sword carried by Red Hair has experienced countless battles with Red Hair. It is called Griffin, which means griffin. It is known for its toughness that can stop the magma fist and its elegance like a griffin. Conqueror's Haki can intimidate or stun the enemy with its own spirit, but if it is not well controlled, it will also affect the people around it. On the contrary, if the Haki reaches a higher level, it can achieve a coercive effect. This is the Haki of the Chosen One who only one person among millions of people has, that is, the King's qualifications that stand above others. Unlike the previous two, Conqueror's Haki can be controlled freely, but it cannot be strengthened by training and can only be strengthened by the user's own growth. Shanks' Conqueror's Haki is currently the most advanced in the world of One Piece. He is a true conqueror with both mind, skills, and body. Just by improving his momentum, he can make Haki radiate in all directions. It can be said that it is a conqueror's Haki that is always in the state of activation. Its pressure can shake the ship, and when passing by, it can even make a battle-hardened general fall to the ground. Conqueror's Haki collision refers to the effect caused by the collision between Haki and Haki when two parties with Conqueror's Haki qualifications clash. When the negotiations between Shanks and Whitebeard broke down, Shanks's Conqueror's Haki collided with Whitebeard's, causing the sky to crack. Because of his catchphrase, "Give me a face," he is nicknamed the Face Fruit ability user. Jiangbai on the aerospace mothership saw Kaido, Lingling, Shanks, and all appeared and smiled. Especially when he heard the words of the Face Fruit ability user. Mary, Wanda, and others beside him looked at Jiangbai curiously, wondering why he was laughing. He didn't explain this. Swish! GOLD, Ace. The most evil bloodline must die here. No one can stop it. Red Hair, you can't either. At this time, 5 figures suddenly appeared on the high platform of the Navy headquarters. They were the 5 elders, not just the 5 of them. There was also a group of CP organization members in white uniforms constantly appearing behind the 5 of them. Today, Ace must die here. Shanks' face became solemn. He didn't expect that even the 5 elders would appear. Even so, he would not back down. If he had not been rescued by Roger, he would have died now, not to mention that he was an intern on Roger's ship. How could he let his captain's son die here? He pointed his long sword at the 5 elders and looked at them indifferently. The meaning was naturally clear at a glance. The crew behind him also looked at the 5 elders and others cautiously. Red Hair's business was their business. Whether it was against the Navy or the world government, they would not back down. The 5 elders narrowed their eyes slightly. They did not expect that Red Hair would actually draw his weapon against them and others. A surge of anger surged in their hearts. You know, Red Hair is a celestial dragon. Duh. Captain's bloodline, it seems that my old bones have to fight again. Rayleigh, are you sure you want to do it? Then we will not let you live in retirement. Haha, that's the captain's bloodline. A sound of footsteps sounded, and a white-haired old man slowly walked into the bay from not far away, looking at the 5 elders and others and slowly spoke. After looking at the other party's appearance, Sengoku couldn't help but question. Obviously, the other party was on the side of Whitebeard and Red Hair. He was a member of the original Pirate King ship and the vice captain, Pluto, Rayleigh. Silverbuzz Rayleigh, nicknamed Pluto, was the former vice captain of Roger's Pirates and was called the right arm of the Pirate King. After the disbandment of the pirates, he stayed in the Sabaody archipelago as a coding craftsman. He was once saved by the fishman Xiaoba during a shipwreck, so he would never allow anyone to bully him. The old silver Rayleigh has long curly hair and a beard on his chin, both of which are silver. He wears glasses and has a straight scar on his right eye. Even so, he came here when he learned that Ace was Roger's son and was being executed by the Navy. In fact, Rayleigh had already arrived at the Navy headquarters, but he had never taken action. Now that the 5 elders and others have appeared, he must stand up. With a calm personality, Rayleigh wandered around when his home was burned down when he was young. By chance, he met GOLD, Roger, who had not yet debuted. After introducing himself, the young GOLD, Roger asked Rayleigh, "Do you want to turn the world upside down with me?" Although Silver's Rayleigh thought the idea was ridiculous, he eventually became Roger's first partner. A person who also did not eat the devil fruit, with the 3-color domineering and strong physique, had the strength to surpass the Admiral at his peak. Now that he is old, he can still fight against the Admiral. "Vice Captain, I didn't expect you to come too." "Ha ha 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 ha, red-haired kid, long time no see. Roger will probably be very relieved to see you now. The captain has been executed by the Navy. He was the one who stopped me from coming to rescue him, but now if his son is executed by the Navy, I will not forgive myself." Kaido, Lin, are you also going to be enemies with the world government?" At this time, one of the 5 elders looked at Kaido and Lin and said that if the 4 emperors were going to attack the world government and the Navy, then they would be under great pressure. Kaido and Lin heard each other's words, looked at each other, thought for a moment, and then said, "Ha ha 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 ha, we just want Whitebeard to die here." Mom, that's right, Whitebeard's territory belongs to us." In the end, the two did not choose to stand with Whitebeard and Red Hair to fight against the Navy and the world government. The purpose of the two coming here is Whitebeard's head. As long as Whitebeard dies, the territory of the New World belongs to them. As for helping Whitebeard and Red Hair to fight against the world government and the Navy, this is simply impossible. 5 elders, we have surrounded all the pirates. A white-haired, muscular man suddenly appeared in front of the 5 elders and respectfully said to the 5 people, he is none other than Sora, the last admiral of the Navy. Sora, the former admiral of the Navy headquarters, is now the commander-in-chief of the world government. He is in charge of the Navy, CP Cypher Pole, Shichibukai, Knights of God, Navy Science Corps, Navy Titan Corps, Sword, Secret Special Forces of the Navy, SSG, Special Science Class of the Navy, Naval Criminal Investigation Bureau, Navy Photo Department, Marine Corps, Judicial Island Dog Squad, Judicial Island Guilty Jury, Judicial Island Titan Guard, Impel Down Prison Guard, Pacifists, Police, and all other world government armies, including but not limited to all agencies under the Navy headquarters, which is the entire army of the world government. Sora is a very strong old man with a broad chest, tan skin, and white hair and beard in the shape of a mountain. There is a stitched scar under his left eye. He wears a sleeveless black shirt decorated with medals, showing his arm muscles, dark green armbands, a light yellow scarf around his neck, and a white and dark gray coat. As a former Navy and world-class senior government official, Kong has a strong sense of justice. His strength should not be underestimated, and his arrival has also added a lot of pressure to Whitebeard and others. Kong's words just now were not whispered. Everyone looked out of the bay and saw that the densely packed Navy warships on the sea had completely surrounded the entire Navy headquarters. These were all brought by Kong. These Whitebeard and Red Hair looked very unhappy, but they did not choose to compromise. Red Hair, Rayleigh, would never hand over their captain's son, and Whitebeard would not hand over his son. "Whitebeard, I think you should do as I said and drop the nuclear bomb." "What world government? Navy headquarters?" "Turned directly into ashes." "I'm sorry to make you laugh, Jiang. It seems you have to do it." "It's nothing. I'm very interested in the devil fruits stored by the world government over the years." A voice suddenly came from the sky, and Whitebeard said with a smile. Then everyone saw a handsome blonde man in silver-white armor appear in the air and slowly walked towards them. There seemed to be a barrier in the air, allowing him to walk like on the ground. Boom. Without waiting for the five elders, Sora, Sengoku, and others to react, a terrifying pressure fell on everyone. Kaido, Lin, the five elders, Sengoku, Garp, Sora, and others instantly knelt on the ground. Except for Whitebeard and Red Hair, everyone struggled to resist this pressure. This is the pressure from the father level. They have already knelt down before Jiangbai released all of it. Once all of it is released, everyone has to lie on the ground. Whitebeard, Marco, and others finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. I heard that you want Martin to join your pirate group? Kaido, are you worthy? Then a white cosmic energy shot out from Jiangbai's hand, and the five elders, Sora, Sengoku, and members of the CP organization were instantly enveloped, and a huge energy explosion appeared. All those attacked by the cosmic energy turned into ashes. On the battlefield, both the Navy and the pirates looked at Jiangbai with horror, and Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was so scared that his legs trembled. After seeing Sengoku being destroyed by Jiangbai, Crane was stunned and looked at the position where Sengoku was just now in disbelief. No, Sengoku. I want revenge. Crane, who came back to his senses, lost his mind and wanted to stand up and rush towards Jiangbai desperately. Jiangbai raised his eyebrows and released the pressure on Crane. He stood up tremblingly and rushed towards Jiangbai desperately. The white light flashing in his hand was the ability of the washing fruit. Boom! Before he reached Jiangbai, 2 scarlet lasers shot out, and Crane's body was instantly pierced. The head was directly blown up by the scarlet snake-colored laser. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Tautu, Garp, stared at the scene blankly. Crane, Sengoku, no, why is this happening? No, Sister Crane. Boom. Then Jiangbai put away the pressure on the Navy and released it all on Kaido. He wanted to see how much Kaido could bear. The moment Jiangbai put away the pressure, Garp and Tautu instantly rushed towards Jiangbai, and a pair of fists covered with armed color domineering smashed towards Jiangbai. Tautu even held her own weapon and continuously issued sword energy slashes, and these attacks were all destroyed before they reached Jiangbai. Then Wanda, Lorna, Mary, Emma, and others appeared beside Jiangbai, and even Tom and Jerry and others walked out of the space gate. People who don't have the ability to fly have a magic circle under their feet for them to step on. This is naturally Merlin's masterpiece. Jiangbai waved his hand slightly, and Garp and Tautu, who jumped up to attack Jiangbai, flew backwards with a bang and crashed into the ruins of the building below. Garp, you are really ridiculous. When Sengoku and the others wanted to kill your grandson, you didn't take action. I killed Sengoku and your old lover, and you wanted to kill me? What a ridiculous coward. So what's the difference between you and the dog of the world government? Knowing the morality of the world government, you still work for the Navy. Why? You don't think the Navy is different from the world government, right? Ridiculous idea, covering your ears and stealing the bell. Your son Long is much more courageous than you. After knocking Garp and Tautu away, Jiangbai said lightly. Ace and Luffy watched the scene nervously, and Ace looked at Whitebeard anxiously. After all, Garp is his grandfather after all. Whitebeard naturally understood what Ace meant, and said to Jiangbai. Jiang, give me face. Garp is Ace's grandfather, so. Okay, since you have spoken, it's a pity. Look at Ace, how filial he is. I always think that Whitebeard's philosophy is not wrong. Only family members are the ones who can be truly trusted and protected. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Jiangbai nodded slightly. Then he looked at Kizaru, Akiji, and Akainu and did not continue to attack them. He looked at Luffy's position, raised his hand slightly, and then Luffy flew up from Jinpei and others. Everyone watched the scene anxiously. Hancock's eyes were also full of anxiety and anger, but she did not act rashly. The opponent's pressure made everyone kneel on the ground. Killing the 5 elders, Sengoku, Kong, and others with one blow was not something she could deal with at all. She could only look at the other party anxiously. Luffy, what is your dream? My dream? I want to be the man of the Pirate King. But the Pirate King Roger doesn't like men. How can you become his man? Ha 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 ha. Jiangbai looked at Luffy with a bad taste on his face and said to Luffy after getting the answer he wanted, and finally he couldn't help laughing. Even Whitebeard and others couldn't help laughing. Red hair covered his face speechlessly, and the crew behind him laughed unscrupulously. Facing Jiangbai's bad taste word game, Luffy still looked at Jiangbai with a confused face and didn't quite understand what Jiangbai meant. Then Jiangbai sent Luffy back to Jinpei and others. He had wanted to do this for a long time, but he didn't expect it to be successful. Whitebeard, you wait here for me. I'll get some good things. Remember to prepare the banquet. Halalalalala, no problem. I'll help you heal the crew. Finally, Jiangbai used the power of the horse spell to restore all the wounded on the Whitebeard pirate ship, and then flew to marry Geos alone, ready to get some devil fruits inside. After Jiangbai flew away, the pressure disappeared, and Kaido finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lingling beside him breathed wildly. She had already felt the taste of death just now, and did not say anything to Kaido, and immediately flew back to her pirate ship. Then she drove out at full speed, not to mention asking for Whitebeard's head. SLR will be later. By then, her head will have to stay here. She could never have thought that the old guy Whitebeard would actually know such a terrifying person. He killed the 5 elders, Sengoku and Kong at will, and Garp had no ability to fight back in his hands. In her time, it's not that she had not fought with Sengoku and Garp, and each of them was extremely powerful, not to mention that Kong was still the admiral of the navy at that time. His strength was even more powerful, but now he was killed by the other party at will. Lingling, who returned to the ship, trembled and stuffed the food into her mouth, trying to calm her heart. Charlotte Katakuri next to him also trembled and ordered everyone to leave here as soon as possible. Charlotte Katakuri, the second son of Big Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, is a twin brother of Charlotte Daifuku and Charlotte Owen. Minister of Flower of Totland, one of the 3 desert generals of the Big pirates. A special superhuman Momo fruit ability user with a bounty of 1.057 billion berries, possesses extremely powerful 3-color domineering, among which he is best at observation domineering, reaching the realm of being able to see part of the future. He is the core figure of the family, the backbone of the Big pirates, extremely powerful, and has never been defeated in his life. He is known as the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family, the first and the most popular brother ranking of the Charlotte family, and has his own fan club. At the same time, he is also known as the man whose back never touches the ground. He tries his best to maintain his perfect image to protect every member of the Charlotte family. He is tall, with short amaranth hair, strong muscles, long legs, and a patched scar on each cheek. There are pink tattoos on his left arm, left upper body, and left back, a skull tattoo on his left arm, and a wing tattoo on his left back. He wears a white scarf like a flower, and the overall clothing style is full of a strong black metal style. He wears a pair of black gloves and a thorn ring on his left arm. He wears black jeans, a white knee pad on his left knee, and a black knee pad on his right knee. He wears a pair of thorny black leather boots with spurs on the back of the boots. He is cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. He looks aloof and cold on the outside, but he actually cares about his family and subordinates. He is both wise and brave, calm and composed, has a strong ability to deal with emergencies, and a high combat IQ. He doesn't like others to interfere in his battles. With the domineering power of foreseeing the future, he can perfectly copy the enemy's moves or strangle them in the cradle. When he was a child, Katakuri was cheerful and did his own thing. He didn't care what others thought of him. He refused to cover his mouth even if he couldn't make friends. But since his sister Charlotte Bruley was bullied because of him, he became taciturn and has been playing the role of a perfect man who will not be looked down upon by anyone for his family. Bruley praises herself and is shy. The special superhuman-type machi fruit can turn the body into glutinous rice balls, machi, and has many abilities such as changing physique, freely changing body shape, manufacturing materials, and storing items. It can freely change the body shape, stretch, and grow. It is quite similar to the ability of the rubber fruit, so it can use similar moves, and can also combine the observation haki to freely differentiate and avoid attacks. In the battle with Monkey D. Luffy, Katakuri imitated the opponent's skills many times. For example, Rubber Eagle Gun Random Shooting, Rubber Eagle Seal, Rubber Elephant Gun, etc., and the speed and strength are all suppressed by the former. Compared with the rubber fruit, the glutinous fruit has better ductility and variability, such as repairing or increasing the number of limbs of the body, and using the unparalleled donut to produce extra arms. After seeing the powerful existence just now, his mood has not calmed down until now. He deeply remembers the terrifying pressure. At that time, he was only half a step away from death. Despite this, in order to protect his brothers and sisters, he also forced himself to command the ship. Soon they encountered the Navy warships surrounding them on the periphery, and before he could attack, a sword energy burst out from the cabin behind him, destroying the Navy warship in front head-on. It was Ling Ling who took action, and then he immediately commanded all ships to leave here through the entire gap. Kaido on the other side was not feeling well either. Jiang Bai exerted a lot of pressure on him, even if the pressure disappeared now. He was covered in blood. When he recovered, he did not leave immediately, but was looking for Jiang Bai's trace. Ha 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 ha, I'm not dead yet. Boss, let's go quickly. When that man comes back, we may not be able to leave, Jean said to Kaido anxiously. Faced with his boss's madness, he could only dissuade him from the side. After thinking for a moment, Kaido turned his head and found that Lin Lin was no longer there. He immediately transformed into Qinglong and ran away with his pirate group. Jean, whose birth name is Abelu, is the leader of the Beast Pirates and one of the earliest members. He is called his right hand by Kaido. The leader of the three disasters, nicknamed Flame Disaster, is an animal type, dragon fruit, ancient species, pterosaur form ability user, with a bounty of 1.39 billion berries. A survivor of the Lunaria tribe. Jean is a handsome man with a serious and steady face. He has white hair, brown skin, and black wings. There is a wreath-shaped tattoo around his left eye. These are all characteristics of the Lunaria tribe, too. He has a well-proportioned body, tall and strong. His whole body, including his face, is usually covered with black clothes. He wears a mask and goggles and a helmet. He wears a black double-breasted suit with 2 skull patterns on the collar. He wears black gloves, leaving no inch of skin exposed. There are decorations on his arms and legs, a long sword hanging around his waist, and flames surrounding the back of his head. He has a calm personality, extraordinary courage, both wisdom and courage. He dares to go alone to stop the Big Mom pirates from entering Wano country. He is loyal to Kaido and thinks about Kaido in everything. He also has a sadistic side that likes to torture others. He is called a pervert who loves to torture others by Quinn. Although he and Quinn are always quarreling, they will show wonderful cooperation in battle. He rarely talks to others, especially when it comes to his race. He will be silent and hate others to see his true appearance. As a member of the Lunaria clan, Jean can produce flames on his body. Whether in human form or in pterosaur form, his body is burning with flames. Flames are somewhat aggressive, and when the flames disappear, his own speed will be greatly improved. But at the same time, his defense will also decrease. According to Quinn, Jin's race can survive in various environmental conditions in nature. As the leader of the 3 disasters of the Beast's pirates, Jin has powerful and extraordinary strength. His fighting style is not limited to schools and formulas, and he can be called a killing machine. Jin's swordsmanship is very superb, and he can cut off Marco's wings with one sword. Animal system, dragon fruit, ancient species, pterosaur form. The rare animal system, ancient species, devil fruit can transform into a pterosaur to fly in the sky, and greatly enhance the attack power and speed of the eater, gaining superb mobility and powerful strength. Whitebeard and Red Hair did not stop Kaido from leaving. The red-haired man lowered his head and wondered what he was thinking. Marie Joa. Boom. When Jiang Bai arrived in the sky above here, several members of the CP organization attacked him, but they were all easily resisted by Jiang Bai. Then he shot out cosmic energy from his hand, destroying all the people who attacked him, and the attack of cosmic energy also spread to the bottom. Damn, what's going on? Come on, catch the intruder quickly. Hurry up, you bunch of trash. A group of powerless Tianlong people said arrogantly to their guards. Jiangbai looked at the scene indifferently, not caring at all. He used his mental power to start looking for the traces of the devil fruit, and then controlled the telekinesis to destroy the building and took out all the devil fruits from the treasure house. But he didn't want all the devil fruits, only the precious devil fruits. By the way, he took a devil fruit illustration from the treasure house of the Tianlong man. All the Tianlong guards who attacked him were crushed to death by Jiangbai, and scrupulously began to search for the devil fruits treasured by these celestial dragons, not only these celestial dragons, but also the residences of the original 5 elders. The last one was the location where him was, but what puzzled Jiangbai was, there was no one in it, nothing, and no breath of any creature. This puzzled Jiangbai, but he saw a giant straw hat, which was similar to Luffy's. Jiangbai, who had collected a lot of devil fruits, opened a space door and came to the Navy headquarters. There were many devil fruits obtained in Marihoa, including mythical beasts, natural systems, and special superhuman systems. The most important thing was a superhuman sun fruit. The fruit symbolizing the sun was found in the residence of the 5 elders. These 5 old guys controlled the wealth of the entire Marihoa, but Jiangbai didn't like some of the things inside. He only took away the devil fruit, and it was useless for him to take the Bailey inside. After returning to the Navy headquarters, he only saw the Whitebeard pirates still here. The Navy, Red Hair, all had left, and the Navy warships surrounding this place had also disappeared. It was probably taken away by the 3 admirals. Jiangbai didn't care much. He slowly floated to Whitebeard's pirate ship and then put the armor made by Silver Slide into the system space. Let's go. How is the banquet preparation? Haha, it will be ready soon. Thank you very much this time. I'm so sorry. I also got a lot of good things, but I didn't find any trace of him in Marihoa, that is, the king of the world. I don't bother to deal with the scum of the celestial dragons. The Navy should be organized soon. But this has nothing to do with me. You have to pay attention. Haha, it doesn't matter. Even if the Navy is organized, it doesn't matter. With your action this time, Kaido, Lin, the Navy, and the world government will be in great shape. Don't dare to attack us. What's more, I have a nuclear bomb in my hand. If you piss me off, I'll just launch a nuclear bomb. Ha 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 ha, this is the Whitebeard I know. You have to be careful of Red Hair. He is a celestial dragon and has connections with the original 5 elders. He seems to be balancing the power of the Navy and pirates. I don't know why he does this, but you have to be careful of him. Okay, I'll pay attention. If it weren't for Ace this time, my relationship with him wouldn't be much better. Jiangbai had some guesses about Red Hair's situation, that is, to wait for Luffy to grow up. After all, he is the one who ate the Nika fruit. When Luffy ate the devil fruit, how could he not be stopped by Red Hair's 3-color domineering and strength? Human fruit, mythical beast, Nika form is a fruit with the name of God. The world government is in order to erase it from history. He has been hiding this name. He is considered to be a superhuman type by the world, but in fact he belongs to the animal type of devil fruit, so he has his own will. So, it was the Nika fruit that chose Luffy, otherwise ordinary people really couldn't eat it. This is why Red Hair lost an arm when facing a sea beast. With his strength, this is completely impossible, even in the sea. He didn't eat the devil fruit, so all this was intentional by Red Hair. He was guiding Luffy. Balancing the power of pirates and the Navy is to make Luffy grow up. Nika's body has the characteristics of rubber, and he can fight in any way. No matter where he goes, he can make people smile. Nika is a liberated warrior, and is also called Sun God Nika for his achievements in overthrowing the oppression of slave owners, liberating enslaved people, and building a huge kingdom. When the body and mind of the ability user match the ability, it will awaken. After awakening, it will bring a higher level of arm strength and freedom to the rubber body. It is said that it is the most incredible ability in the world. It has never awakened in the hundreds of years before Luffy became an ability user. Like other mythical beasts such as Phoenix's blue flame, nine-tailed fox's transformation, and blue dragon's natural control, Nika also has its own unique ability, imagination. Luffy said that his fifth gear is whatever you want to do can be achieved, and its exaggerated performance beyond common sense is its characteristic. Even the reaction after being attacked becomes exaggerated. Turn imagination into reality, and use imagination to fight. It can even do things like turning a bunch of hair into sunglasses. Maybe Red Hair wants Luffy to overthrow the rule of the world government and change the world. Even Roger's straw hat was given to Luffy. This investment is huge. Nika fruit, an arm, and the straw hat of One Piece.